What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back speaking by Sports Talk. All right, check it out, guys. Just gonna have some boxing talk today on this good Saturday morning. Kevin in the building. First up, what's good with you, Kevin? Appreciate you coming through, fam. Drop this link in the chat for anybody that wanna jump on and so guys, Martin Ramos, what's up? What's up, Martin Ramos? Uh Man, shoot, I don't know. Q&A, whatever. We just gonna talk about. I've been around on some different platforms and been visiting some people around YouTube, uh YTBC, UFC community basketball and so forth. And the funny thing is like it's not even just with boxing. Like a lot of you guys are boxing fans. We share boxing in common and such. And so we hear all of the things that's going on in the boxing world, but it's a lot of things going on in other sports, and it's the same foolishness, man. It's the same crazy narratives and so forth. Dana White over there doing a lot of foolishness in the UFC, and hear the fans blaming certain fighters for not wanting to take this opportunity and leaving Dana White out the mix, and then God knows all of the foolishness we got going on in boxing. Shout out to my man Iron Cone, but I was just on Iron Cone channel this morning, and we were talking about Andy Ruiz and how he's coming out laughing at Dillian Whyte, and I feel like Andy Ruiz is in the same situation with Deontay Wilder. Like, shut up, dude! You ate yourself out of a historical fight for you. You got no room to laugh. Like, shut the hell up, fat boy. Get yourself in shape and make something of yourself. How do you have room to laugh at Dillian Whyte? No, that's one thing that's going on. You got the whole disrespect for Alexander Povetkin going on. Terence Crawford situation. Who are you going to fight? Early this morning, it was on with Iron Cone and Gun Rights Mafia in the building. What's up, dog? Snoop King just stopped by to show some love and resting the day and enjoying the life with the kids. Salute to the chat. Being blessed. Bless up to you, Gun Rights. Hey, um, just in case, but I know you with the kids and everything, but I am going to do that show today at 2:30. But it's just like kind of a rerun what we did from the last one. But I would do the prediction show for the NBA at 2:30 today. So, but if you do, it's pretty much the same thing we did on the last one. I just want to catch everybody back up to speed because it's the same game. So, you know what I mean? If you come through, I'll shoot you the email. If you come through, it's cool. If not, I'm gonna just give them the same tickets and everything. Yeah, have a good day with the kids, bro, and the wifey, and stay safe. Y'all enjoy those doom buggies and shit. They out there living it up in Vegas, man. Kevin said, "Are you doing live commentary for the Postal Ramirez fight tonight?" Uh, I don't know, man. That's probably the best fight tonight. Yeah, I might. I don't know, Kevin. I might. We'll see. 'Cause I know Showbiz is doing Dubois. So I'll probably be over there hanging out with him for that. Uh, yeah, I might do the postal fight, right, Kevin? Have some fun with that. What's on the undercard of that fight? Because if it's not a decent undercard, I might just do the main fight. Maybe the fight before, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I probably will. All right, but anyway, let's get on to one of these topics. Anything really, but I just want to start talking about a lot of this shit that's going on. And like this whole thing with Terence Crawford, like I hear a lot of talk, and there's two sides to this thing. Terence Crawford. Some people are still on the side. They're siding with Terence Crawford. Some people have decided to start giving Terence Crawford heat. And, guys, just with in boxing in general and everything that we got going on, man, everybody deserves heat, I think, at this point. The fighters and the promoters and networks, and because everybody's on this money chase, and it's not serving the fans well at all. That's the problem. You know what I mean? Monte Powell, what's up, son? What's up, dog? Appreciate you coming through. Sport Advantage, what's up, fam? Guido, my man, my brother, what's up, my brother Guido? Mi hermano, that's my brother for all of you guys that don't, that Spaniel. Yeah. But yeah, no doubt, bro. But so with Terence Crawford, look, man, Terence Crawford is a beast in the ring. I think, like, I'm starting to hear a lot of people like we can't start to disrespect what Terence Crawford can do in the ring. It's not about that. Yes, we want to see him step up and fight the better heavyweights. There is a situation, though, guys, where it's not all Terence Crawford. The same way we came down on Teofimo Lopez, same way y'all came down on Teofimo Lopez, I'm getting ready to throw up the Terence Crawford defense in the same manner of Teofimo Lopez. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that Terence Crawford cannot control. He has no control of it. Even though we hear these guys, these fighters get up and they posture up and they talk all of that foolery. Some things Terence Crawford just he have no control over. Okay. And one of these things are, you know, was Bob Arum and ESPN willing to pay for his fights? Crawford has no control over that. Now, what Crawford does have control over, and why I'm giving him a certain amount of heat, is this foolishness about I ain't taking no pay cut. That is a Crawford situation. And dude, you need to do more at 147, and that may require you taking a pay cut. So this is why Terence Crawford gets no pass from me. But I'm not going to disrespect that dude's skills in the ring. I'm not going to start doing that because the politics and him not making the fights has nothing to do with what he's shown us in the ring already. That's where I draw the line. That's where all of these people are going crazy. Okay, let me see. Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy said AJ stay ducker undisputed. AJ and Hearn deserve more heat than anyone. AJ is yeah, he takes it up the ass. He thinks he's hard. He spent 4 days in prison. No, he was in a little community jail. He was nowhere near prison. Johnny Boy, what's up? What's up? Hangover. Johnny Boy, you've been having quite a few of those here lately, Johnny Boy. Quite a few of those. But yeah, man. All right, guys. So I don't know. I guess it's Saturday. Hold on, give me a second. I guess today is Saturday, so on Saturday, YouTube said, D Jefferson, fuck you. I'm not putting out any of your notifications. So give me a minute. We got to notify everybody. Oh, man, this whole thing with YouTube is ridiculous, bro. I ain't even going to lie. It's nerve wracking as hell. Like, oh, feedback. It's nerve wracking as hell, man. Mar the Machine in the building. What's good, Mar? Appreciate you coming through. All right. Let me throw this shit up on Twitter right quick. Discord. What places? Johnny Boy is probably gonna pop up on your Discord. Makes no sense, man. We do what we supposed to do as channels on YouTube. They need to do what the fuck they supposed to do and send out our notifications. Gotta do our own notifications, and we don't have nobody coming in here. And I set the lives up early. I try to set them up early. You know what I mean? But yeah, Terence Crawford, man, he got to do something, bro. All of this, boogeyman and all of that. Look, man, I like Crawford too. And at one point, especially prior to the pandemic, you can give some validity to like, hey man, none of these guys are trying to step up and fight Terence Crawford. So you know, he had to give him his props, you know what I mean? He got these guys. But now this guy's willing to fight Terence Crawford. And you talking about he ain't taking no money. They trying to make us settle with a Brook fight. Like, bro, if you have other options, if there's no other options, I'm pretty sure that people will accept Brook. But nobody's trying to accept Brook when you have other options. Like, bro, it's time to step up and do something. I ain't trying to hear about no Cal Brook. Hard recoil in the building. What's good? Let me see. All right, let me get to this chat right quick, guys. I was sending out some notification. Martin Machine in the building. Our record said, Johnny Boy, £5. We want more streams like last. Yeah, I need to get over there, Johnny Boy. I've been hearing about the stream. Johnny Boy been going in. Then we gotta hit up the bar, my nigga. One of these low key bars though. I ain't trying to get shit. Yo, we go down to the brewery district. You know what I mean? No, where the college kids and the police at. None of that foolishness going down. We go down there, check one of them joints out, dog. Safe zone. You know what I mean? Salute. Yes, sir. Yeah, Ma, we can do that for sure, man. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna put out one more notification on Discord. Stupid YouTube. Stupid YouTube. We're trying to talk boxing here. All right. There we go. Johnny boy, what you do last night, man? You didn't strip for the people again, did you, Johnny? Johnny was feeling it one night. Johnny was you ain't giving people a show last night, did it, Johnny? But I got the link in the chat, guys. In case somebody want to jump on. And we're gonna talk about a lot today. Tank Davis, little fat ass. Talk about my boy Errol Spence. And I'm getting ready to start talking about Spence more too, because I haven't even I haven't even discussed Spence a whole lot here lately. Because we had so much foolishness going on. All right, notifications out. All right, that's a done deal. That's a wrap. All right. So I haven't even talked about Errol Spence a lot, but you know, I've been hearing a ton of foolishness about my guy Errol Spence, but I have not even responded that you got enough idiots out there like he knows the sports that's gonna defend Spence to no end. These Monty Brown TVs and these guys. So not a lot of energy has to be spent toward Errol Spence now. Although these guys may be somewhat delusional when it comes to Errol Spence, and no doubt I will agree. They're quite delusional a lot of times when it comes to Errol Spence. But those guys, they're going to find all the facts. That's for sure. All the facts that there are to find about Errol Spence. Everything there is positive to point out about Errol Spence. You best believe guys like he knows the sports, Monty Brown TV, they're not gonna miss it. But then you got very good content creators and guys that understand the sport of boxing that actually brings validity about Errol Spence, and they're doing a good job too. And huge fans. If you guys haven't checked out Contender Regime, he's down in Texas. He's a channel based out of Texas, Contender Regime. He's a good channel, man. The Contender Regime. Y'all go check him out. I'm subscribed to him. I was just on live with him last night. And he's a big Spence fan, but he keeps it straight, bro. And he brings out very valid points. And guys like him are doing a very good job with Errol Spence. And, you know, I just like to debunk narratives and, get through all of the tomfoolery. And so I haven't really spent a lot of time on Errol Spence. I think the closer that we move to the fight, I will have a lot more to say about Errol Spence. But it's not been too much foolishness going on about Errol Spence. The fact that people think Danny Garcia has a chance to beat him, well, we need to see how Spence looks. And people have every right to believe that Danny Garcia has a chance to beat him. So nothing to debunk. There's nothing to talk about there. I still think that if Spence does, if his chin is fine, like Johnny Boy said,
Yo,
Ferrari didn't ding him up enough, then he should be able to get in there and beat the shit out of Danny Garcia. So not really much to talk about Spence with the Spence Danny Garcia fight. Danny Garcia's only chance in that fight is to hope and pray that Spence's chin Ferrari got the best of Spence's chin. Like if that's not the case, Danny Garcia's getting his ass whipped.
exactly. Thank you, D.
Right.
Straight
It's
up.
just that simple. If the Ferrari didn't damage Spence's chin up enough, Danny Garcia's getting fucked up, fam. Just that simple.
Spence is gonna if Spence is 100%, bro, I told these boys, D. I told them, I say, bro, Danny doesn't know how to jab. Spence has got a killer jab, dog. He's got a Terminator jab.
I think if Spence is 80%, he's gonna beat Danny's ass.
Yeah.
I don't even think he has to be 100. I think if he's 80, 85%, he's gonna whoop Danny's ass.
Yeah, 75% he whoops his ass. But Danny doesn't have a jab, bro. Spence has got a fucking, not as good as Golovkin, but he's got the constant jab in your face, southpaw jab, constant jab in your face, bro. And he's got 4 inches of reach on Danny. He's going to jab the fuck out of that kid.
He's got height on Danny. He's got reach on Danny, and that body work. Danny he ain't never been punished to the body. Danny has a chin, but he ain't been punished to the body, and people not paying attention to that.
And
Danny ain't spring chicken.
And he can punch. And he can punch, too. And here's the other thing, too, bro. When's the last time Danny looked good against the southpaw? Herrera whipped his ass. And he ain't no fucking Errol Spence neither. 57-year-old Zab Judah gave him a hard time. And he ain't no Errol Spence neither. You know?
Damn right, bro. Damn right.
That's why I went ahead and threw that prediction up fucking early. I'm like, bro, this is a layup for me. This is a layup, man. Straight up.
Yeah. Danny Garcia, again, Danny Garcia, another thing people got to understand about Danny Garcia is, just like Johnny Boy said, okay, when you think about southpaws, right, and Danny Garcia, he has problems with southpaws. This is the first thing. Let's go more recent. Johnny Boy just gave us a whole lot of, insight on Danny Garcia and southpaw. But let's take this a lot more recent. He should have absolutely demolished Ivan Redkach. He should have. Ivan Redkach, guys, is what? A southpaw. Ivan Redkach is a southpaw. And this shows you the problems that he have with southpaws. At the level of an Ivan Redkach. Ivan Redkach ain't no damn Errol Spence, fam. Errol Spence is gonna beat the shit out of Danny Garcia.
Yeah, yo, I love all my Puerto Rican brothers, dog, and I'm sure they're rooting for Danny, dog. But just
No, I'm black and Puerto Rican, and I'm rooting for Spence. Yeah, he's gonna get his ass whooped. Yeah.
Exactly. I just want to see the press conference so I can see Angel Garcia talk all that shit and then watch his boy get fucking tuned up, and we're gonna see what he got to say afterwards. That's all I got to know. But you're gonna be Angel gonna be popping off at the mouth.
Danny Garcia's best chance to beat Errol Spence was when Errol Spence fought Barrera way back. And Danny didn't want no piece of him. Way back when.
What's good with you boys?
What's up, Marcus?
What's up, Marcus? How you doing?
Drinking this coffee, trying to wake up.
Oh shit, Marcus got cut off. Come back in, Marcus. Mello Alvarez, what's up? Travis Gotti here. I'm back with some more boxing. That's what's up, fam. You can click that link if you want to get jump in here. I'll put it back in the stream, in the chat for anybody.
I'm supposed to go out to lunch with my uncle and my nephew. Look, I got my Mike Tyson shirt on and everything.
Ah,
And I fucking, and I went out and fucking did a number last night. What's this? And he's running late. The fuck is this? And he's the guy running late over here. I fucking drank a fucking bottle of vodka.
Did you take the
And this
quiz
guy
yet?
can't wake up over here. The fuck?
Did you take Mark's quiz yet, Johnny? Is that mine or can y'all hear me? Is that me going out or is that them? No, I think that might be them. Marcus, what's up, fam?
What's up, man?
Hey, you been over to Unrivaled. Donnie, did you take Mark's quiz yet?
No, I'm going on Monday.
Oh, okay. Man, that shit was fun, bro. That shit was fun. I took the
Yo,
quiz.
that shit's fun, cuz. I swear,
That
bro.
shit is fun.
That shit's fun, bro. I love doing that shit. Don't matter.
I fuck around and got 9 points, dog. I thought I was gonna get like 2 or 3 points. Cause I don't know none of that. Like, I'm not deep in that history shit and all of that. But I surprised myself, man. And a lot of you guys should get over there and just try the quiz. Just have some fun with it. It's on Unrivaled Boxing Talking News on Mark's channel.
Yeah.
Smoke, get this Smoke. Click the link, Smoke. Come up here because I want to talk to you about something anyway. You definitely got to get over there, Smoke. I think you could do real good. But dog, I'm gonna tell all of you guys, don't get scared of a quiz. I don't know that shit. I already tell y'all guys all the time. And I got 9 points. I'm ecstatic about the 9 out of 25. I got 9 points. So y'all go try that quiz, bro. It's fun as shit. And
where's it at? On Rival's channel?
yeah, on Unrivaled.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, check it out, man. Go do the quiz. That shit's fun, bro.
And Mark be coming with the business too, bro. He fucking be coming at you with some what's homeboy's nickname from 1907, bro. Yeah. He be coming with the business.
Yeah,
bro.
man, you know how you think. Anybody that think you know everything, you gonna take that quiz. You'll find out just how much you don't know.
Yeah, how much you don't know.
I've seen a lot of people online pissed off that the Brook ain't taking the Crawford fight for 1.5 million or whatever.
I don't blame him.
Nah, Brooke gotta take that, bro.
Yeah, I think so too. Come on, man. These guys gotta fight. They gotta know that during this fucking virus, you're going my bad person. You gotta take less money, man.
Well, I agree with that, but let me tell y'all why I say I don't blame Cal Brook on this. Bob Arum is running around trying to fucking use leverage on every fucking body. Understand this. Terence Crawford is the one that needs a fight. Brook is like one of his last hopes. So Brook using his leverage. What are you doing? I just said
what
the
leverage
same
you got?
thing.
He ain't got no belt. I mean, he's got a name.
I know, but hold on, Marcus. It's the same shit that I said with Teofimo Lopez. When people kept coming, when they start coming at me about Teofimo Lopez, y'all better pay attention to Bob Arum. Listen, the heat is not on Kell Brook. Don't nobody got heat on Kell Brook. They don't give a fuck who Kell Brook's fight. If he retires, they don't give a fuck. Kell Brook don't have no heat on him. The heat right now is on Bob Arum and Terence Crawford. That's the leverage that Kell Brook has. They need him. Kell Brook don't need Crawford.
You know what Crawford was getting paid? I didn't hear his purse.
No, I don't.
Yeah, see, that's a little sketchy too.
Yeah, I don't know what Crawford was getting paid, but guess what, Marcus? Crawford said, I ain't taking no pay cut. So what does that mean? They probably have to pay Crawford maximum.
Yeah.
So they're trying to beat
Kell
Brook down on the money.
To get the fight, they got to try to lowball him so Crawford can get his piece.
Exactly. That's just why I'm trying to tell everybody, stop jumping on these fighters. Look at Bob Arum. Crawford has told you guys. He's come out himself. I ain't taking no pay cut. Crawford,
I don't know why Brook is still at 147 anyway. He was struggling so hard to make that shit.
The motherfucker at 154. He's going to have
so
to
that's where the fight
down.
was going to be at, 154?
No. It's going to be at 147. He's going to have to drain down to even fight Crawford.
I don't know why he would even want to take that fight, even if the money was there.
But that's what I'm telling you, Marcus. That's why I'm saying now I can't blame Brook.
Yeah, I can't
y'all
really
gonna get me to drain down to 147 and then try to beat me down on the money? Fuck you.
He'll have to cut. He'll have to cut at least 1 foot off to make 147.
That's what I'm saying. So with all of these fans giving heat at Kell Brook right now, this is all I do, bro. I just try to debunk these narratives. If y'all giving heat at Kell Brook right now, think about the situation. Yo, bro, I don't fucking need y'all. Y'all need me for a fight. I gotta drain down to 147. Then y'all want to dingle around with the money? No,
I tell you what, I still like to
Fuck
see that
you.
fight though, Brook and Khan. I don't give a fuck if they're both damaged. I still like to see it because
Sure.
they have that rivalry, they need to settle that.
Brooks,
Sure. And it's two damaged fighters, so
They need
neither
to
of them have
settle
an
that.
excuse.
Right, exactly.
Kel Brooks smokes him. Brook can take a punch. Khan can't. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brook ain't really that big of a hitter though.
Yeah, that's it too.
Nah, he's not. But he got it. But shit, my bratwurst farts can knock fucking Amir Khan out, bro. Shit.
You know what Khan problem is? He get hit too clean.
Nah, he just can't take a punch.
When he gets knocked out from some clean shots. Like that Danny Garcia hook, that shit was money.
There
That
you
Canelo
go.
hook, that shit was clean.
Real quick, Matador said Danny Swift Garcia has a chin on him. So,
He do.
And rocket hooks. That's facts. That's facts.
He do.
Mark my words on
What's
this, bro. What's up, Smoke? Mark my words on this.
Oh shit, there's a camera on everything.
If Spence is 100%, he's gonna be the first dude to stop Danny. Mark my words on that.
Yeah, he might be.
I tell you what though, Danny's a problem for anybody.
Yeah, it's not gonna be an easy fight. But hold on, guys. Let me get the Smoke right quick. Smoke, what's up, dog? Look, dog, you got to get over the mark and take that quiz, dog.
Okay.
You got to get over there. I told Mark I'm gonna reach out to you. He doing it for a while. Hey, Smoke, that shit fun as fuck. But I'll talk to you about boxing, and I know that you could score higher than me on that quiz. I got 9 points, so I know you could do better than 9 because Smoke know a lot about the history of boxing, bro. He know way more than I do about boxing history and shit. So I scored 9. Smoke could score good on that.
I guinea pigged. I guinea picked 2 quizzes for Mark. The first one I got 18. The second one I got 12 out of 20. So
yeah, we'll see.
Hey, I'm on his channel right now. Where is it at? In the community?
Yeah, just go into the community post. You'll see. I think he put some up there and tell him that you're gonna take part in the quiz, and then he'll set you up for a day.
Okay, guys, I have made a correction on boxing beats and rides quiz. All right, so just type.
Yeah, you can put it in that one right there. Just put it in the chat. Just put in the chat that you want to be a part of the quiz, and Mark will put you in.
Beats punk ass got fucking 19 out of 25 with his punk ass, man. Ain't nobody gonna beat that. The only dude
8 cents, Mike.
What I was just gonna say, the only dude that's gonna be fucking with that is 8 Sins or Intangible or Del Boy. That's it.
No, I don't think Intangible or Del gonna get it. I know who could though, but I haven't heard from him. If BL took the test, he probably could get with that.
Yeah,
boxing librarian.
You send Blood or a scrapbook over there. It's a wrap.
Blood or scrapbook. Yep, Blood or scrapbook. Yeah, probably get with that too, for sure.
Blood and scrapbook know they shit for sure.
I'll probably do doodle on that shit, but I'll give it a try.
Yeah,
Nah, be surprised. You might surprise yourself, Marcus, because I thought that I was gonna get like 5.
I'm good from.
I was saying I might be the first one to get 0.
I'm good from the 90s up and some, old school notable names. But if you come pull some crazy old school fighters, no, I'm gonna fail.
Yeah, big Brian.
Nah, Marcus, look, this is what happened. Let me tell you something.
Come here, buddy.
I thought the same thing, Marcus, right? Because that's what I told Mark and all them. I said I'm pretty good for about mid 90s and up. Then I forget. But what happens is he asked me some questions that I remember talking to my uncles about. You know what I mean? And some of that just might come in. Like I answered the question about Gibbons, and I was like, I would never think that I would know anything like that, but I knew the answer to that question because it's something that I talked to my uncles about for years, even though I don't go back that far.
Oh, you just cheated. I'm going to read up on Gibbons now, make sure I get that question right.
That's
I'm going to get that one right. That's the name,
and D, that's how I know Archie Moore. Because of my grandpa, he was a big Archie Moore guy, and my uncles, from the 40s and 50s. And
I'll tell you what, I've seen every goddamn boxing movie in the world, so hopefully that'll give me some points.
Might be, dog. You never know. It might be.
you know, I've been talking to Mark for years now. You know, we've had chopped it up over the murders, bro, and the whole thing. But yeah,
hey, Marcus and Smoke. Mark is live now. Not that I'm trying to get anybody to leave my live, but he's live now talking about the quiz. So y'all can go in there right quick and put it in the chat. Tell him that y'all want to be a part of it, and he'll sign you up right away. He got the scoreboard up now. Look, I'll show y'all. Got the scoreboard up now.
Play his shit, D. He ain't gonna copyright you. Play his shit. He ain't gonna copyright you.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, oh yeah, fuck that. Yeah, let's do that.
Play it.
Damn, somebody got 2.
Copyright me.
Somebody got 2 out of 25. I gotta be able to beat that.
Yeah,
that was JD Dackle.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's all good though, man.
The Brian H 4 out of 25. I got to be able to beat that.
The fucking Doc got 13. That's what I want to topple. I got to get more than 13. As long as I beat Doc, I got to get that's
Donnie Boy. I already told y'all. I told Doc I want you to get 14 just so you can piss Doc off. I said somebody got to beat him by at least 2.
Ryan's got 19 out of 25. That's a dope score.
Because he's a gangster. But here, what's it called?
Yeah, that score's gonna be hard to beat, fam. Hold on.
What do you think Newton? What do you think Newton will get there? I think he'd be cheating. He'd be always Googling shit while he's talking. Yeah.
Sure.
Now you can't Google, bro, because Mark only give you like 10-second window. Like
no, I'm saying when Sean's doing his videos and he's talking, he be having Google up and he be reading stats and shit. So he don't really know a lot of that.
Oh yeah, a lot of people do that though.
No, I know, but
a lot of people do that.
That's
what
is it the same quiz he gives to everybody, or is it
they're all different, Smoke.
No.
They all
he's got them all. He's got 15. I think he's got like 15, 16 set up, and you pick the number, and he'll give you that set of questions. He's got 660 questions already set up.
I picked number 3 for my man Dale Earnhardt over there. You know what I'm saying?
I picked number 7, but Dale is my dude though. That's a good one.
I'm gonna have to go with number 11. That's my baseball number.
Rest in peace. White Sox.
R.I.P.
White Sox whipping the Cubs' ass, dog.
Swerving.
Yeah, man.
Irvin took out. All right, guys, here we go. Let's see what Mark.
Yeah, let's listen to the quiz.
Those boys over there talk about.
Oh yeah, I got him up on the other one too, but I got it muted.
Can y'all hear it?
Nah, I can't hear shit. But
y'all can't hear that?
Nah, I can't hear.
All right, hold on.
Not really. There's some that I feel I should have known, but if I'm honest with myself, I probably, I wasn't 100% sure. So, no, I'm happy with that.
Hey, you banged the Battle and Seeky question.
I think I did actually know it.
In the back of your mind somewhere?
Yeah, I think it was in there somewhere, so I snuck that one out. But if you do it again,
who's that talking? Anthony Joshua's cousin?
Seasons today.
Yeah, that's
once
what
I get the first line of competitors out of the way, I'm going to take like a 4-week break, if you get me.
Yeah.
And re-establish it and do it again.
No, but it's fun. I'm enjoying listening to them, to be honest with you, Matt. I've been listening to everybody's.
Appreciate it. It's good fun. So we'll go, John. I'm going to mark it down as John D just for space. And we're going to go 14-25. It's a great score. That is a great score, to be honest with you. I had the over-under on you at 12. had a feeling you'd be in the 50 percentile. You go.
What did he get?
Well, I'm happy to take that because like there's certain weight classes I know virtually nothing about.
13, I think. Is that him?
Yeah, I looked out quite a few heavyweight questions. To be honest with you, Mark.
It's the batches, however they come.
Well, it's luck of the draw, but yeah, no, I'm well happy. Thanks for having me on, and good stuff.
Thanks for joining in. I'm just about to add you onto the scoreboard now, so let's fix
he didn't have his score yet. Okay.
Give me 1 second, John.
He had 13.
I don't know. He said he had him at over and under on 12, and he's happy with his score, so I'm guessing he got over 12.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all got to start doing these little wagers with the over and under. I was the one who came up.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. We can put some bets on that shit.
Yeah, I was the one who came up with that. I was like, dog, why should you start betting over under on motherfuckers? And
just let me know what the bet is when I get ready to take mine, and I'll purposely tank that bitch so we can split the money.
I'll tell you what, bro. Like I say, my over and under should be 10 or 11. That's it. I'll be right around there.
Deservedly so. That was a good score, man. Maybe one day I'm gonna do like specific quizzes. You know what I mean?
Well, we
put the score up. What do you get? I'm curious now.
Yeah. Specialist questions and the general knowledge ones as well. Split it. So you could do like 12 of each or something.
I could do 13 general knowledge and 12 specialist questions.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's gonna take 13. There you go.
Yeah,
see yourself
I'm liking that. I can tell Dio beat him. I can't say anything to beat.
I don't know what it is to be. Everybody just wants to get one over on D, whether it's
Jeff, there's two
league, whether I just want to be
D. We got 2 Ds. Oh shit. We got the side view. He said, this is my good side right here.
Holy fuck, D cloned himself.
That'd be nice. Yeah. I
felt sorry for JD because I feel like he froze a bit, and like I've asked him questions in the past, and he's gotten like 3-4 times.
Oh, Mark's gonna give JD a rematch. What the fuck? No.
The jungle.
Yeah. I'm sure he knew all of that.
Nah, that's his score. That's it. There's no do-overs.
Yeah, like you know what it's like. You're on it. You can tell certain people. It could happen. They could.
So John D, he better go make another account if you want to take two quizzes.
Yeah, like doing quizzes is a bit of a skill.
It is. 1 second you're talking about, I don't know, Jack Root. The next second you're asked who the Hurricane is.
Yeah, and I only really know one hurricane. But when I heard
which one?
The Hurricane.
Henry Armstrong.
What about Ruben Hurricane Carter? Come on,
Carter. Denzel Washington. Come on, man. That was a dope movie. Anything Denzel is in is dope, right?
I just fucking ruined one of my trivia questions. That's in one of the batches. What was the nickname of Ruben Carter?
I don't even know who that is. I don't know.
He's actually who the song is named after. You know, the Hurricane by Bob Dylan. Here comes the story of the hurricane. Yeah.
No. Okay.
That's who that's based off. Great song.
Hey D, you gonna do another live later?
Crazy situation, but yeah.
Your afternoon live.
I appreciate you.
I had 2 Rocky questions there, really.
2?
I'm gonna get back up with y'all later. I gotta go eat something. I'm starving.
Hey, y'all can hear me now?
Now I can, yeah.
Yeah, y'all couldn't hear me like y'all can't hear Mark no more, can you?
No.
Yeah. No, we can't hear him.
Yeah. See, for some reason,
one or the other.
I couldn't play both of them. Like y'all couldn't hear me, but y'all could hear them. So I was just letting that rock for a minute. But yeah, y'all seen the scores. That's how it work anyway. Well, just jump and let Mark know you want to be. Just put it in the chat. Tell him you want to be in the competition, and he'll put you in. But that's all that was.
After hearing some of the names, I'm like, I don't want to do it now. I'm gonna get a 2.
Bro, go ahead and do it. Now, look,
I'm gonna do it.
2. Jacko got a 2.
Magic got a 0.
I thought I was gonna get 5 or less, fam.
I don't know. He said there's 12 general questions and then 12 other questions. If you don't know
it's
some of the general questions.
No. It's 12 general sets of questions. He has 15 different sets of questions. He's already got questions for, and you pick a number from 1 to 15, and he'll pull that out.
Oh, I thought he meant half of the test was just general boxing knowledge, and the other half was like
knowledge.
Yeah,
it is kind of designed that way. It's general.
Yeah, all right. So if it's general boxing knowledge, and you're a boxing fan, you should get at least half of those, right?
No, not necessarily. You'll see when you take it. No, not necessarily.
Fuck you scaring me for, D? Damn.
Right. So let me ask a question. Is he asking you for specific dates on some things?
He asks all kind of stuff. It's different. Like who beat who did Duran beat for his first title fight, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you don't have to know the date of the fight, right?
Spanish name. You just have to know the opponent, or he'll ask you what city did. Like he asked the question, what city did the Buster Douglas and Mike Tyson fight take place in?
All right.
Tokyo, Japan.
That was Las Vegas, wasn't it?
No, it was Japan. Tokyo,
oh, man, Japan. It wasn't Japan. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He wasn't training.
So it's questions like that, which we know the answer to that, but we're like, oh yeah, that was in Japan. But when you sitting up there taking the test,
anytime you get a test, it fuck your whole shit up, right? Definitely.
So it's the fun. That shit is fun to me.
And then you get the answer wrong. You're like, yeah, I knew that.
I knew that, right? Like, like, look, he asked me a question about Nino Benvenuti, and I knew it. And I was running out of time. I couldn't think of his last name, and I was like, Nino. And Mark was like, you're out of time. It's Benvenuti. You knew the first name, and I knew that. I just couldn't think of his last name, but I knew the answer, right? But
you should get a half a point for saying Nito at least. What the fuck? That's crazy. You should be like Nito D something. I gotta get that right.
If you say the last name, you can get it, but you can't get it with the first name. Right? That's fair. That's fair. So if I would have said Benvenuti, then yeah. But if the first name, because I answered one about Chocolatito, and I was just like, oh, Gonzalez. You know what I mean?
Right. Got you.
Because I always forget his first name. I know it's Roman, but I always forget his first name. I know Chocolatito and Gonzalez. Chocolatito Gonzalez. I forget Roman. It's too many Gonzalez's. So.
There's a lot of fighters that I know. They're like call sign and last name, and always forget their first name. That shit happens a lot.
He asked some questions like that, like what fighter was known as the Willowing Wisp?
The what?
The Willowing Wisp.
Fuck, I don't even know that.
Willie Pep.
Oh.
So
I don't even know a lot about Pep. I didn't really start hearing Willie Pep until Loma. You know what I'm saying? They started comparing Loma to Willie Pep. And then that made Pep? That made me
idiot
entire fuck out of here.
Idiot smoke. Idiots started making that comparison. Just like when they started comparing Floyd Mayweather to Willie Pep. Idiots do that.
Yeah, or Broner to Wade Mayweather.
Right.
That's not even
what
close.
I saw was them when it was what your boy Mayweather was around. They were saying he was the greatest defensive fighter ever, and then they skipped Pernell Whitaker to go.
Yeah, that's ridiculous because I think
to go to Willie Pep, and I was just like, what?
I don't like the fact that they say Mayweather's the best defensive fighter ever. I think Pernell is actually a lot better than Mayweather. The way Floyd fights isn't really defensive.
Well, I don't know, Marcus. Let me say this. I will say that I think that Pernell Whitaker and Willie Pep were both more elusive.
Yeah, because they were in the pocket.
Hold on, hear me out. They were both more elusive than Floyd Mayweather. I wouldn't necessarily say better defensive fighters. It's a difference from being elusive and being a defensive fighter. And so there's an argument for Floyd when you talk defensive fighter, like versus an elusive. If you say elusive, like the way Pep and Pernell used to evade punches and just look like they seen them coming. Yeah, I'm going to say they had that better.
I think what Floyd did was more elusive because Floyd wasn't in the pocket. You know what I'm saying? He was never in the
Well, let
pocket
me tell you where I
punches.
disagree.
That's what I think.
Let me tell you where I
Defense is when
disagree, because
you're in punching range and the person still can't hit you, right? That's kind of defensive. But when you're not really in range, that's kind of, you just have really good positioning, and you, like you said, you're elusive. That's more like what Floyd would do. You know what I'm saying? And at least how I see it, in my opinion, those guys would be in the pocket, kind of like Long. He's in the pocket, but you still can't hit the fucking guy.
The market.
I hear you.
Right.
I can't hear you. Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I was just waiting till you, because you finished, because I don't want to cut you off. But okay, with Floyd Mayweather, something you would notice if you go watch Willie Pep footage, because if you can find it, but I'm not like huge on. I don't know. I haven't seen a great deal, but I've seen enough of Pernell. Here's the thing with Floyd Mayweather versus those two guys, and this is what I'm saying about elusive and these. When Floyd would come back, boom, and hit those guys over the top, and he would dip away from the shot and boom, come back and make them pay over the top, you would see Pep and my man Pernell boop, 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 and get away. Sometimes they would make him pay, but Floyd made sure, boom, that he made him pay. That's a defensive fighter, because he fighting like whoop, whoop, bow, make you pay. He did that more than Pep and Pernell did, in my opinion. He did that more than them. So this is where I say defensive fighter versus being elusive. Like, they would get out of the way, make guys look foolish, and they could, at least Pernell could give his punishment as well too. But Floyd was making you pay damn near every time. Like, look when he would get from Manny, bow, make him pay over the top, get away. Manny come in, bow, make him pay coming in. That's defensive fighter versus an elusive fider. You understand what I'm saying? That's
I hear you. Yeah.
That's why I say Floyd.
But it was just weird.
Argument.
Yeah, it was just weird to me that nobody was talking about Pep when Pernell was around. The Pep conversation didn't come up until it became a foil for Floyd, because they were saying Floyd was the greatest ever, and then all of a sudden, no, Pep is the greatest of all time.
Right, they skipped Pernell. Right.
Like, what happened to Sweet Pea? First off, nobody was talking about Willie Pep during Sweet Pea's time. And how is Floyd better than Sweet Pea defensively?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he is.
To me, that's where the argument comes in. Not to say that, look, Sweet Pea, Pernell Whitaker is my favorite boxer ever. Fuck Floyd when it comes to Pernell Whitaker. So I am not defending Floyd here. But what I'm saying is, you got to give the man his credit, period. Like, defensively.
Oh, I don't discredit Floyd. Like, he's a great defensive fighter, but I don't think best. You know what I mean? I just don't think best. That's all.
I don't necessarily think he's the best defensive fighter either, but I think that the conversation, he's deserved to be in the conversation. Let's say that.
Absolutely.
I think Floyd is the best to put it all together inside the ring and out.
Who, Pernell?
That's pretty much.
Floyd.
But yeah, I mean, you can make I think that you could probably make a better argument for, say, Ali, just as far as like overall impact, but for a guy who never lost, kind of thing.
See, that's the thing. He never lost, right? But can we take into consideration his like absolute diva-ness and having every single advantage that these guys didn't have? That's got to be taken into account, because Floyd,
really, because
Floyd set his fights up
you don't take that away from Oscar. You don't say when it's time to give Oscar props. Do you take?
But we don't consider Oscar the best at anything. So we don't. That's why we don't do that.
But the reason why is because he was getting knocked out, right?
But that's not the reason why.
Yeah. Hold on.
But he was a diva.
Hold on.
I'm not taking anything from Floyd because he was a diva. I'm just saying we have to take that into account.
Let me say this, bro. The only time Oscar got knocked out was when a 160-pound Bernard cherry picked him, and when he was at the end of his rope against Pacquiao. Oscar was hard to kill, bro.
Definitely, but he get killed, right? So that's what I'm saying.
By his 160-pound. Hold on, Smoke. Hold on. Hold your fucking horse.
No, you were done. That was an awfully pregnant pause, but go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying, the only dude who knocked him out was when he was 5 weight classes above his natural weight at 160 pounds by an ATG middleweight. Fuck with me.
You don't stay at your. I mean, Oscar wasn't ever going to stay at his debut weight, right? Like,
well, okay, yeah, but it's a big, but it's
the point that
hold on, Johnny, hold on, let him finish.
Nah, man, hold on.
The point I'm making is the reason why it's now going to Floyd being a diva is because Floyd didn't have that.
Floyd was a little bitch.
Knocked out thing, right?
Floyd was a little bitch.
Since Oscar did get humbled in the ring, right? Not controversial stuff like with Tito, but he actually got stopped. So you can just respect the dude for what he accomplished.
But why did he get stopped?
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Since Floyd didn't lose in the ring, now you have to go to some other measurement, right?
But why though?
That's why he's saying diva. Do you ding him for being a diva? Because for me, there's plenty of divas, right? And you don't ding those guys.
Yeah, I do all the time.
Anyways, Floyd was a little bitch.
When I said you, I was speaking generally, not you.
Right, generally. I'm just saying.
No.
But I'm also bringing up like,
goddamn boy, how you gonna talk?
Why did he not get knocked out, and why did Oscar get knocked out? That's the thing, because Oscar took the chance. Oscar didn't always, every single time, have the deck stacked. He took chances. Floyd never did. He would never take a chance, bro. There was no chance taken.
Pause right quick. Real quick. Billy Robles, what's good? Matador, what's good? T-Tone Toledo, what's up with you? Jack Kyle stepped in the building. Champ Ross, what's good? IBT, what's up? Now,
Craig said D and Jeff and the best in the Midwest. Nah, that's me, but he's top 2 though.
But look, check this out. Marcus, stop shitting on Floyd Mayweather.
I'm not.
Hold on.
I'm just saying you have to.
Marcus, look, you got to get in tune with the way this panel works, fam. You got to let other people talk, because I will give you your floor and I will stop them from talking. But hear me out. Stop shitting on Floyd, and this is what I mean by this. You cannot sit up here and say Floyd didn't take chances. When many fans thought that he was beat in a controversial fight, Floyd did what? He said, okay, let's run it back. That's called taking a chance. When the fans thought you lost that fight and you run it right back, that's called taking a chance. So because we have disdain for fighters, we can't make these oblique statements. Floyd never took chances. That's bullshit.
Floyd's the biggest pussy in boxing.
So he did that twice, B.
Can I say something?
Legitimate.
Twice?
That has nothing to do with the ring, Marcus. Yes, he's a piece of shit outside of the ring. That has nothing to do with inside the ring.
Can I say something?
I didn't say anything about him being a piece of shit.
Can I say
I'm saying wife beating. Why are we bringing wife beating?
I didn't bring that up.
I just heard somebody say wife beating.
Well, it wasn't me, damn sure. I don't bring anything up outside the ring when we're talking about boxers. Outside the ring don't mean shit to me, period. I don't give a fuck what they do outside the ring.
Let me say something.
Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
Yeah. Floyd is the biggest pussy in the history of boxing. Now.
That's contradictory.
Hang on. Just hang on. I've been waiting for my time to speak. Let me hang on. Now, Floyd Mayweather is the biggest coward, pussy, piece of shit, bitch in boxing history. Listen, let me tell you something. There's been cherry picks before. There's been duckers before. Floyd's the one that made it acceptable behavior among boxers. Fuck with me. Hold on. Fuck with me. Floyd.
What do you call Murder's Row?
Huh?
What do you call Murder's Row?
Who fought Floyd? Fought Murder's Row?
Yeah, you said the history of boxing, right? You want to say,
bro? I will smoke. I will smoke you on air. You want to have a Floyd debate with me, Smoke? I'll set the live up right now.
Not here.
No. Hold up. Guys, hold up. Pause for a second. Do y'all see the title?
Yeah.
It's not Speaking Mind Sports Talk Live Daily. Hold on, Donnie. Donnie.
I want to debate.
Chill. Donnie, chill for a second.
Okay.
This is not Speaking Mind Sports Talk Live Daily. This is not a discussion. This is gloves up. So y'all don't have to debate it here. But if you got something you want to hash out, this is the time to do it. This is the platform to do it. Mark,
I want you to come to my channel and debate me about Floyd.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay,
Mark, what's up, man?
cool. And just to say, just one last statement about I believe is it Mark? I think it's Marcus.
Marcus, yeah.
So I'm not quite sure what your name is, but pleased to meet you.
You remember when Floyd ducked Manny Pacquiao for 7 years?
You said it was Marcus?
Yeah, Marcus.
Hey, Marcus, what's up, man?
What's good?
Floyd did not always have every advantage. He didn't have advantage against Diego Corrales.
Remember when Floyd got
Listen,
Hold
I'm
on,
talking about
Johnny, stop
there's
talking
Money
about.
Mayweather and there's Pretty Boyd. I'm not talking about Pretty Boyd. Pretty Boyd was actually one of my favorite fighters, and actually, like him and Mike Tyson is what got me into boxing. But I don't refer to Pretty Boyd because that was a different person. I'm talking about Money Mayweather and Pretty Boyd, two different people, two different personas.
They're the same person.
Not really, they're not.
All right, so
he changed.
What advantage did he have over Andre Berto or Manny Pacquiao?
Andre Berto was washed up. He got knocked out 2 or 3 times. Manny Pacquiao just got knocked out the fucking 2 fights before that. If you notice on Floyd Mayweather's record, right? On Floyd Mayweather's record, you have consistency there. And the consistency is not fighting a fighter when they have a 0 on their record. And the minute they get a fucking loss, within the next fight or the fight after, Floyd's on him. That's Floyd's MO every single time. Never fought a guy with a 0, except for, a couple of times. I'm not saying, let me rephrase. Not never, but 90%, 95% of the time, never fought a guy with a 0. And then soon as that guy got a loss, Floyd jumped on his ass.
Marcus,
how many world champions?
Let me ask you this: how many ATGs only fought guys with undefeated records?
Right.
Anyways, here Floyd fought 2 people with undefeated records: Diego Corrales, who got slept by Jose Luis,
and a young Canelo.
Can I finish talking? Diego Corrales. The only 2 undefeated people Floyd fought was Diego Corrales, who got knocked the fuck out by Jose Luis Castillo's bum ass in 4 rounds, and then fucking Ricky Hatton, who got slept by Pacquiao in 2 rounds.
And Canelo.
And Canelo.
What?
That's 3. And Canelo. That's 3.
Canelo's a faggot. He doesn't count.
Yeah, but Johnny, you can hold on for a second, guys. You can discredit everyone because that's what you do. You discredit Canelo, but you don't discredit all of Pacquiao's opponents. So I mean, you can easily discredit Floyd and everybody he's fought, but look at what Canelo's achieved. Look at what a lot of these people have achieved.
And look at the standards you have to go.
Not even fucking realistic. How many? And Marcus, hold on, Smoke. And Marcus, to you can say, okay, Floyd's never fought this undefeated fighter, this undefeated fight. How many champions have he fought, Marcus? Like for everything. Okay, 26? So for everything that you can say is good, I can pick out some fighters you and say, okay, how many champions have they fought?
Yeah, I know.
It wouldn't measure up.
There's no doubt that Floyd has a good resume.
Hold on, guys.
And a great record.
Chill. Let me finish this thought out. We can sit here and discredit everything, but you can turn that shit around on other fighters. We have to look at what either we're going to gauge their accomplishments or we're not. But we can't sit there and take their accomplishments and pick them apart.
But that's how you do. Yeah, that's how you fucking judge a fighter. You have to pick their accomplishments apart.
Okay, but well then, Marcus, who your fighter is, I can guarantee you this thing. I can guarantee
absolutely
you this.
Hold on, Marcus. Absolutely, you can pick it apart.
I'm going to have to start muting you because, like, dog, you got to start letting people talk, fam. Listen, whoever your fighter is that you feel is so great, I'll give you a challenge right now because my man hasn't had a time or a chance to speak. You put up your fighter, and I bet you any money, the way you sitting here picking that Floyd, that Mark Unrivaled could break your fighter down into a pulp.
Those are facts.
So pick your fighter, Marcus. Pick your fighter that's so greater and what your level is of respect to Floyd. And I bet you right now that Unrivaled can break him down to a fucking pulp.
Floyd
killed he could. I'm not saying he can't, but my whole point with Floyd is
Marcus.
Yeah.
Floyd killed his baby mama.
I heard you say that. Yeah,
and got away with it.
I heard you say that in one of your videos.
All right, hey y'all, let's let Mark get in on this because he ain't said nothing. Mark, what's up, fam?
What's up? I heard somebody say that he could beat 2 out of 25, so I hope he pulls up on the quiz.
Oh, Marcus is coming. We were streaming. We was listening to y'all over here. I had it streaming over here. I hope you don't copyright infringe me. But
I said I hope I could beat 2 out of 25.
OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson with boxing gloves. That's all he is.
Yeah. Whatever, man. Dragon Leg, what's up? Canelo Alvarez, what's up?
Yeah, you mean little Tink Tink? You mean little Tink Tink with real legs?
So look, I heard. Okay, so Canelo Alvarez was getting some heat this morning, and I'm pretty sure Donnie Boy would like this. He was getting heat. Like they said, they don't want to hear anything about this Yildirim fight. Canelo has to do something better. And I say, you know what? I don't agree with Yildirim, but I'll pose a question to you guys.
Hell no, I don't want to see Amir Khan's cousin.
Okay, right. Me either, but who? That's the question I pose. Who do y'all want next? And how does it happen?
I really don't care about Canelo. Ever since he failed the drug test, I don't give him credit for nothing.
Caleb Plant.
Okay. So you want Caleb Plant, Johnny Boy? How do they make it work?
How do they make it work?
That's the question.
They throw some water on you, put Vaseline on your face, put gloves on you, and get in the ring. That's how it works.
So how do they make it work on the business side, Johnny Boy?
On the business side, everybody stops sucking cock and they make the fights we want to see.
All right, so you have no solution.
Well, no, here.
Who's next?
Here. No, I do. Let me take. Okay, here. You want a solution? Here. A bunch of greedy businessmen. You ever worked a labor job before, and you're there at 6 a.m. every day, and you're fucking breaking your ass and doing this and that, and then there's some fucking office prick with his Cadillac in the fucking office, just some snot-nosed yuppie cocksucker. That's what Bob Arum, Hearn, and fucking Al Heyman look like sitting around the fucking table, blowing each other. Okay, now you're out there shoveling shit in the rain, and then some fucking yuppie prick comes over here. Take my car to the wash, would you? That's what these fucking dudes are.
That's capitalism, baby.
Solution. That's a business solution to it right there. Stop putting these yuppie fucks in charge and say who gets done what with boxing.
Right.
That's capitalism, baby.
So I want to know, how does that tell us how Canelo fights fucking Plant? But I hear you, Johnny Boy. Those are the problems we face. So
Billy Joe Saunders.
Not an option. Okay, Marcus, how? Make it happen.
Billy Joe Saunders.
Explain it.
How?
Yeah, how? Make it happen.
Right now it's tough. Right now it's tough.
It's Marcus' turn. Go ahead.
Right now it's tough because the COVID and not having crowds takes away a big portion of the kitty. So these dudes, they have to take less money. They have to be reasonable, and the promoters have to take less money too. The promoters can't be worried about how much fucking money they're gonna take. Everybody has to be willing to take less money. Period.
Exactly.
That's the only way it's gonna get done. Chances are nobody's gonna want to do it. You could interject when I talk, John. That's how I like to do it anyway. I'm Italian, so if you want to jump in while I'm talking, go right ahead. I don't give a fuck.
Fuck no, not on this platform. No, go ahead, Marcus. The floor. Go ahead.
That's it. They everybody has to take 10 points less or whatever the fuck it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Percentage. Got to cut that percentage out.
What you think?
What's the question?
Next fight for Canelo, but whoever your suggestion is, how do they make this happen? Because this is my thing. People are suggesting a lot of fights for Canelo, but they just don't match up to whatever everything else is going on in boxing. Like if it's a fight that would require fans, the amount of money it would require, if the fight's going to be feasible. So I don't want to just hear Canelo should fight this guy. How? That's what I want to hear. I don't like Yildirim no more than anyone else. But here's what Yildirim provides. He provides a fight that they don't have to have fans for, and Canelo gets a fucking belt. So if you can give another solution about who else and how, that's what I want to hear. Not just
okay, yeah. Ryota Maruda. Take your ass to Japan, fight that dude.
I'm with that.
And you don't have to take a pay cut. Nobody got to take a pay cut. Nobody got to do anything.
I'm with Murata.
Here, bro. Let me just say this real quick. Marcus is 110% correct. People have to understand there's a worldwide fucking crisis going on right now.
Facts.
You have to understand that there's a worldwide fucking crisis going on right now. You pay me $1 million, I'll fight Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Manny Pacquiao, and Floyd Mayweather in the same fucking afternoon. Straight up.
But you don't make $35 million a fight.
Exactly.
But regardless,
no, that matters.
Hold on. Let me just finish, please. You have to understand the circumstances, like Marcus was saying. You have to understand the circumstances, dog. And regardless, if you are getting paid less, you're still making millions of fucking dollars, bro. Who cares? These yuppie pricks. Like I say, Canelo can go fuck himself. AJ can go fuck himself. Fuck these bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, but you know what it is about to get that loss. So that loss is always an opportunity. That's why they don't give a fuck about it. They need to get their money, because if they get that loss, then their money is chopped away from that point on until they build themselves back up. So that's the risk. The risk is always there, which I can understand.
That's one perspective. Another perspective.
Marcus, bro. And for the record,
go ahead.
For the record, I'm half Sicilian, kid.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see it.
So
I'm just saying.
Hold on, Smoke. I was going to say something. Now, let's get this straight, bro. That's half the story of what you guys are saying. Because the other half is the networks, the promoters, the sanctioning bodies, the managers. You can't tell a guy that's making minimum $20 million a fight to take a fucking $1 million and pay all of these people, and then as the face of boxing, settle for a fight.
Yeah, that's insane. 5%.
Come on with this shit. Be realistic, is what I'm saying. There's a reason.
Yeah, you 100% right, for sure.
Hold on for a second. There's a reason that he's supposed to get 35 million, but his minimum is 20. See, they factored this in, but the fans don't want to factor that shit in. They want him to take less than the minimum. Just make the goddamn fight happen. Like, let's be reasonable, because these sanctioning bodies, these promoters, somebody got echo, mute yourself. These sanctioning bodies, these promoters, these fuckers, they're gonna want their percentages. And to make these fights happen, they're gonna push these numbers up as well. And why you people think it's just the fighters that want it? No, because they don't want 10% of $20 million is a lot more pleasing to these motherfuckers than 10% of the $9 million that you guys want them to settle for. And y'all gotta think about that.
No, I do. That's what I'm saying.
There's a reason
it's tough right now. That's my point.
There's a reason why wages have gone stagnant or dipped, while certain people's in wealth has gone up, right? And it's this kind of mentality to make an excuse about the market and then make the labor take all the hits. Meanwhile, not everybody is taking the hit.
Right.
Yeah, the CEOs aren't taking the hit. They want the workers to take the hit. That's fucking capitalism. That's a whole nother discussion. I mean, what are you gonna do? The world we live in.
Mark was trying to jump in there and say, Mark, I see you trying to jump in there and say something, fam.
Huh? Oh, I've been mute.
No, I see your mic off. I thought you were getting ready to say something. Then you went back on mute.
I can't hear him. It's very low.
You can't hear me because I'm very low.
No.
Yeah, you are kind of low.
Oh,
super low.
Give me a sec.
I can't hear you, Mark.
Yeah. He'll be back. But anyway, yeah, man.
Yeah, well, like you said, Smoke, there's too many people.
What's up, Josh?
Too many people have their hands in the fucking kitty to begin with is the problem. You know, the UFC is good like that because there's only one guy, right? It's Dana White and the UFC. Boxing is terrible because there's 10 promoters, there's five networks, there's 5 belts. There's just way too much involved.
Bonjour, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, you're loud and clear now.
Awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say I want Canelo versus John Ryder. I mean, it's one of the cheapest fights out there. Man's career high payday is 150 grand.
I'll take that.
Yes, he's coming off of a loss to a champion in the division, but 95% of people thought he won the fight. So
I'll take that over Yildirim any fucking day.
Yeah,
Plus, he's
I
an
mean,
aggressive, exciting fighter. He's got a good jab. He doubles it up. He knows how to move. He's been in there with good guys. He's proven at the weight. He had been knocked out by Chris Eubank Jr. in 3 rounds. Earlier in his career at middleweight, yes, he lost. But at super middleweight, he looks a new fighter. So I got John Ryder.
Alan Smith. I mean, hey.
where can DAZN or Golden Boy or whomever, whatever is responsible for recouping the investment? Where can they have John Ryder versus Canelo and have it be worth $22 million?
Middle East, only in Dubai, not Middle East.
I'd
Dubai.
say the best. That won't happen. I would say probably put pay-per-view on in the UK.
Yeah, how does America get it?
America will have it on DAZN.
But see, I really don't understand the DAZN business model, to tell you the truth.
I understand the DAZN business model. Pay
How
the
do they
play,
make money?
inflate the market, spend a fuck ton of money, lose a lot on the back end, and hope to recoup it later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand their model right now. It's nuts.
It's the only way they can get into the market. They couldn't get into this market by
Thank you.
coming in and spending nothing. That's the
Thank
only way.
you.
No,
Thank
I
you.
understand that, but I just don't understand how they're sustaining the business model they got going right now.
They
Fucking
can't,
nuts.
Marcus. They pay too much for labor. That's
Which goes to, thank you,
Instead of-
Mark, for saying that, because that goes to, real quick, Smoke, I'm going to let you go next, Smoke. Thanks, Mark, for saying that, because that goes to another narrative I just debunked the other day about Floyd inflating the market. I'm like, did all y'all forget what the fuck the zone just did to reinflate the market? Like, let's give them some heat on this.
Yeah, but they had to do that because of
I don't
a
care
lot of the
what
things that Floyd did.
This is the bullshit that we have to go through. I don't give a fuck. I know they had to do it. But we're not going to sit here and say Floyd caused all the problems. I don't care that
Floyd didn't inflate the market, by the way.
they had a good deal with inflating this fucking market. So I don't give a fuck. This is the only way they can get in. Okay. Did they do it? That's the fuck they did. So when people say Floyd inflated the fucking market, they're leaving.
So what's the other
Canelo out.
alternative then? Just shut boxing down for good? You can't say that.
Marcus,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
irrelevant, dude. That's
It is relevant. What do you mean? You're saying it doesn't matter? It does fucking matter, because if they don't do to continue the cycle, then it's either other alternative is to shut it the fuck down. What do you mean?
It wasn't their only
He
alternative.
started the cycle has to keep going. Period.
Oh, I can respond to him, bro. I can respond for myself. Oh, Marcus.
Yeah.
My point is this, period. Okay? This is my point, period. You got to get this. When idiots come up to me saying what we're dealing with in boxing and fighters wanting money is all Floyd's fault, what I'm saying to them, Marcus, is that you cannot forget that the zone just came in here and boost that price up higher. Do you understand that? That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Can I
So
say
what I was
something?
saying to you was that was irrelevant to the point that I was making.
Can I
Period.
say
That's all I was
something?
saying to you.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
Okay. I know we got a full boat over here, but here, Floyd's the one. Listen, there was divas before Floyd. There was cherry pickers before Floyd. There was duckers before Floyd. Again, bro. But he's the one that made it acceptable, bro. Acceptable behavior. Period, dog.
And the new norm.
No. Hold on. Let
him finish talking, fam. Let him finish talking. Go ahead, Johnny.
He's the one that made it acceptable behavior. Now you see all these dudes doing it, and that's why I constantly call Oscar De La Hoya a fucking hypocrite, bro. Because listen, he was so critical of what Floyd was doing, all the shit that Floyd was pulling, and rightfully so. So was I. So was everybody, right? But then he lets Canelo Alvarez get away with the same exact fucking things that Floyd was doing. He's a hypocrite. And Floyd, again, there was duckers before him. Sugar Ray Robinson was a little diva about money too, but people don't like to talk about that, you know. But anyways,
what about your boy GGG, Johnny? Is he in on this?
What about GGG?
Is he in on this whole foolery?
I'm talking about Floyd.
I mean, fighting Steve Rose is just the same type of bullshit you complaining about, fam.
No, okay.
GGG is in on this bullshit too.
No. I wasn't talking about you.
I'm just saying, is he in on the foolishness? Don't just throw
Not really.
Not really. Yeah.
Not really. He
Oh,
just got paid.
Hold on, man. Let me finish.
Why is the Canelo fight not happening? Because of fucking GGG.
No, that's because of Canelo's pussy ass.
Oh, come on.
Can we talk about all the guys that treat Triple G?
Come on, dog.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Let me finish speaking my piece. I didn't say if I talk about Golovkin or Canelo, because if you want to do that, well, then I could say, well, GGG got rolls, Canelo got Rocky Fielding.
I don't care, Johnny. I'm saying the shit that you complain about, a lot of fighters that you like, they participate in this shit, whether you want to accept it or not. They participate in the same shit that you complain about, whether you want to sit up there and accept
the level of Floyd.
This is not
to the level of Floyd, D. Not to the level.
I got it. This is Floyd's a great Satan. I just like to say that the market didn't get overinflated. It grew outside of cable.
Floyd takes it up the ass.
Actually, it growing outside of cable is what lowered the market back down to reasonable pricing. No, it did. It did. And then D's right, the zone came back in and fucking blew it up again. I'm not letting the zone come off the hook. But my whole point is,
boxing was on network TV. It shrank and went to cable, and then it expanded again and is now back on network TV.
It's not really back on network TV. It's on Fox here and there.
That's not network TV.
No, it's on ESPN Plus, guys.
Yeah, that's not network TV. That's cable.
Hey,
Fox is network TV.
Hey, Mark.
And CBS is also network TV.
Hold on. Let me get Mark. What do you think about this? Give me some thoughts, man. For the love of God.
About what? The inflation of the market in boxing?
This is what the fuck we was talking about right here. Yeah, the inflation of the market in boxing.
Oh, I can't talk about what y'all were talking about. I'm sorry. Like, between all of you, y'all made completely different points that all became like slightly redundant.
Not me.
Oh my God, Johnny! All of your points are redundant. Floyd's a pussy.
Okay.
Everybody don't like the pussy.
I'm gonna do Johnny a solid. Specific drug testing, right? Specific drug testing.
For me or Floyd?
No. I'm gonna name a fighter here. Specific drug testing. Size of the ring, material of the canvas, type of gloves to be worn, specific location. How many members of your team you could have in your corner at one time? Do you know who did that before Floyd started to do it?
I don't know. De La Hoya, Tyson, what diva?
Vladimir Klitschko.
Okay.
Vladimir did that. Ray Robinson did a lot of that stuff. Yeah, you're right. So did do you know who else did it? Do you know who was one of the founding fathers of all that type of bullshit? Gene Tunney.
Yeah.
Gene Tunney. How about that?
And Sugar Ray Robinson was constantly crying about glove sizes, ring sizes, money, purses, everything. He was the original diva.
I mean, what about James J. Braddock? James J. Braddock wouldn't fight a man without having the rest of his career earnings, a percentage of them.
Right. All right, guys. All right, Jack Dempsey.
Jack Dempsey, not to the same extent as Gene Tunney smoke.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Right, and everybody not to the same extent as Floyd Mayweather.
If we talk about Jack Dempsey, listen. Hold on, real fast, Marcus. If we're going to talk about Jack Dempsey, because Smoke, you're going to bring up like the color line fighters like Harry Wills, etc., right?
Listen, I just said Jack Dempsey as a person. I could throw out other names, but sure.
No, is that the reason? Speaking, I just want to say specifically to the color line. Specifically to the color line. In Tex Rickard's own memoirs himself, he refused them. Dempsey was asking to fight Wills. Rickard was refusing him because over his dead body would he ever let a black man hold the world title again? It was Rickard.
Yeah, I got it.
Just want to throw that out there.
I got Jack Dempsey kicking Wilder's ass. Anyways,
Jack Dempsey's dead.
But
yeah, of course he would. He's gonna come up.
Those could be Wilder.
I got Jack Dempsey beating the fuck out of Deontay Wilder. Anyways, what's it called, bro? Floyd's a pussy. and he's always been a pussy. He always Pretty Boy was a pussy, just like fucking Money Mayweather is. They're the same people. They're not two different people. And he's the one that made Diva Tactics acceptable behavior.
I disagree.
Yeah.
No,
right.
The only reason I think I disagree is because Money May, people are going to hate me for saying this, was kind of influenced by a certain man called Sugar Ray Leonard.
Fair enough, Mark. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point, Mark.
He's influenced by a lot of dudes. And you know what else is influenced by? Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, definitely. He was influenced by all of them, but he definitely went overboard with
except
it.
the difference.
He didn't go overboard. You guys just don't like Floyd. So Floyd can't do it.
I know. I don't like Money Mayweather. I like Floyd.
One at a time.
Except the difference is Oscar fought other great fighters in their prime, and Floyd did not.
Floyd didn't fight great fighters in the prime?
Nope.
No.
Who did he fight in their prime, Smoke?
Corrales.
Corrales isn't a great fighter.
Corrales was a great fighter.
Corrales was a great fighter. So was Castillo.
Castillo was shit.
So
Johnny, come on. You're Johnny, you're really
Johnny great. That's what we're doing.
Johnny, I want you to think about this. You're disrespecting the names of Castillo and Corrales, two great fighters, just to ridicule another guy.
No.
You know that's wrong.
Corrales should have taken motorcycle rides with me. But anyways,
fucking Gaddy.
Yeah, he should have taken motorcycle rides from you, boy. But anyways, Corrales wasn't a great fighter. What the fuck are you talking about, dog?
Yeah, he was.
He was okay.
Was Gotti a great fighter, or was he just not in his prime?
No, he wasn't a great fighter. Where's he ranked all-time great lightweights?
Oh, Gotti, you said?
Where's he ranked all-time great lightweights? Diego Corrales. I'll wait.
I'd put him in the top. I'd put Corrales in the top 40.
Smoke, did you say Gotti though?
Did I say Gotti? Yes, I did say Gotti.
Who are you talking about?
He fought Arturo Gotti when he was fucking definitely after a bunch of beatings the dude took. Yo, I used to play pool. I used to play pool in Jersey City with Arturo Gotti. I know him personally.
Gotti wasn't in his prime. That's what you're saying.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, no, he wasn't in his prime.
He was not in his prime.
No.
Gotti? Hold on.
When Floyd fought him, fuck no.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on. You never, ever come to me and say Arturo was in his prime when Floyd fought him.
Gotti was shot.
No way.
Hang on. Arturo, before the Mickey Ward trilogy, even before the first fight, people were saying he was shot.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here with that. Nonsense.
Johnny.
So me
Johnny,
asking
I was
question
doing.
I said he was in his prime.
I was doing blow with fucking.
I'm trying to get your parameters.
Smoke. The question is, who did Floyd fight in their prime?
Right, correct. We already said.
You can't answer me.
We said he didn't fight great fighters in their prime.
You can't answer.
Ricky Hatton
in their prime. You said
but he made Hatton come up to 147. He didn't fight him at his best weight.
I'm trying, so you guys can figure out what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out what you consider prime and what you consider great.
Ask me somebody, I'll tell you.
A guy in his prime is when he's
who did Floyd fight
physically, mentally at his best peak performance, and he's fucking people up.
Dude, you
that's
can't
when you know when a guy's
What did Floyd fight in
Ricky Hatton then? Ricky Hatton.
Yeah, but he made Hatton come up. He didn't fight him at his best.
Now, can I talk about Hatton for? Hold on.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead
for a second, because I know I'll say one thing. There's few fighters I'll say I know everything about. Ricky Hatton's one of them. Ricky Hatton challenged Floyd to the fight at 147. He didn't look for at 140. He actually made a call out himself on Sky Sports saying, I want to fight him at welterweight to become the best champion up there. Not Floyd dragging him up. Hatton decided to move up.
So stop that nonsense. Stop the nonsense.
But he didn't fight him at his best weight, though, is my point. It don't matter who pulled up or whatever. It's not his best weight.
Hey, hold on, everybody, to the panel. Who did Floyd fight in their prime? Who?
I would say Castillo.
Yes.
Castillo's a bum. Glorified
bum. No, he's not a bum.
That's that
Yeah,
again.
okay,
That's what Johnny do. That's what Johnny do. He just
Castillo's arguably a Hall of Famer.
What would you say, Zab Judah? Was Zab Judah in his prime?
Zab Judah's not a great fighter. He's okay.
So he's a bum too?
He's not a bum.
I didn't
No.
say. Did I call Zab Judah a bum? Don't put
You
words
just
in my
called
mouth.
Castillo a bum.
Yeah, he is a fucking bum.
But he did fight Zab 2 fights after he lost.
Hold on. So Zab Judah's a great fighter. Castillo's a great fighter.
No one
Correct?
said they were great. Y'all said
great
they
fighters?
fight their prime.
Really?
Was he supposed to fight before he lost? But
he did say great fighter in there.
Zab Judah, who lost to Paulie Malignaggi, is a great fighter?
Okay, well,
what is you talking about? Bro, hang on. Name me one great fighter that Floyd fought in their prime. One. You can't do it.
Yes, we can. You just keep saying they're not great. That's all that's happening.
Zab Judah's a great fighter?
Okay, Diego Corrales is, and so
get the fuck out of here, Smoke.
Corrales. Corrales was.
Get the fuck out of here, Smoke.
I believe he was a great fighter. He fought him in his prime.
Schooled, son.
I never said Floyd didn't fight any great fighters in their
prime. Judah.
I never said that. He did fight a couple, but not like his resume is stacked with a bunch of really good fighters. But when he fought them was at the perfect time. He didn't fight them in their prime.
All right, Marcus. Hold on, Marcus. Johnny boy, I got a question for you. What great fighter? What great fighter outside of Canelo did GGG fight in their prime? That's your boy.
I'm not talking about.
How about period?
See, that's what I'm saying.
But
period? This is what I'm saying. Hold on for a second. Let me get this. This is what I'm saying, Johnny. The same bullshit you throw at people. You can. Your fighters have to, like you say, take it up the ass. Then your fighters.
Yeah, but why do you say other than Canelo?
Wait, Marcus. Hold on. I'm talking to Donnie right quick. Y'all hold on for a second. I'm talking
about Floyd, not Golovkin.
But you gotta keep the same energy, dog. You can't throw shots at someone when you can't throw stones when you living in a glass house, man.
Nah.
If your fighters are about the same bullshit, how can you criticize?
Now, D, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna respond.
That's all I'm asking you.
I'm gonna respond to that with a question.
Was Canelo in his prime or no?
Hang on. Hang on. Hold on, Smoke. Let me respond. God damn it. Now, here is Triple G held in the same standard as Floyd Mayweather is as far as all-time great status?
No.
Exactly.
Hold on. May I comment? May I comment on that?
Sure.
May I comment on that? I've seen a lot of people try to make the argument he's the greatest middleweight of all time. So to some degree, yes, he is.
Mm-hmm. Who does that?
Yeah, ain't no fucking who does that, because I've heard people compare
Also, was Canelo
hell yeah
in his prime or no?
When?
No.
When Floyd beat him. When he fought Floyd,
no.
Defeated guy, was he in his prime or no?
Canelo wasn't in his prime.
Hell no. He was a young kid.
He was green.
He's in his prime now. Canelo's in his
prime
prime now.
Smoke. This is what I'll ask you. Canelo at that time who fought who was fighting against Austin Trout, yeah? Or Canelo who fought against, and be honest, don't just try to do it for argument's sake, or the Canelo who fought Triple G. Who wins? Who's the better fighter?
Right. So the Canelo that fought Triple G beats the Canelo that fought Floyd. But does that mean that when you're in your prime, you can't get better?
No. But here's the thing. There's no argument here because Canelo's in his prime now.
Right.
So he couldn't have been then. He could not have been then because he is now.
Let me ask you another question. How long has Canelo's prime been?
Oh,
3 years.
It ain't been that long, Smoke.
2
years. Don't even try that fucking semantic shit. It's not been since fucking Floyd's fight till now.
A fighter's prime is between 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years at max.
I'm just trying to get the parameters right because this is subjective.
Well, what's your parameters? Why don't you set them? Why don't you set them?
Two things we're arguing. Two things we're arguing is both prime
the parameters
and great. Right? We're talking both prime and great. But we
set the parameters, Smoke. What's the parameter? How many years?
What?
Don't just argue about what it is. Give us one.
Great is great and prime is prime. Two different things.
I understand.
Not the same.
I think Smoke. Let me use a specific fighter. Look, let's say Archie, right? You know a bit about Archie.
Yeah.
Archie had a 10-year reign late in his career, and that's what a lot of people would say solidified greatness. Now, I would say he was already a great fighter, right? But you could argue he was prime in his middleweight years.
in his prime peak condition when he was fighting against all the likes of the Black Mothers Row and elite level people before even getting to light heavyweight.
Yeah.
He established himself as arguably the greatest light heavyweight of all time in what you would look at as past your prime years. But maybe that was actually his prime because he learned way more tricks. He had many different facets and tools. It wasn't just the punching power and the aggression and fitness at that stage. He became a more prime fighter mentally as well. So it depends what you guys look at as prime. Are you looking at it from a mental standpoint or physical? Because I'd argue that money, physically, greater athlete, not money, pretty boy, greater athlete than money. Money, way more intellectual fighter and a way better boxer.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with you.
Right, and that's what, and that now we're getting to it, right?
Marcus,
how would we define great? First we're saying great fighters. That then it became all-time great. It went from great fighters to being all-time great, right? So
no, it didn't. It went from great fighters in their prime.
Okay, listen, it did, Marcus, because when he said great fighters, this guy said, where would you rank him amongst lightweights of all time? Like, okay, which all-time great?
But that's how you consider them great. You don't consider them ATGs of the whole thing.
Because you didn't take it there doesn't mean it didn't go there.
So Zab Judah's an all-time great win.
The entire panel, I'm trying to get
Zab Judah's an all-time great win.
Because it seems like we're just talking past each other.
So Zab Judah's an all-time great win.
That guy's not great.
Nobody said that.
Nah, Smoke said Zab Judah's a great fighter. He's not a great fighter. He was a good fighter. Wasn't a great fighter.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Is
same
great
thing with
and
Corral.
good.
Hang on, Marcus. Let me just
great and good is a big difference.
Marcus, let me just finish this. Same thing with Corral.
And how do you define it?
Can I finish real quick? God damn it! Now here, Jesus. Now, Corral, same thing. Good fighter. Wasn't a great fighter. Not by. I love Castillo.
I keep giving your opinion.
Stop cutting him off,
but can you
go ahead?
Hold on.
Smoke, stop cutting him off. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Johnny.
stop cutting me off. You're talking for 45 minutes because you can't hang with Johnny Boy and a Floyd
Mayweather.
No,
I'm giving your opinion.
But anyways, here, Corrales, same thing. Good fighter, not a great fighter. Castillo, good fighter, not a great fighter. Zab Judah, good fighter, not a great fighter. Genaro Hernandez, good fighter, not a great fighter. Genaro Hernandez's whole claim to fame was beating a shot of Zuma Nelson. But I bet y'all didn't know that, did you? Except for Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can do that to Manny's resume too, Johnny. That's why you can't go do that to every single thing.
That's what I always tell Johnny Boy.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick. I gotta go to lunch. I'm meeting my family. Now, Smoke, I want you to come over to my channel tonight after I get done doing Ramirez post-style. I want you to come over here and have a civilized debate about Floyd Mayweather with me. If you're up for
good.
Are you just going to call a dude a murderer and shit and call him a white beater? Because that's not a debate.
No, it has to be boxing only.
That's just you taking an opportunity to talk
No.
You can do that without me.
No bashing.
No. Not a debate. So you want to talk about his boxing resume, or you want to just talk about the man?
Stop talking and listen for a second. Here, just show up and debate me.
Yeah, but he wants to know the parameters. No bashing the man's life.
Are you talking about the man, or are we talking about his boxing career?
Parameters are what? The hood rat's ass? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? He doesn't want to go there to have a bashing session on Mayweather. He wants to talk boxing. I'm not going to
have a bashing session.
Okay.
You come debate me about boxing.
Cool. So as soon as you start talking about how he beats his wife or killed somebody or how
you can leave,
or how big a pussy he is, I can just leave, right?
Yeah.
No, you gotta be able to call him a pussy though, because that has to do with boxing.
You
not really, unless you.
Yeah, it does.
You can call him a pussy. Come on, man.
Yeah, you can't get mad at him calling him a pussy. That's his opinion about his boxing.
I think he's a pussy. I think his father was a pussy.
If you're talking about Uncle Roger was a pussy character, I'm out.
I think Uncle Roger was a pussy. I think Senior's a pussy. I think Junior's a pussy. I think all them steroided.
I don't care about your.
I think all them steroided ass bodyguards got around him.
I don't even think Floyd fans.
Let me finish. I think all them steroided ass bodyguards he takes with him to Walgreens to get a.
I'm not going to show up to your channel to debate.
Do you guys realize nobody can fucking hear either one of you?
No, he can't.
I don't think y'all realize that. I'm just sitting here listening to y'all yell back and forth. They can't hear a fucking thing y'all saying, man. All they
Sound like a bunch
I don't have a fucking clue what's going on. D, I haven't got a clue what's going on here.
Huh? I don't know what was going on. Me either.
They're talking about a debate in Floyd. He wants it strictly boxing, and he wants to make sure Johnny don't bring up fucking personal life issues.
I won't.
Yeah, but Johnny's incapable.
Okay, what channel? What channel are you debating on?
On Johnny's channel.
Mine.
Wait, why? Wait. Johnny,
yeah, no, do it on Unrival's channel
mine.
So that he could have mute. So when
I'm
anybody
not giving
gets
anybody else the views. Fuck y'all.
Fuck the views.
Nah.
Fuck the views. Do it on his channel. He won't post it. You post it on
your
your channel.
Johnny,
whatever.
it's about neutrality.
Yeah, let him be the moderator. This way
I'm trying to be funny.
Fuck y'all.
Having a Floyd debate on your
me.
is pointless. It's pointless, bro. No, Johnny, listen. Your channel, right? Whether you want to admit it or not, is a Floyd hate channel and a pro-pack channel. There's no
He will
point.
get a bunch of views.
There's
though.
no
That's what
point.
he wants. But you need a moderator, bro. So there needs to be someone that has to be able to moderate. That a debate always has to have a neutral moderator.
I'm the A side.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You know what? And you know what? You know how you diffuse that whole A side shit?
I'm the A side like Floyd's.
Yeah, but you know how you diffuse that whole A side shit by saying no.
Yeah,
you can't dog Floyd for using his A side and then try to use the A side, Johnny. Jesus.
Hey, hold on. If you're gonna decline it, Smoke, then don't ever talk to me about Floyd again.
He's a bitch. Why should I talk to you about Floyd if I feel like it?
Yeah.
Your whole argument is how Floyd's a bitch and a pussy and stacks the deck. Now you want to stack the deck. You trying to pull a Floyd bitch move. You can't do that.
Yeah, say so, and then wants to debate me about it. Listen, boxing, I'm cool. I'm good. I'm down to debate whatever. If you just
that's why it's better to have it on somebody's channel.
I don't actually care.
Here. That's why. Hold on. That's why I was saying earlier. Why the fuck wait? Why not have it in gloves up? Fuck the debate cage. I'm not doing that right now. I'm talking about gloves up right
okay. Yo, check
right now is not a good thing because I would say that both of them should write down what they're gonna fucking question. Get your shit straight. You know what I'm saying? Get it set. Write down what you want to.
Hold on. Johnny boy, hold up. Read the screen, Johnny boy. Hold up. Read the screen.
Hey, Monty Brown, check this out, dog. No. If Monty Brown, check this out, dog. If I catch you, I'm gonna fucking throw gasoline over your wheelchair and light you on fire and roll you down the block, cuz straight up.
So let me ask you guys a question. If two guys fight head to head, right, and the one guy wins, that automatically makes him the better fighter overall, just because he beat him. Real question, because that's how it is. Like, so Floyd beat Manny. But in my opinion, overall, Manny's accomplished way more. He's the way more accomplished fighter. Even though I do credit Floyd as one of the top 10 fighters, but I just think Manny might be number 8. That's just my opinion.
Yo, but check this real quick. D, thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure bashing Floyd. He's a fucking pussy piece of shit. He's a pussy piece of shit. Smoke, don't get smoked. Come see me. We'll talk about it. Don't get yourself smoked. Smoke, okay? Salute everybody.
Peace out, Johnny. Barker Raider, what's up, man? I've been off the chat, but I'm here. Barker in the building.
I don't blame you for not wanting to go on his channel and debate.
BJ Freeman, what's up? Nah, man.
You know full well. Sorry.
Hold on. Listen, that's bullshit. Like, come on, man. You can't go to a one-sided. Just like Mark said, it is a lot of Floyd haters. The best place to do it is on Unrival's channel, maybe this channel here, because like a lot of the people that come here, bro, we open-minded. Open-minded. It's it's like it's all about boxing. It's not about one side or the other.
Johnny got 7,000 Floyd haters.
As long as we can stick to the subject, because it seems like what this dude wants me to do is witness him talk a lot of shit about Floyd Mayweather. It's not a debate. That's just me.
Johnny can debate.
And listening to a guy.
Johnny definitely can debate, but he's definitely going to try to throw jabs too to fucking get you riled up. That's the point, though. That's also a good debating tactic, though. That's how you win debates.
Let's not talk about Johnny, man. Let's get back to talking about
we're just talking about a debate, right? We're just talking about it. We're just talking about the the parameters of a debate.
You got to set all that up,
right?
Absolutely.
But if you want to talk about, if you want to have a character debate, I'm not going to go there, because then we need to establish, or do we even have the right to judge somebody else's character?
Yeah. Fuck all that, bro.
I mean, Manny's record ain't fucking squeaky clean.
Guys, fuck the debate. Let's get on something else. Let's get back to boxing. I don't want to talk about this debate that ain't even gonna fucking happen. Smoke's not going over there. So why we gonna keep talking about it?
Because they should do it here on your channel.
It ain't gonna happen. If it was gonna happen here, it would have happened. So,
just them two, you, nobody else. You control the mute button. Boom.
Big and small. How about we talk about Errol Spence versus Danny Garcia? How about we talk about that?
Oh yeah, that's a fight that's made.
Thank you.
It's made? That fight signed?
Let's move on to this fight.
What's the date?
Let's see. Let me take a look.
What's the date on that?
First, I got a question for y'all while Smoke is looking that up. Who do you think wins this fight? Starting with you, Marcus. What's up, Brian? Who do you think wins?
I really can't say who wins because, for one, it's been a minute since Spence had his accident. I don't even know what condition he's in, mentally, physically. Danny Garcia is a problem for anyone at 147 at any given time, depending on what shape he comes in and stuff like that. It's 50-50, but, I think it's a great fight, a really great fight. And if that is signed, and this is what we're going to get soon during this pandemic, it might be fight of the year. But personally, who do I think could win? I'm going to go with Danny, dude. I just think he's, as far as big fights and fight experience, I think he has a lot more experience fighting better fighters. It seems like Danny's always the underdog, but somehow he figures out how to way to win. And I feel like Spence has been brought along nicely, put into great, perfect fights for him to look good in, and hasn't really fought anyone other than Porter that was a prime fighter that could have gave him problems, and he had a lot of physical advantages over Porter. So I give Danny a good shot in that fight. I think he's a live underdog.
All right, Ryan, Spence, Danny, what you think?
I have an idea of how I think that fight's going to go. I think if Spence comes in at 80% of his full ability, I think he wins. But personally, D, I'm not going to make a decision until I see.
Oh,
what happened?
I don't know. There he is.
There he is.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah, you went on the fritz.
Okay, yeah. I said personally. Okay. I think I know which way that fight's going to go. If Spence comes in at 80% or higher of his ability, I think he wins the fight. But personally, I'm not going to make a prediction until I see the two guys on the weighing scale. I just want to see how they're both looking going into that fight. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Hold on real quick. Unrivaled. What's that?
It's beauty.
That's beautiful. Where is that?
That's the beauty of nature, man. That's nice.
Hell yeah, it is.
That's
in England somewhere?
Ireland.
Ireland's a beautiful country. Yeah,
we're gonna have a stream on this right here.
Look at that old brick and that bridge. That shit was beautiful.
You blew it yourself.
That's where I smoke my weed, man. That bridge right there. That's my weed.
Yeah, I would smoke there every damn day and just.
It's the greatest.
Yeah, buddy.
You just have a babbling brook river flowing down below, and you're just there smoking weed, man. It's great.
If you're having a bad day, you go there and light up. I think it just goes away.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful, Hey.
There's the bridge right there.
Yeah, look at that. That's nice.
Yeah.
All right, so Smoke. Who you think wins? Yeah, keep that up, Mark. Who you think wins?
Can't keep it up, man.
On November 21st, I didn't see the location, but they got the date. They're fighting. And I got Errol Spence beating the dog shit out of Danny Garcia.
Why?
Because mostly because of the Danny that showed up in the Porter fight. I think Spence had the same kind of punch output, but with way better accuracy and way better shot selection.
What about the Spence that showed up for the Porter fight?
And I saw Brandon Rios able to cut the ring off and hurt and beat up, have some success against Danny without a jab.
What about the Spence that showed up for the Porter fight?
Yes, the Spence that showed up for the Porter fight, I think, beats the crap out of Danny.
Oh wow, he struggled versus Porter.
Yes, that's he. Well, I mean, it was a close fight. I don't know about struggle, but but the thing that made it. What happened? Why do you mute me, D?
He didn't. You did, I think.
D.
You were cutting out.
But anyway, like I was saying, the thing that gave Spence problems with Porter was the amount of activity and where the fight was fought. Danny Garcia is not going to bring that kind of fight. He doesn't have the activity. He doesn't fight that way. It's just not the same.
He's a really good counter puncher. So if
right. So the counter punching, and I think that he will have some success. I don't think that.
Did you just remove smoke?
No, he's cutting out.
I was done. If anybody wants to go, am I still here? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. I was done. I was just saying, I just think that I don't think he's going to knock Danny out, but I think he's going to be one-sided. I think Danny will have some success with his counter punching. I think he'll hit Errol, but Errol's got a hell of a chin. The only question is his punch resistance the same? And I don't think that I'm just going to say that it's not. So I'm going to start picking Danny. You got to show me that it's not.
Yep. There's a joke I've been using the last couple of weeks about the fight. Even if Errol Spence Jr. doesn't get knocked out, his dentures will.
Mark, who you think win that fight?
I could definitely see him losing some teeth.
Yeah.
Mark, come out the woods, man.
Is that a damn cemetery?
Yeah, who you got? Who you got Spence versus Danny, Mark?
Who have I got in what?
Spence versus Danny.
I'm with Smoke. I got the black man.
All right. Well,
Ma was with you, Smoke. Ma was with you. Thank you, Al Heyman.
Yeah, I got Spence too. But here's the thing, Marcus. This is what I said.
I didn't even give my breakdown. I didn't even give my breakdown.
Well, I thought you was finished.
Smoke give me.
Go ahead.
Nah, I just said the black man. Oh, I'm finished on the black man?
Yeah, that's Spence.
Nah. Look, I got Errol because Errol's abnormalities with his body, they came from steroids, gynecomastia, yeah? Now, when I look at Danny, his abnormalities came from incest, 6 toes. That's the only way you can get that shit. A steroid user versus someone who's inbred. Who do you think would win that?
I go with the juicer.
Right, now I'm gonna be a bit more serious, right? And not troll. I got Spence because I don't think there's anything that's really wrong with him as much as people may think. Because they would have made the Pacquiao fight. If there was something wrong with him, they would have cashed out there and then on paper. If there was something seriously wrong with him. I don't think there is. I think that's the telling sign. They're giving him Danny, who looked forward getting red catch. They feel they can beat him. There's nothing majorly wrong. Yeah, he's got a bit of fucked up teeth, but he'll be fine for the most part. Maybe a little bit less, but not completely. So, yeah, plus the output. And Danny's got good timing and he watches feet. The only problem is when you watch your feet, normally people throw the shots when they're placing a certain foot. Errol doesn't. Errol will place his right foot, throw the left. Or he'll place the left, throw the right, and then he'll mix it up. He changes what shot he's throwing on his feet position.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it like everyone else. So Daniel struggled to time him more often than not.
Yeah. Now, quick breakdown. So I say Spence wins as well. And I wanted to point out what Mark mentioned it, where they feel like the success. But listen, Danny Garcia, 2 things. Marcus, I heard you say, Danny Garcia's had the big fights, but He lost those big fights. That's number one. Number two is he just struggled against a southpaw that is not even a considerable opponent.
I haven't seen his last fight.
Well, you should have. If you feel the way you feel about Danny, you should have seen that fight. Because
I might have a different opinion. I didn't see it.
Yeah, Red Catch is nothing. But he's a southpaw who Danny should have demolished. Now you're talking about him going into a southpaw with the ring and the Errol Spence. Danny's going to get beat up.
I'll tell you what Red Catch is. He is food for any guy in the top 10.
Exactly.
He's food.
That kind of
Loma would kill him. Tio would kill him. Haney would kill him. Garcia would kill him. Campbell would kill him. Comey would kill him.
Unrivaled. Do you think that Fury fights to the level of his opponent, like Billy Joe Saunders?
Well, if you're going to make that correlation to Danny, why did he go in
No,
there and
I'm
beat
not.
the
I'm
dog
just
shit out of
asking if
Adrian
that-
Granados?
I'm just asking if that's a real thing.
Tyson Fury is a capitulator. He's been known to do it. Yeah.
All right, I don't know. I'm just saying maybe that's what it is with Danny too, then, because he seems to, when he has tough fights, he comes
this man
through.
just said, no, I'm not going to do that. And then when he fights Granados, when Granados is a 16-1 underdog, he didn't capitulate, did he? He came in there. What did he do? He punched his head off, bro. Punched it off. Right off his neck.
Granados is a tough son of a bitch.
Yeah, but Danny was the same level of favorite he was against Granados that he was with Red Catch.
Yeah, I just never really compare fighters because every fighter is different.
Yeah, but
I don't know this guy.
Comparisons, Marcus, because it's a southpaw.
I didn't see the last fight, and I don't know the guy he's talking about.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's a southpaw. Stance matters, so he just had a bad performance against a southpaw. That's the comparison I'm making. A southpaw.
Southpaw might be his kryptonite. You're right.
Now he's going in with Errol Spence, dude. That means it's a heightened kryptonite, man. What the hell?
I just been for really like. I haven't seen Spence be special like people think he is, because I haven't seen him do anything against a real, who I consider a real tough opponent for him. As far as he's always had, he had a really good advantages over Porter, and he kind of didn't really destroy Porter like he should have. He didn't destroy Mikey Garcia like he should have. So and versus
did Danny destroy Porter?
No, they had a tough fight. Porter's a tough son of a bitch, but Spence is supposed. But everybody's saying Spence is supposed to destroy Porter, and he's supposed to destroy Danny, but he hasn't.
I agree with you. Yeah, he was supposed.
I just don't know. I just don't know what is really special about Spence until I see it. I just don't know. He's a really
hold on, Smoke. Hold on, real quick. So, Marcus, I get that. That people are overhyping him, so to say. But by people overhyping him, you still understand what you understand about Danny. What is it that you see so special in him? He lost to his 2 step-up fights. He couldn't beat the man. Hold on, Marcus, my turn. He couldn't beat the man that Spence has beaten. So I understand that people overhype him, but we're talking about this fight. And when you look at this fight, the fact that these idiotic Spence fanboys overhype him has not a goddamn thing to do with he has more to give than Danny Garcia at this point. It has nothing to do with it.
The win versus Porter, would you have argued?
What?
If Danny got the win versus Porter, would you have argued?
Yes, I didn't think that was a swing fight. I thought it was a close fight, and I said that I wouldn't have argued with a draw, but I would have. I didn't think that Danny won the fight. I wouldn't have argued with a draw though.
A lot of people think that Porter beat Spence. Would you have argued with it if he did? I would have.
With what? Porter beating Spence?
Yeah.
Yes, because I didn't believe he beat Spence.
I didn't either. But I'm just saying that's so a lot of people think that Danny Garcia beat Porter.
Yeah, well.
Can I comment? Because I'm one of the people who, when scoring it live, I had Danny beating Porter and I had Porter beating Spence when scoring it live. I've rewatched both fights multiple times, right? Would I argue if Danny had to beat Porter when I was scoring it live? No. Rewatching it, yes. Rewatching it, yes. Best case scenario is Danny got 6 rounds. Best case scenario, scored it 8 times now. Best case scenario, 6 rounds. For Spence and Porter, I thought Porter won. Haven't really scored it 5 times. I've had Spence winning 4 of those 5 times.
What about when he lost when Danny lost to Thurman?
I thought he conclusively lost it every time he scored it, live and 9 scored fights.
So,
I've had him lose every
so out
time.
of his big fights, his step up fights, he's won a couple, he's lost a couple. The couple that he's lost, one of them you thought he won when you first watched it. You rewatched it, you saw that he could have got a draw, best case scenario. The other one he clearly lost, but it was still a close fight, correct?
Other one he clearly lost, but on the draw, that's best case scenario. Most of the times he lost.
Right. So what? 7-5.
Yeah, 7-5. It was close, but I feel like Sean did beat him, and I feel Errol beat Sean.
So my conclusion is Danny's a tough son of a bitch. He always fights, and he could beat Spence. I really don't know much about Spence. That's the only reason I'm at where I'm at. I could change before the fight starts, could change the day before. If I see Spence come in there, he don't look like he drained the shit out of himself and looks like a skeleton and had a bad weight cut, if he looks good. And
he always looks like that, though. He never really looks great. He always kind of looks very dehydrated at the weigh-ins, but he balloons up.
Right, but you know how...
Remember, since he's a unified champion. Since you're Irish, I know you probably follow Conor, right?
Okay.
I don't follow him, but I know a lot about him.
Remember that one fight he looked really bad? Was it the Jose Aldo fight? He looked just so really bad on the scales, right?
Yeah, and he rehydrated to an absolute elephant.
And he looked great, right? Spence don't look that bad. Conor looked really bad. Spence does, when he looks drained, he don't look like really emaciated or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
He looked really bad. I'll say this. He looked chronically bad against Kell Brook on the scale. He looked chronically bad.
And he had a really bad start, right? He had a bad start.
What's up, Nick?
Yeah, but also that doesn't just come down to the weight. That comes down to both the ring rust. Spence hadn't fought in 14 months going into that Brook fight.
All right, so look, check this out. Check this out right quick. Marcus, when in Spence's, recent career, say last 6 or 7 fights, have you seen him maintain 165 pounds or less in between fights? When have you seen him?
I know. Doesn't he blow up to 180?
Yeah. So my question is, when have you seen him do that? You've never seen him do that, right?
No, and I've always seen him struggle to make the weight.
Right. So since those are the habits we've seen him partake, then we can judge him on those habits.
Not really, though, because now he's been...
Look, Marcus, you got to learn to let somebody talk, fam. Damn, dog. Listen, here's the thing. Spence been maintaining between 165 and 167, period. That's what he's been doing. He's been in the gym. He's been working on those habits that he had before. So we can talk about what he did before and what we usually see out of him, but what he's doing with his body now is different, and that's a fact.
Right, but check it out. He was just in an accident that he could have died in, dog.
Oh, my God, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Did you just hear what Mark said about all of the injuries? They may not be as serious as... So this is what you're doing. You're going to put on his injuries. You're going to talk about how you used to treat his body.
Right, he said
understanding what's currently going on.
He said may not be. We don't know. That's my whole thing.
It may not be, but we don't know if it is either. And I've always said that's the question.
And I'm saying he struggled without that accident.
Okay, here's what we do know. Hold on, Marcus. Here's what we do know. Those old fucking habits you talking about, blowing up, that's just not happening right now. We do know that much. So there's no need to talk about that shit.
So he didn't blow up
No.
Accident?
Now, he's been, look, I just did a video a while ago. The dude's been maintaining 167 to 165 the whole time, fam. Do you understand this? Or maybe you don't. Maybe
167 to 165?
167 to 165, and he's been working out constantly. Right now.
Check it out, Marcus. He released a video of him working out 2 weeks ago. Take a look at what he looks like right now.
But I also
what I'm saying, you're basing everything off this old shit, dog.
You're right, though. But I also did say that up until me coming on the live the other day, I haven't been paying attention to anything in boxing since the pandemic. You
gotta be willing to listen. Hold on, Smoke. If that's the case, Marcus, you gotta be willing to listen, fam. Because I'm sitting here telling you this shit, and it's like it's going in one ear and out the other.
No, I'm hearing you now. I didn't know that.
Okay, so you can't be saying about what he used to do between the fights because it's irrelevant now.
Okay,
so it's all irrelevant.
So he's in good shape now, and he's November 1st. You said.
November 21st.
September, October, November. So 2.5 months.
But he's been in this kind of shape, Marcus.
Right.
He's been
So,
in
and
this kind of shape.
if he's at 165 now and he has 2.5 months, that means he doesn't have to have a whole camp of losing weight, which could be a really good camp for him. But he also hasn't had a fight in a long time.
Right. So the video though is also from 2 weeks ago. So now you're talking 3 months.
Yeah, he was 165 to 2.5 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he's probably still 165 now. I don't think they don't start losing weight for what?
He was 167 a month and a half ago when I put the fucking video up. The interview.
Right, and fighters don't start
then.
really trying to lose weight until like a month before. So he'll probably maintain 160 something until a month before, then start losing weight.
In February, Spence was clubbing, right? In February, he was clubbing. From March onwards, there's been nothing of him in clubs. From March onwards, there's been nothing of him in clubs, and everything that he's doing is like aerobic, or he's out in fields, or he's doing something that gets you sweating. So the guy has kind of been in shape now for the last 4 months. He's gonna be good come that fight night in terms of fitness.
And he hadn't done that his whole
be good.
career, man. He hasn't done that his whole fucking career.
Yeah, but as you get older, it's still harder to make those weights. I think he should have been. I think he should have been up to 154 like 2 years ago already. I don't even know how the fucking guy makes 147.
Marcus. You know the way you can say like as you get older, things change like that. Do you know what else changes? Maturity. And any man here who's ever suffered. Listen, any man here who's ever suffered a tragedy or something life-threatening. I'm sure we've all been in a life-threatening situation, a car crash, anything like that. Yeah? That changes your mentality because you're thinking to yourself, it could have all ended there and then.
Absolutely.
Spence could be coming out with that thinking, God fucking bless me. I'm alive. I need to take this serious. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything when I'm older or I'll be in a wheelchair.
Yeah, time to wake up. You're right.
It could have that.
Or he could say it's time to make some fucking money in case this does happen again. You're right. Yeah.
And the best way to make money, is put all your effort in.
Yeah.
There you go. Not lose.
Yeah. Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah. What's up, Brian?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Just not the fact that Spence is alive. The fact that he's walking around healthy. You know, he's communicating everything. Right, that accident goes horribly wrong. Worse, he may be a paraplegic today. He may,
paraplegic,
paraplegic. He may be crippled from the waist down. He may be crippled altogether. He mightn't have been able to box again. You know, he might have had. He could have ended up a lot worse than he ended up at the end of the day.
It might be that wake up call. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying. It could be his wake up call. Maybe now I do have to take this boxing shit seriously, because we all know boxers have a shelf life. They have a short span. And how do you make money in boxing? How do you be successful?
Is Brian Bacon up, or is it just me?
No, he's good.
Oh, it's me. Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
He's clear.
Okay. How do you make your money in boxing? How do you make success? You be successful. You put in the work, you do the work. And when you're in that situation, because I was in a car crash when I was 15 years old, and I could have came off a lot worse than I did. I hurt my back. And I was in bad shape for a while. You know?
I understand. I had a sports car and almost died in a car accident. I know exactly how that is.
Yeah. And when you're able to walk away from that, when you're able to walk away from that, you're thinking, how lucky was I? You
start believing in God a little bit more too, don't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I did too. Yeah. Start thinking that angel helped you.
That could have been the focus that man needed to take this boxing shit seriously. That's where I go with that. And if he's coming off of that mindset, he may be a completely different fighter going into that fight.
I actually want Spence to be great. I actually want Spence to be great. I want him to become what his fans think that he is. I just need to see it, though. I'm not ready to jump on it until I see it.
I understand that. As a boxing fan, I understand that because, you know, we all got favorite fighters, right? And at the end of the day, no matter how good they are or how bad they are, we always want them to do better. We always want these top guys to be the best, to prove they're the best. That's, and boxing's an unforgiving sport because you go away, you perform well, and then the next fight you have to come back and do the exact same thing or perform even better. Boxing is an unforgiving sport where you only get a certain amount of chances to prove how good you are.
Yeah, but you could prove a lot of things in losses too. I just hate how these fighters are so scared to get losses now and then.
Yeah.
Like it's
I agree with that. There's sometimes
we've seen Gotti lose fights and get more famous and more fans. I don't understand why these fighters don't know this. You know what I mean? Like
Gotti was a magnified warrior. Like that guy loved the fight. He loved it. That's why he gained fans, because he was willing to put his body on the line for their entertainment. But there's also a different level to it, right? If Gotti would have had world-class boxing skill, and
forget about it.
Gotti could have been a world-class boxer, and he could have, if he would have dedicated himself right to boxing, he could have been like an all-round Hall of Famer. Right, but Gotti is known as a warrior.
If he gave 50% effort to boxing, he might have been a lot better. I'm telling you, in between fights, we would be in the pool hall drinking, smoking, blowing the bathroom, and messing with hookers in between fights, bro. He could have been a lot better than he was.
Oh yeah.
He was terrible in between fights. He'll win a fight, make a bunch of money, and go act like a total lunatic for 2 months.
Can I say something on that real fast, though, right? He could have been a better boxer, right? He could have been, but at the risk of what he put on, right? So it was because he was a lesser boxer. His fights were more competitive and more vicious. Yeah. And because of that, that's the reason he's in the Hall of Fame. It's not the resume, man. It ain't. It's the magnitude. People might not have gravitated towards him if it wasn't every fucking fight. You knew what you were getting. You were getting bang on entertainment all the time. If he was a better boxer, and he was on the back foot more often and moving and shit like that, he may not have entered the Hall.
Yeah, but he might have beat the fighters he lost to, and the fights that he had that were tremendous wars.
He may have. He may have. But also at the same point, the top fighters like Floyd or whatever, when he was past it, he still would have lost those fights.
Hey, real quick,
even if he could box better.
Real quick, Marcus. I just put a link in the private chat for you, Marcus. I just went back and found the live when I put it up with the Brian Custer interview and everything. Marcus, this was June 5th, fam. I just looked at the date. It was fucking June 5th. And Errol Spence was at 167 pounds on fucking June 5th, dog. It is August. It's almost 3 months ago. We ain't don't worry about his weight in this fight. Trust me. Don't even fucking worry about it. I want you to go watch that live.
Now he might still be 165. These guys don't start losing weight till like a month before.
Yeah. But my point, Marcus, is we were talking about 185, 190 before.
Yeah, no, I already squashed that. You were right. I like I said, I agreed. I admitted that I haven't really been paying into boxing. That's what he used to be. You said since then he's been keeping his weight in check from 165 to 147, 18 pounds. He should be able to lose that, and he'll probably start trying to lose that within the last month.
Well, considering Teofimo's about the same. It was about the same weight at the start of training, wasn't he? 165 to 168.
Yeah.
Teofimo.
Yeah.
And he's gone to lightweight.
I don't know how the fuck these guys do it, bro.
Because it's what. Listen, I think that's why I always tell people when they introduced this shit long ago, that was the plan, bro. That was the strategy. Get down as low as you can safely to where you can still compete. Now all of a sudden people think that that's weight bullying. The thing is this: some people's body can get down lower than other people's can. It's the bone.
Yeah, but they be using shit, Smoke.
Get made up. So just because they have the ability to do it, don't get mad. Accept it.
No, I don't get mad, but they be using shit. I'm not talking
about you in particular, Mark. I'm talking about the people that get mad about it. Like,
it is kind of weight bullying though, because your natural weight is what you walk around at. So if he's 165, that's his natural weight. He's fighting 20 pounds lower. That's weight bullying, dude. Just because you could fucking suck down to something for 1 hour He only has to get to that weight for 1 hour, bro. He gets down to that weight 1 hour before the fight, jumps on the scale, then balloons back up to 165, 170, and fights dudes that weigh 150. That's weight bullying, bro. Just because you can do it, don't mean it's not weight bullying.
Yes, it does to me, because this is why I'm telling you it does mean that to me, because you can do that and then put that water weight back on going into the fight, but it can still cost you in that fight.
It's not water weight. Water weight's 7 to 10 pounds.
Marcus, chill for a second. Let me finish my point, dog. You got to listen to the point. You can do that shit, and as a fighter, and then get in there, and it can cost you as a fighter. It can drain you. It can pull power from you. It can cost you to punch slower. It could cost you a lot of attributes. So if a fighter does it to his own detriment, where it's too much, like people complain, that's too much of a weight loss. If it's too much of a weight loss, then he's going to do it at his own detriment. But if it's not, he's going to be able to cut that weight and still compete efficiently. People are mad because he's able to cut that amount of weight and still compete efficiently. And I don't give a fuck if it's Errol, Spence, Canelo, Mikey Garcia, because a lot of these guys have been accused of that. But it doesn't matter. If they can do it, their body allows them to do it. Some guys' body don't allow it.
Why does it allow them to do it?
Physical makeup, fam. It has only been called weight bullying since around 2005. This fucking term was introduced, and it became weight bullying because people got mad.
Naturally people can't do that naturally.
Up doing it. That's what happened.
People can't do that naturally. That's why.
These dudes are doing
I disagree.
Yeah, these dudes are doing it naturally. Y'all just don't like the fact that y'all fighters can't do it. Some guys can do it. That's what I'm telling you. Some guys have the ability to do it naturally, and some guys don't. That's the body makeup. We're individuals. We don't all have the same abilities, bro. Some people can cut weight like that. It's amazing to you. Some people can run at a 4 flat in the 40. That's amazing to you. Usain Bolt is amazing. Can everybody fucking run like him? No. These are physical attributes that people have. You're gonna knock a guy because he has a physical attribute. What about the guy that can punch harder or the guy that can punch faster? What about those physical attributes? People need to stop this shit. Weight bullying is a new term and it's bullshit. Accept it. It's a bullshit term. 80, 90 years ago when they introduced weight bullying, nobody crying about that shit.
Nobody was doing that shit 90 years ago. They didn't even have weight classes.
Weight classes was introduced 90 years ago, and people.
I know, but then they didn't really fucking enforce it.
History of boxing, they were doing that.
They didn't really enforce it 90 years ago. They didn't really enforce it.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna argue about that.
And 90 years ago, there was fucking 11 weight classes.
Look, ask Mark about that. He's the history guy.
Mark, how many? What's the 13?
There are 8, right? So the thing about the weight bullying, the issue, like boxing struggled with it, and it sided on fighter safety. So they got rid of same day weigh-ins because they said it was too harmful to the fighter to come in to try to do.
No, they got rid of same day weigh-ins, and then that's when the weight bullying started. Same day weigh-in means you weren't able to do that.
What I'm saying to you is they struggled with this issue about weight bullies, right? Yeah. Like, what do you do about it? And what they did was they decided that weight bully was less of a concern for them than fighter safety. So what you're talking about, boxing already struggled with and decided who gives a fuck.
Yeah, they decided who gives a fuck because they did that. Making it the same day was better than making it the day before because you weren't able to do what they do now. That's not a better thing. That's the worst thing.
Can I?
Sorry.
Can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah. Y'all remember Tommy Hearns versus Ray Leonard, yeah?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that, right?
Yeah.
Tommy Hearns, Ray Leonard won. First fight at welterweight. Yeah? One man weighed in 147 pounds, right? Reports came out about 2 weeks later that Tommy Hearns in the ring that night was 169 pounds, and that was on the same day weigh-in. Ray Leonard was 151. 18 pounds less.
Who won that fight?
18 pounds less. Ray Leonard did.
And right. So there you go.
That's my whole fucking point.
That doesn't dispute the idea of just weight bullying.
Yeah,
Certain people can
right,
do it.
because
Tommy Hearns was able to do 18.
Doesn't help your argument.
he was able to do it, but he lost.
8.
He wasn't able to fucking fight well
Listen,
as good as
18,
he was able to.
he was able to still listen. The idea of rehydrating a day before and coming up 18 pounds above the next day, you can't do it naturally. Tommy Hearns was able to do it in 10 hours. He was able to do it in 10 hours. Jake LaMotta was 16 pounds heavier than Ray Robinson in the first fight. In 4 hours, he gained 9 pounds. He was 169 in the ring. Robinson gained 1 pound. LaMotta won that fight.
Water weight, it can be anywhere from 7 to 11, 12 pounds in water weight alone.
Depends on the height of it. Depends on the person.
Right, depending on the person, it goes in
Depends
between
on the person.
7 and 11 pounds.
Well, I had maps done on my water weight 3 years ago, and I was carrying 23 pounds of water weight.
Oh, that's crazy. That's not average.
Yeah, but
see, it depends on the height of the It depends on the height of the person.
Hold on for a second. Real quick, I'm Robert. Marcus, that's my point, bro. And you just said it right there. You said, "Whoa, that's not average." So what I'm trying to get you to understand, Marcus, some of these guys are just not average, fam. What Jarrett Hurd was doing is just not average, fam.
Right, but we go on average.
Marcus,
that's
let
the
me
point,
get a
though.
thought out, dude. Let me get a thought out, and then you can take off.
But that's my point. Weight bullying is because it's not average. That's the thing. We determine things about average. What do you mean?
No.
Hey, Mark.
Hold on,
guys,
hold on. Let him go on, and then let me go behind him. Go ahead.
Because the average person can't do it. So when 1 or 2 people or 3 people can do it, that's when it becomes an advantage, and then that's when it's weight bullying. What do you mean?
So let me ask you this, Marcus. Is Anthony Joshua a punch power bully?
What do you mean? It's not the same thing.
I'm gonna break it down for you. Because he can punch harder than the fucking average heavyweight. So is he a fucking punch power bully? No, this is a fucking attribute that he has that is for him, individual attribute. So because these guys are able to cut more weight than the next guy, stop having a fucking idea about it like it's a goddamn problem. Or call a guy like fucking Zab Judah when he was boxing a fucking speed bully. Because his hands were faster than the next guy. Get the fuck out of here with this nonsense. This is what I'm saying. It's nonsense. It is a physical attribute. That's it. That's all it is. It's a physical attribute. So what? The average guy can't do it. That is where their advantage is. Just like the guy has an advantage that can punch harder, that can punch faster, that has natural footwork ability, that has the reflex ability. He can dodge these punches like Pernell Whitaker. Is it his fault and he can get away from punches like no other guy could? Get the fuck out of here with it. It's a physical attribute, is what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah. Here's one, right?
All those other things you said is a skill.
Right. I'm going to say something. You know Povetkin. You know Povetkin. Povetkins don't have stamina issues, right? Everyone knows Povetkin has a stamina issue.
Yeah, he's a 5.
Do you know who's a lot? Do you know who's a lot shorter than? Who's a little bit shorter than Povetkin? A lot heavier than him, and can throw hands for 12 rounds. Andy Ruiz. Yeah.
Physical attribute.
Yeah, but Povetkin's also probably a fucking PED user. That's why he struggles.
Keep throwing all these fucking excuses in there.
Your original basis was not doing it naturally. Right?
Yeah, bro.
And Povetkin doing it naturally. That's right,
bro. You just don't want to accept it, dog. It is what it is. We can give it to you 1,000 ways. You just really don't want to accept it.
Everybody's weight can change, right? So when I was like years ago, what was it, 2013? So 7 years ago, I was 20, right? I burned my way down for an amateur fight at the heavyweight division, not the super heavy. I was 193 and a quarter. Okay, they in Ireland, and Brian can probably back me up on this. In 2011 through 2013, they did professional rules for weigh-ins because there was too much danger going on, so they wanted to do it at a private segue, and then do the fight. So they didn't want everybody being involved because there was a bit of danger going on due to gangland. The next day, I was in that ring. I was 237 pounds from 192. I gained 45 pounds, bro.
Yeah.
People can do that, and there was no steroids involved. What did I do? I ate a fuckload of food and I drank gallons of water. I'm 6'5". I'm capable of doing that. I can gain that amount in 24 hours. It was 28 hours by the time I fought, but that's what I weighed in just before I got into the ring. And they couldn't call it off because I made the rules and there was no rehydration limit.
That's what they should do, a rehydration clause like the IBF. Then they would avoid all this.
The IBF have kind of gotten rid of it because essentially for unifications, or if you have another belt, it doesn't matter. So look at Errol Spence, yeah? There's no rehydration limit on him now because he's got the WBC as well.
What's up, Memo?
Didn't
he's the IBF champ and still getting called a weight bully, even though they have a rehydration clause.
Yeah, look at what Champ Ross said. Look at what Champ Ross said right here. Hatton used to lose like 40, 50 pounds before his fight. Is he a weight bully? Now, I'm going to say this. By the ideology that Marcus is saying, he would have to be. But I'm not sure Mark could clear this up. I don't remember him being called a weight bully.
I don't ever remember him losing 50 fucking pounds, though.
I don't care. I don't care if that was exaggerated. He probably lost a lot of weight, even if that 40, 50 was exaggerated. Now, I know one thing, 30-something pounds. Hold on. Let me finish this. 30-something pounds. No. Hold on. All right, Mark. I'll let you clear that up. Just let me get this thought out. You can clear it up. 30-something pounds is what we're talking about with Derek Hurt and Spence. So whether this is exaggerated or not, and you knock off 20, 25 pounds, it's still the same thing. Now, go ahead, Mark. Clear it up.
Right. I'm going to Hatton used to weigh anywhere up to 210 pounds before going into fight camp. For like the last 5 fights of his career. Legitimate 210 pounds. He used to have to lose 70 to 63 pounds, right? If it was that welter, 63 pounds. Hatton wasn't a case of being a weight bully.
He was a
case of being he was an obese, fat motherfucker who used to eat kebabs and go drinking every night like Tyson Fury did for 3 years on the cocaine. That's what Hatton used to do.
Yeah, but Hatton's also what? How big is Hatton? You know what, 5'7", 5'6"? What is he?
He's 5'7". He's 5'7".
Yeah, so at 5'7", his average weight should be like what, 140, 135, 140, 145?
Hatton's real walking around weight was 151.
Okay,
151.
and he
fought at 140 when he was earlier in his career.
So he fought at 140, right?
He cut 11 pounds from walking around weight.
So that's not a weight bully. No, that's not a weight bully.
Now, Mark. Now,
can I do something?
Hold on, Brian, because I gotta say this. Now, thank you for saying that about Hatton, because if Marcus takes my advice and go back and watch this interview and listen to Spence himself say this exact thing, it was partying, eating snacks, eating food, and blowing up well over his natural weight to hit that 180 and 190 that everybody used to bitch and moan about. So it's in similar fashion, the same fucking thing we're talking about concerning Hatton now, because all of that extra weight he was carrying was not just from being all muscular and big and working himself down to 147.
So then he's not a weight bully then. If his natural weight 160, then he's not a weight bully.
That's why we're talking about him being a weight bully. That's why I said, bro, these are the misconceptions. That's what I do, Marcus. I bust down the fucking narratives and misconceptions on this channel. The bullshit narratives, fam. That's what I do here.
But it really wasn't a bullshit narrative until a fucking month ago when he weighed 160, is what you're saying.
Man, you know what? I've been saying this over a year ago. So I don't give a fuck what everybody else found out just a month ago. That's why people need to stop falling for the bullshit narratives, because I've been saying this, my friend, over a year ago.
Is Javid Hurd a guy who parties and all that shit after fights too?
Listen, Marcus, you're missing the point, because I tried to tell you this in the beginning. I don't believe in the bullshit bully term for Jarrett Hurd, for Errol Spence, for Canelo, for Mikey, or any fucking body else. I'm not with that bullshit new age term, fam. Period.
Oh, I am if a guy's natural weight is 180 and he fights at 140. That's a weight.
And then you're neglecting the fact about natural attributes. If you're going to do that, you're neglecting the fact of all of that I explained.
Losing 40 pounds is not a natural attribute, bro. That's you sucking down.
They're following within the rules of the sport, or they wouldn't be able to box, dude. When they step on the fucking scale during weigh-in, how many times has Spence missed the fucking weight? Never. So he's following the rules. He's within the rules that you're talking about. So you can't call him a weight bully.
Anybody could fucking follow rules and bend
Oh
rules
my
and
God,
shit
bro,
like
you're
that.
going
Come
back
on,
and
dude.
forth. You're going back
I'm
and
not
forth.
going back and forth. I've been steadfast on if you weigh 180 pounds and you can suck down for 1 hour and fight at 140, you're still a fucking weight bully in my opinion. I don't give a fuck if it's you can do it or not.
Well, it's okay.
Just because you can do something don't mean you should. I could walk into a fucking bank right now and rob
guys
it.
should punch slower. So guys should punch slower because they can punch faster. Guys should punch softer because hold on. So guys should punch softer because they
That's not the same thing, bro.
It's a natural ability, is what I'm.
It's not natural. It's not natural. He can't naturally sit at 140 for a fucking day. He would fucking die. He has to rehydrate and do all these extra things to do it. He's not naturally doing it. He's doing it for 1 fucking minute and blowing back up. That's not natural.
Right. Okay.
If his natural weight is 180, he should be fighting at 160 minimum.
Why can't
who says just because
that's the case? Why can't all boxers do it then, Marcus? If that's the case, why can't all hold on, Smoke. If that's the case, Marcus, why can't all boxers just drop 30 and 40 pounds? Why they all can't do it?
They probably all could. They probably all could.
No, they can't. Everybody can't do this shit, fam.
Can we just say
that's the point?
You just said his natural weight isn't 180 though.
Can I throw a little perspective in here?
Go ahead.
Ricky Hatton, it wasn't about his natural weight. He was actually overweight because he didn't control his eating between.
Right, and when you're overweight, it's
let me finish. It's not about just because a guy is 30 pounds over his fighting weight doesn't mean that he is at his natural weight.
That's what I'm saying. We just went over that, and I agree with you.
Right. So
you just said his natural weight is 180.
So a guy can be overweight and then get down to his fight weight and then fight.
I just agree with Smoke and said that Spence isn't a weight bully. If his natural weight is 160, 165, he's not a weight bully. We would determine this on his natural weight being 180. Now you said he was a fat fuck doing all this other shit. That's a different narrative.
I didn't say it. He said it.
You know what I'm saying?
Spence's mouth.
Okay. Can I say something here?
Go ahead, Brian.
Right. I'm a guy, right? I'm 5'9.5". I'm 340 plus pounds. I got a big ass belly, right? I have slow metabolism due to the fact that I was 7.5 to nearly 8 weeks premature. So my metabolism is slower than the average person. So when I eat probably less than everyone here on this panel. I probably eat less than you, and I still gain weight. Right? Right? But I can also do impressive things, right? I was on your stream about a week ago, Mark, right? And what did I do? What did I do just to prove I could do it, right? I downed 4 pints of water within 2 minutes. Just water alone, just to prove it could be done. And I didn't go to the toilet till 2 days afterwards. That's how slow my metabolism is. Right? Didn't I do that, Mark? On your stream.
Hey, yeah, I remember that, Brian. Hey, shout out to Unrival for the super chat real quick. He said D wants the quiz. I put that in the chat for you. Go ahead, Brian. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate you, fam.
Yeah, it might have been your stream or Johnny Boy's stream. It was one of your two streams, right? I'm not sure which one it was, but it was one of them streams. I downed 4 pints of water just to prove I could do it within 2 minutes of each other. Just to prove it could be done. And I didn't go to the toilet to 2.5 days afterwards. My metabolism, I can train, right? Just say if you do an hour of training, for me to lose the weight you would lose in that hour or the calories, I'd have to do 6 or 7 hours of training just to lose the same weight. That's how slow my metabolism is. I've had this because for the first 2.5 years of my life, I was smaller than every other child. There was literally a child who was 1 year old and he was a lot bigger than me when it came to weight. And then once I started ballooning, it never stopped. So going up from my early 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to my teens to my 20s, I was always the fat boy. Small, stocky, but fat. And no matter what I did, I couldn't. No matter what diet I tried, no matter if I even went on periods where I didn't eat for 3 or 4 days, and then I would have a quick snack, and I'll do the same thing over again. And I'd be constantly training. I could never lose the weight. No matter what I did, I could never lose weight. So you can imagine to try and lose weight, and I've always gained weight.
Hey Brian, let me ask you one quick question. Have you ever tried to stop eating all land animals and byproducts of them, like meats, milk,
sugar?
Oh yeah. I've tried everything, D. I've ate nothing but vegetables. I even tried all meat diet. I've tried every freaking diet. I've even protein shakes, just protein shakes, and nothing else. I've tried everything, and no matter what I do, I still gain weight. So, and when I was young and I was boxing, I was a short, stocky fella in a heavyweight division, full of guys, a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" guys. Right? And I'm 5'9.5". I've been 5'9.5" since I was 18 years old. Right? And I'm still 5'9.5" because I got measured last week when I was at the doctor for just a physical checkup. So, you know, I've been constant in that. That's the one thing I've really been constant in is my height.
Yeah, but you said you were premature, so you had a disadvantage.
Yeah, I was 7.5, nearly to 8 weeks premature.
Hey,
so that's not an average person, though.
Hey, Chopstick said, Brian, aka Butterbean. Hey, look, I'll put this up because one time Brian was shadow boxing. I seen that video, right? Brian got some fast hands, dog. It do remind me like of a Butterbean, a big guy that
who's the YouTuber?
The fuck out.
Hey, I just ran into a YouTuber. He's an old head. He's like 42, short, stocky dude. You know who I'm talking about?
I don't know. I might.
He could throw hands pretty good though. I think he's a boxer, like some kind of amateur boxer, or maybe he's a trainer or something, or he just trains. I don't know. He's a black dude. He got a beard with a bald head. He's like 41 years old. Let me look and see if he comes up.
I know who you talking about. Shit. Yeah. He ain't been over here in a while. He's subscribed here.
Yeah, he's
McDojos. You talking about McDojos, right?
I don't know. I just ran into him. I just probably found him like 2 or 3 days ago. But yeah, he looks like the same thing. Look, here he is right here. Real talk boxing.
Oh yeah. I seen him about
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about real talk?
Real talk. Yeah, he's a little short, stocky guy,
Uh-huh.
fast ass hands and shit like that.
Right.
But now, see, like I said, now I'll stop calling Spence a weight bully, because if his natural weight is 160, then he's really not a weight bully. This is determining on if a guy's dropping 40, 50 pounds, in my opinion, yes, he's a weight bully. That's all I'm saying. If he's walking around naturally at 180, fighting at 140, that's fucked up. You know what I mean?
But I don't feel like it is if he can do it and get down there safely. I don't feel like he's being a weight bully.
The point I'm trying to make here, right? When I was boxing, right, I was always the heaviest guy in the ring. Always the heaviest guy in the ring. Even though height-wise, I wasn't the tallest guy in the ring. I was always the smallest height-wise, but the heaviest.
Yeah, but you also had a lot of other disadvantages being the short guy. So
what about
your weight isn't an advantage. Actually, it's a disadvantage because it probably makes you slower and shit like that.
Well, I'm slower feet. I got quick hands. If I can get on the inside, I can really cause damage to pretty much a lot of fighters. Really, I was getting on the inside with a lot of guys who were taller than me and better boxers.
We don't see guys 5'9.5", 340 pounds doing anything in the heavyweight division. So that's not really an advantage.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, if I can get on the inside, I can
Manny
cause.
Pacquiao, I don't think Manny Pacquiao ever listened to weight bullying.
No, he damn
No,
sure
I don't.
didn't.
So
No.
I don't think that it applied in this fight because you could accuse those guys of being weight bullies, but how the fuck did it apply?
Yeah,
that's my point.
I'm just saying. People are different, right?
Would like say a guy does that and he fucking kills somebody? You know what I'm saying? That's just all I'm saying, though. That's
then
like,
I would blame the official because, to be honest with you, that guy, even if he got killed, he would have taken too much punishment, dog. That's why you have officials in there. See, one thing about it, you look at mixed martial arts, they don't let these guys beat the shit out of another guy. When they out of there, they stop the goddamn fight.
Actually, yo, you know Gaethje?
Yeah, Justin Gaethje. Yeah, I know
Gaethje,
UFC.
right? I just seen. I don't really know about UFC. I actually just saw the Gaethje.
Tony Ferguson.
Oh man, what a brutal fight! Holy shit!
Tony Ferguson and Gaethje.
Yeah, the reason why I saw that was because I saw a highlight reel about Gaethje. I obviously heard about Justin Gaethje, but I didn't know the brutality of this guy, bro. This guy is a really brutal dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I watched the highlight reel and I saw how brutal this son of a bitch was and what he does to his opponents. Even in the two fights he lost, those were brutal fights. But there was in many of those fights where he was beating these dudes up and looking at the ref like, yo, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You know what I'm saying? So these refs are bad, yo. Like you said, the UFC is good like that. There's actually
they're
really
better than a lot of these boxing referees, bro.
Yeah,
yes, they are.
I have never seen a boxing fight where guys get beat up like that, man.
Oh, Max Shot got killed in the ring. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's rare. This shit happens
my God.
every
Okay, so how rare is
fight.
it in mixed martial arts, dude? It's even more rare. It's different. It's a different type of punishment, Marcus. If you don't understand mixed martial arts, then you got to understand the type of punishment. It's a different type of punishment.
Yeah, it's a lot more vicious.
It appears a lot more vicious. Do you know that bare knuckle fighting could actually be at some extent
safer? Yes,
that's right.
Yes.
So it appears to be more brutal
because it's better to get knocked out than to take sustained shots to the head.
Right. So with that knowledge, my friend, and boxers taking multiple punches, where these UFC fighters, even the high volume punchers like Justin Gaethje, is still not delivering the amount of shots with these big fucking 6 ounce, 8 ounce gloves that some of these boxers are delivering.
Right. So now that we see that's right, so we know that, right? So a guy who's 40 pounds, 50 pounds heavier doing that, and you don't really see it, it doesn't look like it's doing a lot of damage. The ref's not going to stop the fight. That's a bad thing. That's not a good thing. That's all I'm saying, though. It's not a good thing to have guys 40, 50 pounds heavier fighting other guys. That's not a good thing.
That's what it was.
Just because it can be done doesn't mean it's a good thing. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Nobody praised it, bro. I said, I'm just listen, bro.
Wilder Fury.
That's changing the argument because I'm not talking about whether it's good or bad. That's changing.
Well, no, yeah, you did because I said just because someone can do something.
I said I don't accept the
right.
weight bullying term, fam, and I explained why I don't. I didn't say whether anything was good or bad. Period. I said why I don't accept.
Well, the reason why I don't like it is because I think it's a bad thing.
That's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You thinking it's bad, but I don't think it's bad or good. That's irrelevant to me. And I never made a point about that. If that's what you're saying, that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. What I'm telling you is I don't accept it. My perspective is not as it being good or bad. I don't give a shit about any of that. That's not even how I'm looking at it. So if that's your perspective on it, fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, but that's why I look at it like that.
If I can jump in, boxing is spoken, right? So the heavyweight division is a division that just took all of that out. You haven't seen Wilder Fury be less than 30 pounds apart. And you probably won't see that fight with those guys in 30 pounds of each other.
These guys hit harder than all the
these dudes are the heavyweights are a lot different than they used to be. Heavyweights used to be 220 pounds. Is a big heavyweight like George Foreman, 224 pounds. He was considered a monster. Everybody thought he was going to really hurt Ali. The big Foreman was going to hurt Ali, and at the time he was 225. That was the big Foreman. Those guys were 210, 205 was the heavyweight division. There should be a super heavyweight division, in my opinion. These guys that are 270, fucking fighting guys that are 215, 220, that's dangerous.
Yeah, man.
That's fucking dangerous.
Listen, combat sports is dangerous, Marcus.
Yeah, I understand that, and these guys sign up for that. You know what I'm saying? But we don't need to be adding more danger on top of it. You know what I'm saying? That if there's a way to regulate some of the danger, they should.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
that's the only reason why I bring up weight bullying and stuff like that, because I just think it's dangerous. I don't. If guys want to do it and guys sign fights knowing that guy's gonna balloon up to fucking 50 pounds, hey, if you want to sign up for that fight and get your fucking brains knocked in, go right ahead. I just don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it. And that having the weigh-in the day before makes that possible. If you have the same day weigh-ins, you can kind of cut off at least 20 of those pounds. Guys ain't gonna gain 40 pounds in one day.
Let him finish.
You know, guys ain't gonna balloon up 40 pounds in one day. They might do 20, and that would be a lot. 20, 25, that would still be a lot, but it wouldn't be guys like some guys in the UFC, they weigh 220 naturally, and they can make the welterweight division, which is like what, 175? What's welterweight in UFC?
Yeah, 175.
175. The one guy I was doing an interview on Joe Rogan, the one guy, he said he walks around at 220, but he could get one down to 175. That's fucking insane, man. That's 45 pounds. Wait. What? 25 and then 20. Yeah, that's 45 pounds. That dude's a fucking heavyweight, and he's gonna fight another guy who's, you know, that's insane.
Okay, now, Marcus, just like you just said, if the other guy wants to sign up for the fight and get in there, okay. Here's the thing. All of these guys are signing up for the fight. All of these guys are warriors. All of these guys.
Of the money.
Hold up, Marcus. Dude. I didn't even allow Smoke to cut you off. So you got to stop cutting people off, man. You got to put yourself on mute if you cannot help yourself. But you can't keep cutting everyone off. Now, with that understanding that you just gave, if these guys sign up for the fight, then it's on them. And this is what's happening in the UFC and boxing. These guys are signing up for the fight, and it's the fans that's using this term weight bully. These guys aren't complaining. You don't hear Pacquiao complaining about Margarito. You don't hear these guys complaining. It's you guys that are complaining. And you guys that are using this weight bully term. It's not the fighters. They are signing up. They are signing the contract. They know these guys are big when they walk around because they know each other. You guys are the one who made this term up and complaining because either your fighters are getting beat or you're scared of the competition or whatever the reason. You don't think it's safe. You don't think it's fair. But you don't think it's fair, but the warrior is in the ring.
Yeah, but they're also doing it because of the money, bro.
Man, you can see everything that we tell you up here. You have to say, yeah, but. You ain't accepting shit.
Yeah, but they're not. I'm saying these guys make bad money. These guys make bad money their whole career, and then they get the one chance to make 10 million. They accept it, and they can get hurt.
Oh, then stop talking about weight bullying. Then, if we
exactly, dog. That's my point. Just stop talking about weight bullying.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead, dog.
There's plenty of heavyweights that weighed more than 200 pounds, while guys are weighing 190 and 180. Right? There's guys who were just bigger than everybody else. And you can say that that's why they were champions, but they also got beat by much smaller guys. That's the sport. That is the nature of it. Yes, there's divisions for a reason, but once you make weight, all this stuff should go out the window.
Yeah, but they also added a bunch of weights. There was 13 original weights.
That doesn't change it. That doesn't change it.
There was 13 original weights. They added 7. Now there's 19. And it went from same day weigh-in to 2 now the day before weigh-in.
Doesn't matter. As long as they made weight, that's the end of it.
That's the rule.
I guess so. If that's how you want to look at it, good.
That's how it is, and that's what the boxers are signing up for. It's not how we're looking at it, fam. These are the facts. This is not a perspective. This is how the sport works. And the boxers that you're talking about are signing up for this. These are the facts. This is not our perspective, dog. This is the facts, Marcus.
Yeah. Can I say something?
So let me ask you something. Everything that's a fact is okay. It's acceptable. It's just fine. It's the fact.
There you go again. That's not the argument. If it's okay, no one's arguing that. No one's saying if it's good or bad. That's not the argument.
I am saying that though. What do you mean?
Yeah, you are the only one though. So nobody's arguing with your point. Is what I'm saying. No one says, "Hey, this is a great thing. Hey, let's do it this way. Hey, this is the way it should be." None of us said that, fam.
No, but your argument is there's no such thing. There is a such thing, and it's not a good thing. That's all I'm saying. You're just saying just because you can do it.
Hold on, Smoke. Let me respond to that. My argument is the same as it's always been, Marcus. Weight bullying is bullshit. That's all my argument was. You started talking about this good or bad, acceptable or not, what's fair or not. I didn't give a fuck about none of that, and I never mentioned that. I said weight bullying is a bullshit term that came up in the mid-2000s when they introduced weight classes, which was the only reason I mentioned a long time ago. This weight bullying term didn't exist. That's all I said. Weight bullying term is a bullshit term.
Because guys weren't doing
behind it and the logic and why you feel like this and it's fair or not. What I said to that is that what you feel doesn't apply to these fucking warriors that's taking on these fights anyway. This is just what you feel. That's all I said about that. I didn't say whether it was good or bad, but these warriors, you can say it's good or bad, but what about the warriors in the ring? They don't give a shit about all of your feelings. They're in the ring fighting.
Right. So for me, the weight bullying became more popularized when they got rid of same-day weigh-ins, right? And that's really what this is about. It's about whether or not the guy, what he weighs on the night of the fight, when they step into the ring, right? But it sounds like you're making a separate argument about what they weigh before they hit the scale, which is, you know.
No, you were right. The same-day weigh-in, I think,
that argument assumes that people are actually walking around at their natural weights. And whatever, you can't make that determination, right? So the overall thing of it is that you're trying to make something as dynamic as how human beings actually carry their weight and their athletic ability. You're trying to flatten that and make it even for everyone. And the only way that they've come up to do that is to have them weigh a certain amount at a certain time. The only way,
and they changed that to a day before. My whole thing is just like you said. D said they weren't doing this 80, 90 years ago. First off, 80, 90 years ago, there was less divisions. They had the same day weigh-in.
Complaining about it, fam. No weight bully crier.
Because it didn't exist. 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 It don't exist
now.
Right. So exactly. It didn't exist because it's not really a determining factor.
Because they changed changed rules to make it so this can be able to happen.
Correct. And it's
so your argument that years ago it didn't matter and it automatically just started mattering since 2005 is because they changed the rules so that it's now guys are able to do this. Guys were never able to do this. It's a new thing.
It doesn't matter. And weight bullying still doesn't matter. It didn't matter 80 years ago, and it doesn't matter
because it didn't exist 80 years ago.
Okay, it did.
What the fuck?
Okay, your concept did exist 80.
All right, Smoke. Just give me a chance, fam. One chance. Hey, one chance, Smoke. Hold up, real quick. Marcus, your statement is oblique. You said it didn't matter because guys never did this. Well, Marcus, let me take you back before they introduced weight classes, okay? Let me take you back on a trip before they introduced weight classes when guys did exactly what you're saying that they never did. And it became boring in the sport because of the entertainment value, because they got tired of seeing these great big guys beat up these little small guys. There was no entertainment in that. So guess what they did, Marcus? They started introducing these weight classes. So what you're saying never happened did happen. And to fix that problem that you're saying, weight bully, to fix that problem, Marcus, they had a insight. They had envisioned. They said, hey, let's introduce weight classes. Marcus, this is how this all played out. Okay? So they revamped rules and all of this. So what you're saying they did, the boxers just fell in line with what they did. But what they did, Marcus, was never the boxers. Never. Ever the boxers, Marcus. So we're not going to sit here and call these boxers, in my opinion, weight bullies, because all they're doing is competing within the confines of the rules. And the they that they're talking about is boxing, the sport of boxing.
Yeah.
That's the they.
Can I say something very quickly, Dave? Then I have to go.
Yeah, Brian.
Okay, right. A lot of people say, right, in the last Tyson Fury Wilder fight, Tyson Fury put on a lot of weight. He was 255 originally going up from the first fight. He came into the ring 272. right? Deontay Wilder was 212, and he went into the ring in the second fight 231. Who gained more weight between the two fights?
We know Wilder gained more weight.
Yeah. So that argument,
it's heavyweight
It's
division.
still
Dude.
40, and it's still 40 pounds apart. And not
Heavyweight
only
division.
that, when they introduced weight classes, it was only 8 of them, and you still had guys fighting guys who were 20, 30 pounds heavier than they were.
And you also had guys that were fighting bare knuckle, and they had fucking, and
We're
then
not
they
talking about
introduced
bare knuckle
headgear,
fighting. We're talking
and
about
then
boxing.
they introduced gloves. The rules have been changing for years.
Bro, we're not talking about
the one rule I don't agree with is the next day weigh-in.
Listen, I'm just talking about whether or not guys on the night of the fight are even close in weight.
Most of the time they are.
Talking about.
Let me offer an analogy here.
Most of the time they are.
Okay, let me offer an analogy here without an interruption, if you don't mind, my friend. Just without an interruption, just one time. I'll offer an analogy here where it's another sport, and maybe this analogy will work here in this situation. In the NBA, LeBron James and the Miami Heat stacked the deck or whatever. And, you heard fans complaining about they stacked the deck. This is how they won the championship. Even though they got their asses kicked the first year, they still complained. The fans complained. So Adam Silver said, no, I'm not going to change any rules. This is the way the NBA works. And the athletes and the teams will adapt to the rules. They'll do what it takes to get better and prevail. So what happened in the NBA is the other teams started what's called stacking the deck as well. Now, in today's game, we have about 10 or 11 teams, or 8 or 9 teams that could actually win this championship because all the teams have combined forces, okay? Because the athletes are going to perform within the confines of the rules. So when we shift that same ideology to boxing, this is what we're saying about these boxers. The confines of the rules, because Marcus, is the sport of boxing. So these athletes are only performing and competing within the confines of the rules, my friend.
I get
you can
that.
call it what you hold on. Let me finish without interruption. Let me finish. You can call it what you desire. You can have your opinion on whether it's fair. A lot of fans didn't think it was fair that LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and all of them joined forces. They didn't think it was fair. But the commissioner of the NBA said the other teams and athletes will do what it takes to compete and win under the confines of the rules because LeBron and them did not break any of the rules. So these fighters that everybody's crying about weight bullying, they're coming in, they're stepping on the scales, and they're doing whatever they're supposed to do within the confines of the rules. So whatever label you guys wish to put on that, fine. I'm not arguing what label you guys wish to put on that. But one thing we're going to say here is that they are operating within the confines of the rules.
Hello, gents. I'm back.
What's up, Mark?
Yeah, I never argued about the confines of the rules. You said that in 2005-ish, this weight bullying thing started to come about. But rules, right? But rules have been changed. Rules have been changed to allow that. Before there wasn't any of this weight bullying stuff because fighters weren't able to do that because of the rules. So the rules have changed. That's all I'm saying. And they didn't change for the better. They changed. My opinion is they changed for the worse because now it allows guys to do that, which is more dangerous. That's all I've ever said. And I consider weight bullying as a thing. That's all. You're saying it isn't a thing, and I'm saying it is. That's all. Two different opinions. Your opinion is it's not a thing because they're not breaking any rules. My opinion is they changed the fucking rules so that it allows guys to be able to do that. That's it. That's the two different opinions that we have. I don't think anybody's going to change their opinion. I'm not, and you're not. That's all.
Go ahead, Mark. What'd you say? You know, Mark?
I can't hear him now.
I can't either.
And I don't even know when they started the whole weight bullying thing. I don't know if it started in 2005. I don't know when it started. But ever since they changed the rule from 1 day weigh-in to the day before day weigh-in, That's
right, but
probably when it started.
That gave rise to people complaining about something that has been in boxing the entire time.
All right, there he is. All right, hold on, Mark. I got you.
Hello, can y'all hear me there?
Yeah.
Hear me there?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Marcus, what rules did they change that makes you feel like weight bullying can happen?
Same day weigh-ins.
So the same day weigh-in rule.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
And added a bunch of more weight classes to allow it as well.
Okay. So how long do you think weight bullying's been going on?
Probably since those changed. Since same day weigh-ins and no, if you're gonna go back to fucking when guys, midgets were fighting big people and shit. I'm not talking about 200 years ago. They also didn't have gloves, and they also had all other rules have changed ever since then too. But since Marcus of Queensberry rules and regular, how many weight classes were there? 13.
Okay.
You said, or 11? How many was it again? 13?
8.
8 original weight classes. Yeah, flyweight, bantamweight, featherweight, lightweight, welterweight.
And how many are there now?
Middleweight, light heavy, and heavy. There's 17 for the active
17.
divisions.
Right, and then when did they change the 24 hour, the day before to the day of? When did they change the day of to the day
late
before?
Late 80s.
So then that's probably when it all started.
And that's actually, I think that's the last division, right? Cruiserweight also 80.
Well, technically, because cruiserweight actually came in before mini flyweight. Flyweight, like that came in at the start of the 80s smoke, but they changed the weight in 2003 up to 200 pounds. It was originally up to 190. So you can have an argument on which is younger. Technically, cruiser is a bit older, but cruiser, as we see it today, is 17 years old.
Why do I feel like there was a 190 division? Whatever happened to that? Wasn't there a 190 division?
That was the original cruiserweight, and they extended the weight by 10 pounds.
They brought it to 205.
Light heavy. They screwed around with the light heavy. It took them a minute to get what we have.
The limit's 200 pounds.
200 pounds, right? So it went from. So there was a big gap between 175 and 200, or wasn't it 175, 190, and then they moved it to 200? Is that what? Because I remember, wasn't
that's what adding 10 pounds would be.
Wasn't Pavlik a cruiserweight at one point? He was like 190.
Probably.
Yeah, because that's what I feel like. I remember watching a Pavlik fight. He was fighting at cruiserweight, and he said he weighed 190.
All right, Mark, go ahead and finish your point.
Well, my thing is, I think weight bullying has. If you want to say by the rules of today that there's weight bullying, I think weight bullying's been a facet in boxing from Broughton rules all the way through to Marcus of Queensberry. I mean, there's fighters who fought in 1926, 1932, 1943 with 25-pound weight disadvantages. I mean, look at Henry Armstrong when he fought against Barney Ross alone. Yeah, he was 133 pounds. He was 9 pounds lighter. That's weight bullying. He was smaller. Barney Ross, the bigger guy. Barney Ross still lost. Henry still won the title. I mean, we take it up through the 50s and we go through that as well. Same things were happening. Jake LaMotta versus Ray Robinson at middleweight. Ray Robinson was below the welterweight limit and LaMotta was at 160. You have Tommy Hearns in the 80s who was able to hydrate. He was able to hydrate with same-day weigh-ins, 20 pounds above his opponent. I mean, it's been a continuous factor in the sport if you want to say it exists. Otherwise, it doesn't exist because these people were able to make these weights, so they were doing it and they wanted to do it. Ray Robinson was able to beat people with 16-pound weight disadvantages. Sam Langford was able to beat men with 70-pound weight disadvantages.
My point exactly.
Beat a guy who was 258 pounds when he was 100. Wait, it was more than that. I think he was like 172. Like he beat a 300-pound man in the ring. And he was like in the 170s. He was below the light heavy.
Let him finish.
Heavy. I mean, Joe Jeanette regularly fought at 168, fighting guys who were 200 pounds, and he was beating them at heavyweight. Harry Greb did the same thing with Gene Tunney. Gene Tunney weighed in at 190 plus pounds, fighting against Harry Greb. Harry Greb was only 159 to 163 pounds at max, and he was fighting against guys who were coming in above the light heavy limit, up at 180 and 190. Tunney only gained 3 pounds between one of his fights with Harry Greb and fighting Jack Dempsey for the heavyweight title. So it's been a continuous factor in this sport. It's not
right,
it's nothing that changes.
One off here and there.
Right? No.
No, guys did it here and there.
If it was one off here and there,
it's like an everyday thing.
If it was one off here and there, how come I was able?
He's giving you the ATGs. He didn't say Joe never weighed more than 137 pounds.
Yeah. Hold on, Smoke, because Mark is doing a good point. Right? Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. Go with that point.
Like it wasn't a one-off thing. Langford, right? Let's just go with Langford. Let's look with Langford, right? Just look at Langford alone. Langford regularly fought with 25 to 30 pound weight disadvantages over his opponents. Even if those were light heavyweight contests and they were set for light heavyweights, people would come in 30 pounds above the limit and the fights would still have to be sanctioned. That was racial bullying and weight bullying at the same time, because he would just have to if it was against a white guy. I mean, boxing way back when was way worse for that.
And that's
it might be no. Hold on. Boxing throughout its entire history, yeah, you will have all of this go on. I mean, you can bring it up when you have guys like fucking Primo Carnera fighting against guys who are fucking 5'6".
And I mean, look at Dwight Muhammad. Is my point.
Look at Dwight Muhammad. Dwight Muhammad Kawi, when he fought against Michael Spinks, Michael Spinks was 21 pounds heavier than Dwight Muhammad Kawi at light heavyweight in the ring. He was 21 pounds heavier than him. Dwight Muhammad Kawi couldn't gain more than 5 pounds on the same day. I mean,
so
I think the day before is actually a better process, and the reason why is both fighters are properly hydrated. If one other guy is cutting more weight and he comes in bigger, he's also had to work excessively hard to make that, and he's draining himself to make the weight initially. A guy who doesn't have to work as hard to make the weight, he's less drained, but he's smaller in the ring.
So it's dangerous for two guys.
Or it's equal, or it's an equal, or it's equal. What would happen if Errol Spence came in at 147 and he got up to 157, right? And he can fight fine at 157, and he fights, let's say, Keith Thurman, right, who struggles his ass to get to 147, and he needs those extra 10 pounds, and he can only gain 3 pounds on the same day, and he gets beaten the shit out of him because he can't make up that extra amount. That used to happen, and back then in the 80s and 70s and 60s and 50s on the regular, because of same-day weigh-ins per year per capita, we had twice the amount of deaths in boxing that we do have today. Keep this in mind, twice the amount of deaths with half the amount of competition. With half the amount of competition. There was half the amount of fighters fighting in the 50s compared to now. Half. Just half in compared to the last 10, 15 years. And we had twice the amount of deaths. That is no coincidence.
But in 2020, it's dangerous and it's weight bullying. And my point is this. If it has existed throughout boxing, it's a non-issue, fam, because they can keep changing the rules to try to rectify the situation. And from what I see, when people get so mad at how unsafe it is. Hold on, Marcus, I'm going to have to mute you, dog. I have not muted you the whole time. You got to stop doing that. So for what I see with what Mark just explained to us, if it was half the guys competing, but twice the fucking deaths, and in 2020, it's double the guys competing and less than half the deaths, and it's so fucking dangerous, which is what everybody complain is. This weight bullying shit is bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's a term, bro. It's a term that people want to jump on for whatever fucking reason they want to jump on. But this is an issue that has existed. It has existed. And they, the so-called they, these people, this is the sport of boxing. They changed the rules. This is the sport of boxing. Go ahead,
Can I ask a question? Is Manny Pacquiao a weight bully?
How could he be? He fought the bigger guys.
Yeah,
he may have fought the bigger. He may have fought the bigger guys. Yeah. What about earlier in his career when he's fighting against flyweights? This is a man who was capable throughout his career at getting up as high as 154 and maintaining all of his maximum output.
You never
but at his when he was fighting those guys, he was also 108 pounds, 112 pounds. Your body changes as you get older. He was 18 years old fighting Marcus.
Let me take this one.
Go ahead,
we might be picking with the wrong one this time, Marcus. Do you know what weight Manny Pacquiao was when he was walking around, his walking around weight before the Chachatoy Sasakul fight. This is his first world title fight. His first world title fight at 115 pounds. He was 141 pounds walking around 4 weeks beforehand. He had to cut 26 pounds at 5'7" or 5'6" at that time. How did he do that?
That little skinny ass, malnourished fucking
No,
kid
not the
was
141
pounds.
Not the 108 pounder, not the 108 pounder 3 years before. The one who had made enough money to be able to eat better and was fighting at 115 pounds in his first world title fight 3 years later. Not the dude who was malnourished, the dude who actually became something. He actually was 141 pounds. When he first came to America, he was 140 pounds in every camp.
To 118.
He went from 108
a bunch of fucking divisions.
His first, oh my god, was it 115 or 112? He beat Sasakul 112. It was flyweight 112, right?
And that little skinny ass Manny Pacquiao weighed 141.
A little skinny Manny Pacquiao in his own fucking book, in his own damn book, said he was 141. In his own damn book.
I don't know how that is.
You don't want to believe nothing, Marcus. You don't want to believe shit nobody's telling you, fam. Because every time we tell you,
you just said he wasn't a weight bully either. I didn't even know that about Manny Pacquiao. I didn't read his fucking book where he said he weighed 140.
Marcus, stop getting emotional. Stop. Calm.
I'm getting emotional. You're the one saying that I don't want to hear it. I didn't know it. It's not that I don't.
And you didn't know the shit about Spence. And you didn't know the shit about Spence.
You're arguing and not letting me say.
Yeah, and once you told me about it, I agreed with you. Once you told me about it, I agreed with you.
Okay, Marcus, hold on, slow down, dog. You keep saying that you didn't know this about Spence, and okay, you agree with me. Now you're saying
after you told me I did, yeah.
Okay, Marcus, chill for a second and listen. I hear you. You agree with that. I'm not getting on you about anything. I'm trying to bring a point up, but you won't listen. You keep coming back to the point, well, I didn't know this. So you don't know all these things, but you have this opinion without all of this information that you don't fucking know. This is what I was trying to get to.
My opinion is what it is. I just think it's unsafe. If he's saying that Manny weighed 140 and fought at 112, then yeah, he's a weight bully too. My opinion's not going to change per fighter of what they did. My opinion is what it is because I just don't think it's fucking safe and it should be done.
So what was ever safe in the sport of boxing then? But all that shit that Mark explained to you before, how people were dying twice as much, what was ever safe? What was ever safe? Because you don't think the rules the same day weigh-in, even though the sport of boxing is safer now, you think the same day weigh-ins was the fucking issue, even though the sport of boxing is safer now. Hold on, dude. Let me finish. What's safer then?
You leave out context, though.
What?
You leave out context, right? Back in the 40s and 50s, now it's 2020. You have way better trainers. You have way better supplements. You have dudes that take steroids and get away with it. You have all these fucking factors in. You had racial injustice then that made smaller fighters fight bigger fighters. So yeah, it was more dangerous then. But changing, adding weight classes and allowing guys to fucking balloon up 24 hours, it's more dangerous. Just because less guys are dying now doesn't mean it's not any more as dangerous and a dumb fucking rule.
Okay, so allowing guys, what you said, now I'm just gonna go off of what you just said. So instituting weight classes and allowing guys to blow up and weight is more dangerous than allowing a 225-pound guy to go in there with a 170-pound guy. That's
no,
what
it's just as dangerous, I said.
You just said more, you just said
more or less.
Okay,
I just said that there's context of why guys can also do some of the things Marcus, they do, blow up 30, 40 pounds.
Okay, Marcus, but you just said more, or I wouldn't have asked you that question. You just
said
more.
My thing is the danger is not going to be. I'm not going to argue if a guy did something. I'm not arguing that Spence is a weight bully or this guy's a weight bully or if this guy's done it before is a weight bully. I'm saying it does exist and it's bad. That's all I'm saying. I don't care who's done it. I don't care who hasn't done it. That was never my argument. I don't call specific guys weight bullies. I just said it does. In my opinion, it does exist. Is all I'm saying.
Well, we all agree.
Your opinion said you did right, and I said, well, neither one of us are probably gonna change our opinions. That's all.
Right. I'm not trying to.
I don't even know why we've been on this for that long. Like, you're trying to change my opinion. You're trying to debunk the way I think or make me agree with the way you think.
No,
I don't know why we even still talking about it.
Not at all.
I have a question.
Hold on, Smoke. You get your question out. I'm not trying to change anything. I'm trying to get, if I don't understand or I don't get the logic in the way someone's thinking, that's what I'm trying to do. And I just don't get the logic, because if you have resolved to the fact where you're saying, well, neither way was any more dangerous than the other, so you think they're equally as dangerous, or you come to the conclusion, yeah, well, it was equally as dangerous. That's the conclusion. Then if the term just came about in 2000, the mid 2000s, and it wasn't there before, either it existed always.
That's what you say.
Hold on for a second, fam. Either it existed always or it never existed.
Well, according to Unrivaled, it existed always.
Okay. Or it never existed, because what didn't exist always, which is something that I know, and you could do your research and find out, is the fucking term weight bully. The issue has existed always, and that's what was established here. Okay?
I think people just start calling.
I will have to put you on mute because I got to get a thought out, though. The issue has existed here the whole time. We've all agreed on that. That's what Mark just established. This issue has been here since the dawn of boxing. What we do know also as a fact is that fucking term has not been here since the dawn of boxing. That term weight bully and the complaint and the motherfucking fans crying, that has not existed the whole time. So that's my whole point.
Really? Okay. So for me, the popularization of the term seems to be centered around Errol Spence. Just for me, this is just my own anecdotal experience, right? But my question is, and because this is why they got rid of the same day weigh-in, do you think that you should have a dehydrated fighter going into a fight versus a guy that has maybe a lot bigger than his fight weight? Which one do you think is more dangerous? A guy who's bigger than the fight weight normally, like maybe 20, 30 pounds bigger than his fight weight, that shrinks down and then rehydrates, or sending a guy into a fight that is dehydrated?
Obviously, the dehydrated fighter.
Right. That's why that is the determination that they made, which is why they got rid of the same day weigh-in.
Right, but if they allow a guy 24 hours, that guy wouldn't try to fucking make that weight. He would, if he knows he can't make that weight and get hydrated, he wouldn't try. That's my point. He wouldn't fucking even try.
And that's why they always revamp and try to change rules to try to rectify these situations. But the thing is that this issue, once again, has always existed. No matter what rule they try to make, things still happen. Right. If it existed, so if they keep changing the rules, then it's just an issue that exists, bro. But to label a certain fighter or a certain situation or something, to give this shit a label, why are we giving this a label in 2020 when this shit has been going on since the dawn of boxing? Why are we labeling it now to complain about a fight?
So your argument is the label. The label, that's your argument.
Just to complain about a fucking fight when this shit's been going on the whole fucking time. Now we're gonna label it and say, "Oh, he's a weight bully." It's a bullshit complaint.
So your argument is the label.
That's what I said in the beginning, dude.
Oh yeah, bro.
The term weight bully. I said this shit consistently in the beginning. The term weight bully is a bullshit term. I've been consistent with that. You cannot label situations of fighters weight bully. This is what I said the whole fucking time. Bullshit.
I'll agree with you then on that. You can't argue it because it has been happening the whole time, but it's a good name for it because it is pretty much what it is. The guy's bullying his weight.
Fine, that's fine, but again, that's what I was trying to say to you. I'm not trying to change your fucking opinion, bro. I was just trying to get understanding. And my thing is, I can't understand the term if this is something that, for so many reasons, when they introduce weight classes, the shit that Mark wrote down, it's so many reasons to me why it's a bullshit term. and it just doesn't. It's irrelevant because these issues exist. It's like saying with the making of the fights, we know that sanctioning bodies and promoters and all of this shit gets in the way. So what are we going to start making a label for that dumb shit? Like, this is shit that exists in boxing. Why are we labeling it for certain fights, and when there's fights that this shit is going on in and nobody fucking talks about it? Nobody talks about no fucking weight bullying in a lot of the fights that Michael Garcia had. Nobody talked about no fucking weight bullying in a lot of the fights that Terence Crawford had. Nobody talked about weight bullying in a lot of the fights that Canelo had, and so forth and so on. But they talked about
actually, I think they do.
Hold on, Marcus. Let me finish. I didn't say never, but I'm making a point here. So let me finish my point. But when you talk about a fighter like Spence, it's discussed in damn near every single fucking fight. That was my point.
Well, Spence probably didn't help himself by being a jerk in between fights and going up to 180.
See, again, that does not matter, Marcus. That's irrelevant, man. Hold on, Smoke. That is irrelevant. What I'm saying is people want to pick and choose when they want to implement this fucking term. I don't care what the fighter did. You keep making a point of what Spence.
Well, I've heard people call Canelo that.
How can we pick and choose when to label a fight weight bullying? How can we fucking pick and choose this? But we want to label a fight weight bullying. How can we fucking do that, honestly, dog? That's bullshit.
I just got one quick point.
Canelo was a weight bully at 147. A lot of people used to say that.
Yeah, and again,
just to clarify though, when Spence was getting called a weight bully, he was the IBF champ and had a limit to how much he could even rehydrate to.
This is my point exactly. Weight bullying term is new. The parenthesis is an age old as time. Exactly, bro. The term is fucking new. That's it. I don't give a fuck. People want to label this.
Yeah, the term is new, but it's good name for it. That's all I'm saying. If you wanted to call a motherfucker back then that was doing it a weight bully, that's probably what they should have been.
Can we bridge this gap with some Can we bridge this gap maybe with some hypotheticals? Maybe it would be better if you had 30 and 60-day weigh-ins.
I thought they did. They were doing 30 and 60-day weigh-ins with
you can have that within a sanction. You can have that, but I'm saying to mandate it that this must happen. Like if you don't hit a weight 30 days out, usually it's maybe a fine. The fine
that's a great rule. I thought they had that. IBF. Weren't they weighing GGG?
Usually it's a fine and it's between a negotiated thing. It's not like the sanctioning body say if you miss a target weight at 30 days, then that means they won't sanction the fight. That's not there.
So why were they weighing GGG and Cale Brook 60 and 30 days out? Just for shit and giggles?
Probably because they negotiated that way. That's why
hold on right quick.
Situation, not every situation.
All right, hold on right quick, Marcus. Unraveled. I got this up. I'm getting ready to share it, but jump up here right quick and explain it because I know you put it up, but I'm getting ready to share it.
No, he explained it good. All those guys were doing it. We know they were doing it.
All right, Marcus. I'm talking about something I'm getting ready to share on the screen. Mark just sent me something I'm getting ready to share on the screen, and I wanted him to jump up here and explain that. Okay.
What Smoke said I think is a good idea, though. They should do that with the 60 and 30 days mandatory in all fights. That would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Because at this point, it seems like what we're arguing is sitting a fighter in versus sitting a fighter in who has cut a bunch.
All right. So this is what Mike put up. Weight division.
They're both pretty dangerous.
All right. Hold on, guys. This is what Mark put up. Weight divisions. It says, prior to Barry Human's research, there has never been a definitive list of weights by time scale. Here's a PDF of Barry's research. Hold on. Mark, it would be easier if you came up here and broke some of this down, though. I mean,
that little ass font too. Yeah, it would, right?
Oh no, I can bring this up. Hold on.
It's blurry as shit.
I know. Hold up. I'm gonna expand it right quick.
That's a little better. At the start of glove fights, altogether certain name weight classes are already recognized.
All right, there we go. All right, so I don't know. Again, Mark just gave us some information here. Junior fly.
$18.99 flies 1909.
By 1920, and the weight class limit has been standardized and are reflected as such within the listings.
So 1909 is when they had the originals.
So see, look at this here though.
1877 to 1899, 166 pounds, heavyweight. Holy shit!
Right. So see, this is the shit that I'm talking about. Thanks, Mark. Okay, here he is. Here he is.
So that shows you how guys, how people's bodies have changed too. A heavyweight was considered a 166 pound dude.
All right, hey Marcus, real quick, let's let Mark talk about this since he sent it.
Yeah,
go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, y'all can hear me okay this time?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we talk about like weight differentiations in boxing, right, and the origins of each division, one thing that we need to understand is like timelines, time periods, right? So like on screen, D has it shown for 22 years, the heavyweights could be a minimum of what today would be within the super middleweight division, okay? But there was no limit. So the average size heavyweight back then at world level was roughly about 170 to 174 pounds, like John L. Sullivan, etc. But you had guys who were walking around and fighting, and they were 200 plus pounds. They were not too long after. When you start going into like the late 1890s, you had fighters like Jack Johnson coming through in 1898. He was about 190 plus pounds. He had 20-pound weight advantages over certain guys. They lifted the limit up to 170 at the back end of 1899. You'll see it there. Joe Choinsky beat Australian Jim Ryan, and that's what capitalized the birth of the light heavyweight division. If you want to go down there to the light heavyweight division, I'm sure it'll be there. D.
Yeah, my bad. What'd you say?
Scroll down to the light heavy division.
All right. Well,
it was originally middleweight, the middleweight limit to 170, 1899 to 1903. You'll see the first fight that took place there was in 1903 with Jack Root, right? But Joe Choinsky, etc., was the one who labeled the first start of 170 pounds plus heavyweight, which gave birth to that light heavyweight division, the end of 1899. That's what started all of that. So you then had a leap from 160 to 170 would be just one weight division. Now, the reason more weight divisions came into it throughout the periods of time was actually for safety. Because earlier on, you had a lot more people dying, and you could rule that down to a number of factors like this, no stand no count, the neutral corner, etc. Okay, those were important factors because when a fighter would get up, he'd immediately start getting mauled. You've been in a street fight before, right, guys? You've been in a street fight. You're down, you try to get up, and someone punches you in the head as you're getting up. Yeah, happened in boxing all the time back then. So that was an important rule to change the neutral corner. Okay. Fighter going to a neutral corner. That's one thing that changed it. A lot of these precautions came in over time to pretty much bring up safety. I just wanted this to be brought up so you could see like the birth and origins of each weight division. Like if you go down to the bottom of the page, it'll give you an idea of when each weight division actually started. Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Mark?
You can ask me whatever you want.
You brought up a good thing, right? A good point when you were saying that the standing 8 count, 15 round, 12 rounds instead of 15, they changed a lot of rules. So less deaths because of all the rules they changed.
Yeah. So
that adds context. So guys fighting bigger and much bigger guys and shit, they weren't necessarily dying because of that. There were the other rules that were changed. Now there's
it didn't help them that when they were getting up, they were getting punched by a dude 60 pounds heavier than them.
Right, but now that there's less deaths in boxing, it's probably because of all of the rules that you said have changed, not because of the weight classes.
No, the weight classes can have the changing of weight classes has helped stop it too. Keep going now, D.
All right.
If you added a shit ton of weight classes, right, but then which was probably definitely added safety, But I think changing the rules with the 24-hour thing, that just allows guys to be able to gain more weight. Therefore, they'll try to lose more weight. If you did the same day weigh-ins, like the weight divisions is fine. Adding them that helped out for safety reasons and stuff. You could probably go back to same day weigh-ins, and that would make guys not walk around at 160 and fight at 140. They might walk around at 160 and fight at 147 or maybe 154 because they wouldn't be able to lose 20 something pounds the same day and be able to be healthy, hydrated the same night. So they probably wouldn't try to fight at the lower weights, which would be more safe. Probably.
Sure, we can have that opinion. We can have that opinion, but we can also go into the opinion that nutrition was different, work regimes were different, fitness regimes were different as well.
Yeah, I just said that to D. Steroids, extra, better nutrition.
Which can
now.
Even without steroids, the average man is able to lose more weight today due to nutrition. Because we understand.
We know more.
They didn't have
it too, right? Yeah.
They didn't have macronutrients. They didn't understand fats and proteins and carbohydrates and working out what your macros are and understanding weight to body regime, a gallon per water per pound of body weight or whatever you want to do, right? There was a lot of different ways of rehydration methods. Now, if we look down there, our cruiserweight there is the youngest division, 17 years old in the current climate that we see today, right? 2003. Okay. If you go all the way down to the bottom there, you'll see mini flyweight thing.
All right, hold on, I'm going
118 all the way down to 105.
Mini flyweight since 1987. Now, a lot of people, they look at how many weight divisions today we have. We have 17. I want you to count the first 25 pounds of boxing right now, from 105 to 130. Count them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Half of the weight divisions are there for safety precautions of fighters. And the majority of fighters from 105 to 126 pounds are from what continent, guys?
Asia.
And what country is the smallest in the world? Like, what continent, on average, is the smallest continent?
Same.
It's the same. You see, back in the 30s and 20s, you didn't have Asian fighters. Right. It became more worldwide. So the idea of adding it in, but if you look at like through the the 40-pound weight divisions, etc., the weight jumps are based off of percentage to height ratios. A guy jumping 25 pounds and standing at only 5 feet tall, let's say Ricardo Lopez, he makes a leap up and he gets from 105 and he goes up to 130. That's 1/5 of his body weight.
That's insane.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And probably not healthy.
But if you look at a guy who moves from 147, okay, and he makes the same 5 weight leaps like Sugar Ray Robinson did, up to 175, that's 28 pounds. That's not 1/5.
Yeah, but you also think you think Sugar Ray? Do you think Sugar Ray did that naturally?
Possibly not. I did he ever test positive?
Yeah, a lot of guys don't test positive.
Were steroids as regularized in the late 70s and 80s as they are in the 2000s? They weren't as regularized. They were harder to get a hold of. They were twice as expensive.
And not only that, like now they could, you test for certain things, but they come up with a new compound that the tests don't even pick up. Steroids is a hard thing to catch up on ever. And guys will probably they'll never actually catch up on steroids because every time they do find out about a steroid, a different one's created that they can't even have a test for. So,
well, you can do hundreds of different things with them, but that's a completely another argument. If we want to start getting into the drug synthesization and where that originates and how that kind of came into productivity, that's a completely new discussion. Just on weight itself. The concept of weight bullying, the concept of weight divisions, right? A lot of the weight divisions we see today, right? Half of them are because of percentage of body weight and protection up until you reach 135 pounds, really. Because if you take a look at the size of Teofimo Lopez, okay, this is a man who can walk around at 160 pounds, and you stand him next at his prime weight at 135 next to Moonstreet at 105. The size difference is comparable to Teofimo and Dorticus up at 200 pounds, and it's 65 pound difference. And that's only a 30 pound leap.
Floyd Mayweather would beat Sugar Ray Leonard by unanimous decision.
Alex, goodbye. All right, go ahead.
So that's why weight divisions were introduced. Now, you can look at it as being more protective. You can look at people being able to abuse the system. There are a lot of fighters who can abuse any type of system. There are a lot of people who can do it, especially today. I personally believe with how many steroids we have, it's easier to abuse a same-day weigh-in system. Because let's say Spence, he decides, hey, you know what? Because most fighters are on PEDs and they rehydrate. Most of them are. But let's say a guy like Spence, he doesn't go to 147. He cuts down to 154, more of a natural weight from him, right, on the same day. And he comes in and he rehydrates throughout the day to 165, 166. Let's say a natural guy, like, I don't know, like Castano or whatever. Let's say Castano's natural. He's going to struggle way more to gain the weight. He's smaller in dimension overall in terms of his back, his legs. He's not quite as large fully to that extent, but he has a lot of output. He's an output fighter. So when he's doing all of his output work, he's going to drain much quicker on that day without the extra water in his body. And it's going to cause him more damage and take away his ability to be able to form in what would actually be his natural weight.
So how do we get guys to fight at their natural weight? If not saying
I think most people are fighting at their natural weights, to be perfectly honest. I think most fighters can make these weights with or without steroids to some extent, and some maybe within 5 pounds. I don't think going back to same-day weigh-ins is going to change anything. It's just going to probably increase death toll.
What about what Smoke suggested then, maybe making guys weigh a certain amount days up till the fight?
You could do that. Now that would show consistency, and then on the same day weigh-in, they could do that. But also at the same point, if they were to do that, they could be miscalculating or whatever, and they could end up damaging themselves by having to keep
know that there's
time
steroids.
scale.
You know there's steroids that leave your system in like 20 to 24 hours too, right?
Auxiliprine.
Yeah, there's some fast-acting steroids. Like you could take it. Like, all right, so a lot of people
Auxiliprine.
What was that episode of 24/7 Floyd Mayweather? I forget what fight he was fighting, right? We all know Floyd gets up at 3 a.m. to start training, right? That was one of his things he used to say. He'd be running in Vegas at like 3 a.m. with his bodyguards driving behind him in the car or whatever. So if a guy wakes up at 3 a.m., takes his PEDs, starts his performance and shit like that, and then a USADA guy shows up at 11 p.m., and then that guy sits there for 8 hours before he gives him a sample while having a water bottle in his hand and laughing and bullshit and filming the whole time, and then waits till fucking 5 a.m. to give the sample. That means he just went 28 hours. Of course that thing's going to be out of his system.
Possibly.
You know?
Possibly, but that's if that is legit. That's if that's what he's doing. That's an assumption.
It's a pretty good assumption, is all I'm saying.
It's an assumption.
So guys use, there's a whole slew of ways for guys to be able to do that. It's not always naturally. That's my point too. Like he was saying, this guy could naturally do that. Well, it might not be so natural.
Well, if you want all of that type of stuff gone, right? You have one solution, and that's to get rid of boxing.
Or better testing. More
Who's going to fund
testing.
Contact your government then and tell them to make it government funded. Otherwise, it'll never happen.
And what the hell does that got to do with the term? But look at this. This is just something I was looking at. I hate the term weight bully. It's used as an excuse. Hold on. It's used as an excuse for why the bigger man beat the smaller man. As far as I'm concerned, unless the fighter doesn't rehydrate, every fighter outside the heavyweight division is a weight bully. They all trim down and weight to make the weight limits. Just some guys do it better. What I've been saying? What have I been saying this whole?
Can I say one thing, D?
Some guys do it better.
If we're going to use the term weight bullying, the one person I'd label a complete and utter weight bully would be Errol Miller, because he used human growth hormone to maximize his size. And he used stuff like EPO to maximize his stamina, so he could carry the maximum amount of weight humanly possible on his frame and maintain the highest amount of stamina. That's bullying.
Maximum amount of energy.
Size and weight to do it. Yeah, that's true weight bullying if you want to go with the term.
Well, what about this shit Canelo was caught with, clenbuterol? That's another one that allows
hold on, bro. Let's not say that. Canelo was never caught with clenbuterol. Go ahead.
What are you talking about? That's what he tested positive for.
No, hold on, bro. He wasn't caught with clenbuterol. Go ahead. That's a false narrative. Go ahead, continue.
No, Unrivaled. What was he caught with?
For it.
Bro, that's unfactual, bro. Unrivaled. That's unfactual. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go with Unrivaled since he knows a lot. What was Canelo?
No. Unrivaled does not know more than me. Go ahead.
Unrivaled. What did Canelo test positive for?
He was banned for the substance of trace amounts of clenbuterol.
Clenbuterol. Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought that's what it was.
It's unfactual. Go ahead.
Oh, it's unfactual. Okay.
Yes.
So what was he suspended for? What was the contamination of the meat that he ate? What was the contaminant? If it wasn't clenbuterol,
clenbuterol.
No, I want Hefe to tell me because he's saying it wasn't clenbuterol. What was it then?
It wasn't. No, bro, it's in the meat. We all know it's in the meat.
What was in the meat?
Every percentage. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Chill out, bro. Let me speak.
Come on,
let the cock speak. Let the cock speak. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, okay, let me say this real quick. Go ahead and speak.
Let me say this real quick, bro. Because when the OG speaks, bro, everybody gotta go on mute, bro. Real talk. Let me say this real quick. When we're speaking about factual things, bro, we gotta go into the facts.
Right.
And when I speak about the facts, I speak the truth. If you get what I mean, bro. So what Canelo was caught with was clenbuterol, of course, but every percentage of the meat in Mexico has clenbuterol. So what WADA did, it gave the WBC and the Boxing Commission, bro. You understand? Facts. So what I'm saying, bro.
What did they do? What's facts? What did they do?
Hold on, bro. You're cutting me off, bro.
Because you didn't say shit.
Hold on, bro. You're cutting me off, bro. What they did, bro. WADA said it was okay because it's natural. It's a natural thing the meat in Mexico has, bro. Right. You know what I'm saying, bro? 0.03% of clenbuterol, which is natural in all human beings, bro. All of us have clenbuterol. So it's not that he took anything, bro. It was, you know what I'm saying?
We speaking because facts. Clenbuterol is not a natural.
Go ahead. All right, Hefe, you finished?
Yeah.
All right, good. Go ahead, Marcus.
Because he's saying natural. Clenbuterol is not a natural substance your body makes. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't have clenbuterol.
I don't have clenbuterol in my system.
I have clenbuterol.
D, do you have clenbuterol in your system?
I have clenbuterol.
You don't, right? You don't have it, D?
No, but okay. Why did WADA give the WBC that report then?
Hey, yeah, Smoke, do you have clenbuterol in your system, Smoke?
Yeah, I have faith.
The issue is clenbuterol being a banned substance. If it was naturally occurring in your body, then you couldn't ban it. Right?
So you don't have it in your body, right, Smoke? And D, you don't have it in your body, right?
No.
And I don't have it in my body. And the natural human being doesn't have it in their body. Oh, okay.
You can get trace amounts of banned substances that occur naturally, but it's above a trace amount, right? So that's when it triggers.
Right. Canelo's was above a trace amount. That's why he got suspended.
Right.
Nothing natural about what Canelo's clen levels were.
Nah, man. The clenbuterol, I was just listening to Hefe give his breakdown. Like, nobody's arguing that clenbuterol shit with Canelo, man. The nigga got
not even Canelo is arguing that he didn't have it in the system.
Yeah, and if you look up what Computerol does, if you want to research what Computerol does, it's exactly what, you know, we saw Canelo go through for like 5 years of his career. Get bigger, stronger, and faster. For 5 years. Every time he was getting better and better and better, bigger, stronger, faster. Canelo, look at the size of him. Look at the picture of Canelo right there. Look at his damn neck. His head got bigger, bro. The dude's head got bigger. Whose head grows after 19? D, did your head get bigger after you were 19 years old?
No.
No, right?
No.
My head didn't grow after 19. Did yours smoke?
But hold on.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Hold on, Marcus. Let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't know. You said we all know. So I want to ask you a question, or ask you to break down what is it that Computerol actually does. I want you to break that down.
I believe from what I saw, it gives you more stamina, more recovery, more muscle per like leniency of your body, the way however, you know, how lean you are to muscle mass that you gain. And what he didn't fail for, I'm sure he added, because no one takes Clen by itself. There's like 3 other things that you would take one of the 3 with Clen to make, you know, to get the more benefits of Clen. So just because he failed for Clen didn't fail for anything else. I'm sure he had other, you know, maybe some testosterone added to that or whatever else.
Yeah. Well, Computerol specifically, the effects it is mostly used for is muscle growth and fat reduction.
And fat reduction as well, yeah.
Right. Muscle growth and fat reduction.
You lose the fat, but gain more muscle.
Gain muscle. That's
right.
Most.
But it also has very good for your oxygen. Like it does something with the blood.
No, hold on. Now, when you started talking about being utilized with other substances, then you can start to increase stamina and all of these. But the main use for Clenbuterol is muscle growth and fat reduction. You can add other. Marcus, give another person a chance. Now you can add other things to it, which a lot of these other things are also banned. Which Canelo had no trace of these things in his system, but he's being accused of taking this Clenbuterol for certain effects that these other drugs weren't found. But remember, the main just Clenbuterol is muscle growth, fat reduction. Now, my point that I'm making here is if for some reason he was utilizing it for, well, hold on, Johnny boy, hold on. Before you come in with your Canelo hate, you're going to have to hold on 1 second. So if he was utilizing it for what everyone claims he was, why is it that only Clenbuterol was found, but none of these other drugs that have to be, and you guys even admit, it has to be taken along with these other peds to get the effects that you guys are accusing him of?
You want me to answer that?
Hold on. They haven't found on any of those other peds. They only found the Clenbuterol, which equates to what? Muscle growth.
Would you like me to answer it?
And D. Jefferson, the percentage level was
extremely
below.
low. Exactly.
Yeah,
extremely low. Right. That's a good point.
It actually made sense with.
Hold on. You're right. That's a good point that he's making. And Marcus, I'm gonna let you take off, but let me expound on why El Jefe said that. Because it was proven that it was so low. That the
actually it was proven that it wasn't low enough to be meat consumption, though.
Okay. These are reports, Marcus, and articles. Now, we go back to this stuff, and then I can pull up links and articles, and then you're just going to sit up here and say, you know what? I didn't know that. I'm not going to argue with you about these articles and stuff that we've already researched. Only thing I'm just going to tell you is, fam, I asked you the thing about Clenbuterol, right? I asked you, explain us what that means. And you specifically said, you can wind it back yourself. I believe from what I saw. That's what you said to all of us. I believe from what I saw. Now, I can pull up an article. I can pull up a doctor report. I can pull up things to show you exactly what Clenbuterol is used for. And without the other PEDs, you will not get the effects that fans are accusing Canelo for. I can show you articles, not what I believe from what I saw. So this is all I'm trying to tell you, fam. We can take these shots at certain boxers, but we cannot come with narratives of what people say. We have to come with proof. We can't come with what Donnie Boy says, which I'm getting ready to let him in. Canelo's a pussy, he's a coward, and all of this. We can't go along with that. We have to go along with proof. Okay? And right now, I'm just giving you proof. Even with what El Jefe is telling you, there are things to validate the things that he's saying. Not from what we believe, from what we saw, fam.
Canelo's
and articles and such.
Canelo's a roided up fucking cherry picker.
I knew what you was gonna say.
Let's speak facts, man. Let's speak facts.
Hey, y'all two, El Jefe, I'll kick you off as fast as you came on. Don't even talk to Johnny Boy. You up here to talk to me and everybody else, not Johnny Boy.
Yeah, don't talk to me.
So Johnny Boy saying with you. Seriously, bro. I'm gonna kick either one of y'all off. I don't want that shit right now. Don't speak to each other because y'all cannot communicate. So don't speak to each other.
I didn't say nothing, D.
Don't reference each other. Don't take no fucking shots on kicking y'all the fuck off. Seriously. Let's continue with this discussion. My nigga. All right, so here we go.
No, but
go ahead.
Canelo's a roided up diva cherry picker. He's never fought anybody that wasn't past their fucking prime, like how he ducked Golovkin for 3 years. And you know, I got a question for you. Do you think Canelo would have had the balls to fight a Kovalev in his prime? No.
Yes.
No. Why didn't he then?
I think that if that's the fighter that was put in front of him, I think he would have. That's all I'm gonna say about it. He had the balls to fight a Floyd Mayweather when Floyd was the baddest man on the planet. So why wouldn't he have the balls to fight a Kovalev?
To give Johnny Boy some credit, to give myself some credit. To give myself some credit, I told all these Eastern European fanboys that Canelo was going to knock Kovalev the fuck out, and nobody believed me. On the flip side of that coin, and nobody believed me. No, you're full of shit. Kovalev's too big, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, bro. Watch.
I remember.
Yeah, I know you.
I remember that. I remember that was on the line.
You vouched for that, D. Yeah, for sure.
I remember that. So, I mean, it is what it is, guys. Look, Canelo, the whole clenbuterol shit, it is what it is. We know, listen, Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
The injections in his fucking hands. Don't fucking sit here and act like we don't question that shit. Whether we can prove it or not. You know? There's a lot of situations. Anthony Joshua with the exclusion. Whether we can prove it or not. Who the fuck cares, man? You know what I mean? If it ain't proven and it ain't solid evidence, then leave this shit alone. Let's not talk about the speculations and the what ifs and all of that bullshit.
And and I didn't come on to bash Canelo or nothing like that. The dude's a great fighter. I've never said he's not a great fighter. He is. He's a great fighter. He's a great. Listen, I don't like the arrogant prick, but he's a fucking damn good fighter. I'm not. Same thing with Floyd. I didn't like that fucking little bitch.
Right.
Good fighter.
Right.
Yeah,
I feel you. You
know what I'm saying? I mean, look, bro. You can make a solid fucking case that Canelo's pound for pound number one. For me, it's Loma, but I understand why most people have it Canelo.
Right.
You know, the dude, I mean, and given some of these guys were older in this, but he did fight Golovkin twice. He did fight Danny Jacobs. He did fight Kovalev. He did fight Lara. He did fight Floyd. He did fight Cotto. So, you know, credit where credit's due, man.
Hey, to switch the topic up just a little bit, and I'm gonna go around the panel on this. I want to start with you, El Jefe. I'll go around the panel. Y'all can put it in the chat too. Look, talking about this pound for pound thing, and number one, I want to say this. I think that the argument has been reduced from 3 to 2. I think we need to remove Terence Crawford from that conversation, and it's the only conversation now is Lomachenko and Canelo. Starting with you, El Jefe, what do you think about that? Do Terence Crawford need to be removed from that conversation at this point?
I've been saying that for many years now, bro. Terence Crawford, he's a bum basher. He's a fighter, bro. That you know what I'm saying. He's gained validation from many fans, which,
oh my gosh,
you know what I'm saying. Many fans that try to find a way, that either don't like the PBC, they don't like Canelo, or they don't like Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? So they try to big up this Terence Crawford dude, when reality, bro, even his like take away the championships, bro. Think about the fighters he fought. He fought a bum called Ndongo for undisputed. People big up that fight. And Ndongo's a bum, bro. He got stopped by Prograis easier in 2 rounds. That motherfucker folded up, bro.
Yo,
That motherfucker sucks, bro.
I never thought I'd say this, dog, but Hefe, me and you and I are in total agreement with that one, my brother.
Yeah. Okay,
and,
real quick.
And then he fought this bum ass dude Posto. Watch how Ramirez is gonna fall.
Let me read this super chat right quick, Hefe. I'm gonna let you go back and rock. Hold on. Chris Sheep. Appreciate you, fam, for the super chat. Chris Sheep says, speak your mind. Speak your motherfucking mind. Run a tight ship. P.S. No disrespect to Wilder. I got you, dog. No Wilder disrespect today. No Wilder disrespect today. I appreciate you, Chris.
Wilder sucks.
Wilder's, come on, man. Leave him alone. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. As I was saying before, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro. I don't know why people like to big up this bum, bro. I think this dude, he's a manufactured champ. He's a manufactured undisputed champ, bro. When in reality, I think even somebody like Deontay Wilder, AJ, or Fury have better resumes than this dude, bro. I think it's time to look at reality, man. Sometimes reality changes in different perspectives, bro. You get what I'm saying?
No doubt.
So a lot of people, hold on, bro. Hold on a minute.
I ain't no hold on, bro. I got 4 people on the panel. Let somebody else get their thought on this fucking question, dog. Come on.
Can I go?
Shit. Yeah, go ahead, Johnny boy.
Yeah.
Damn.
For me, and I've been saying this, bro. Hang on one second. For me, I couldn't reach the goddamn light switch. No. What's it called? For me, that's really the debate right there. It's between Loma and Canelo, bro. Like,
right.
You know, and me and Mark were talking about this actually the other day. You know, privately, just me and him, and me and him were having the same fucking conversation. You know, on skill wise, you know, the eye test and skills, and for me, it's Lomachenko. On resume, it's Canelo. That's the way I look at it. Okay, so, but that really is the debate right there. It's Canelo or Loma. I don't care, but that is the one and the two for me.
No doubt. Canelo Alvarez been on this motherfucker for about 40 minutes. Ain't said a word. Patient. Canelo, what's up?
What's up, D?
What's good, fam?
In terms of pound for pound, I feel inclined to agree with Johnny and Hefe, sort of in a sense. I would think it would be between Loma and Canelo. Me personally, I think Canelo, probably more so based on what he's done in the sport of boxing and about the amount of fights he's had in comparison to Loma. I mean, Loma, I feel he's a great fighter. He's a skillful fighter, but I don't feel his how would I say, his resume or his amount of work that he's put in can amount to what Canelo has done. I mean, also I think there's certain parts of boxing, I feel that Canelo is more highly skilled when it comes to defense and head movement and so on. But I do think Loma has his attributes as well.
Yeah, I feel you.
Another thing I was going to tell you, D, bro, I'm fairly new to your channel, brother. I just subscribed today, but I've been listening to you for about 2 or 3 months.
Appreciate that.
I was gonna say, man, if you could, I was like having a conversation today in your chat, and I believe like somebody hit me. Like I've been trying to make comments and stuff, you know, join the discussion in the chat, and I'm not able to post comments or nothing or anything. I'm pretty sure it's because I did kind of get into a little debacle with this dude in your chat called Chopstick, and I believe he probably hid me or blocked me on some sucker shit.
Yeah, I'll unblock you, dog. Yeah, I got you. I'll unblock you. But hey, man, man, I love all you guys, but the wrench removal is at play, dog. Listen, man, y'all gotta get it through the head. You guys with the wrenches, I hear the type of shit that I sit up here and allow people to say to me, my channel guy, and people can say damn near anything they want to me, and I don't hide them. So let's be fair here. What the fuck give you the right to hide them if I don't do that shit? So if you come back, hold on. If you come back to this channel and you see that you were blue at one point and then all of a sudden you're gray, please don't say, D, what happened to my wrench? Because you're going to know that you blocked somebody unjustly. Here's the thing, guys. I really don't want to do the research, but we all had an issue with LDBC channels. Now, let me rephrase that. We all didn't have an issue with LDBC channels, but a lot of people that come to this channel had an issue with LDBC channels blocking people for no reason. A lot of you guys complained about that. I didn't really give a fuck because I just decided if they're going to do that, I'm not going to visit the channel, and I kept it moving. But I didn't really care. But I know that a lot of you guys felt some kind of way about that. You didn't like not being able to speak and say what you wanted to say without being blocked. But now you guys that are abusing these wrenches are bringing that very element to my channel. And what I'm trying to express to y'all and show you by example is that I don't want that fucking element at this channel, okay? Because I allow people to say or call me whatever the fuck they want. And what do? I lead by example. I laugh at it. I sit here and have fun with it. Sometimes El Jefe, he's on here right now. How many times have we heard El Jefe completely go the fuck off on me? And I never held it against El Jefe. So you guys stop fucking blocking people because you're going to come back and you're going to be gray. And don't ask me no questions because you're going to know you block somebody because you didn't like them or you didn't like what they say. You're going to know that you fucked up. So don't even ask me. You're going to be great for a reason because here's the thing. If I have to start going back and looking through these fucking lives and reading the fucking messages and why you guys blocked them, don't ask me why you're fucking gray. So please stop blocking people. If they're not saying something racial, if they're not saying shit against homosexuals or anything like that, do not block anyone. Period. Don't do it. If they say you're an asshole, so be it. If you don't like what people are saying, here's something you can do instead of blocking them. Mute them. You can go to their name, you can click mute, and guess what? Their comments will never pop up in your feed again. So you'll never have to be annoyed by them again. You'll never see what they're saying ever, ever, ever again. Because anytime they punch in a comment, you will never fucking see it. Just put them on mute personally. But stop blocking them off my channel, or you will not have the ability to block anyone. And I love you all. Don't take it personally. But if you come back here gray, it's your own fault. That's the last time I'm going to say this shit, bro. That goes for anybody and everybody except Boxing Monster. I said that from the beginning, and I'll say it to the end. Boxing Monster has total immunity, and I don't care if you don't like it. Boxing Monster, the only one. I'm dead ass serious. Don't do it. No wrench. All right, let's move on. Smoke, what do you think? Crawford, should he be out of the pound for pound #1 discussion or still in there?
Right. So for me, he is my #1, and it's because rating these pound for pound, it predates, I think, what a lot of people's methodology is now. And I think what you guys are just talking about, it seems that you're focusing on his resume as the determinative factor, or maybe the way he's moving as a determining factor, which I understand if that's what you're going to do. I'm not knocking it. And if you want to continue on with your discussion and not have Terence Crawford because of it, I wouldn't be like, oh, you guys are just full of it. But I would say, from my understanding and my perspective, skills and resume were they're working in combination, and skills was a determining factor, was actually the primary factor, and the resume was a support to that, right? And as such, when I'm looking at the sport of boxing, I don't see two more complete fighters than Terence Crawford. I see two guys who, even with Loma's resume, I'm not even that impressed. Like, if you're going to go resume bashing, I don't know why the hell we're talking about Loma, for real. But outside of that, Canelo, no doubt in the resume, also very skilled, very complete fighter, but I don't find him to be more skilled and more complete fighter than Terence Crawford.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No doubt. Well, look, man, I've been giving Crawford some heat. Crawford needs one valid fight for me to be back in the discussion. And it's just that simple for me. He fights at Keith Thurman and he's right back in the discussion. But as far as now, all of this crying boogeyman, nobody want to fight, I'm done with that. And you're not in the discussion until you prove it at 147. No more. Because you're getting he's getting the credit because he moved up to 147, impressively got that belt, and stopped guys time after time. But so he's getting the credit for improving at 147. You can't stop now. You can't stop climbing that ladder now because that's what you're getting the credit for because you're now in another division and you're supposed to be accomplishing in this division. Well, you're not accomplishing in this division because you won't fight Thurman, you won't fight Porter, you won't fight Packard. You're crying about you ain't taking no pay cut. No. So if you're not going to do that at this division, which you're getting credit for, you're going to be put out of that number one spot, at least by me, until you start doing that. Right now, he ain't doing that, and I'm not hearing that bullshit. You're not a boogeyman. No one's fucking scared of you. You got a lot of guys calling out, even fucking prospects, Ortiz, Boots. You guys said he would fight you before all of this nonsense. And then people say, I don't know what you guys is doing. Well, let me tell you something about you guys. You guys understands the bullshit politics. So even if it is a WBA regular belt, not super belt, with all of these belts, you at least throughout your career get to call yourself a champion. And it puts you in line for that WBA super. So you guys says this, instead of fucking around with all of this foolishness and all of these guys doing this in the politics, let me go ahead and capture this belt. So at least my whole career is not wasted and I might get kicked out of the door because of the politics. Crawford don't want to fight me. He want to fight Pacquiao. He don't want to fight me. He want to fight Spence. Let me go at least capture this belt. So if all of this politics get in the way, at least I could have called myself a champion because these guys are bullshitting. So you guys decide to go get this WBA and it'll put me in line with Crawford. Now this fucker won't have any choice but to fight me. Stop fucking blaming you guys for anything because I don't have a problem with what you guys is doing. Terence Crawford needs to step the fuck up and fight someone worthy. So he is out of the conversation as far as I'm concerned. That's how I see it.
And just one last thing with Canelo, with the completeness of the fight. Like Canelo, definitely best resume, definitely complete fighter. If it wasn't for the clenbuterol, if not for that, I would actually put Canelo number one because the resume, he's proven his skills against, Hall of Famers, ATG. Like he's a way more proven at a very high level. It's literally just the clenbuterol is the issue for me.
Right. Well, so who do you have number one?
That's what I said. I have Crawford number one. I got Loma number two. I got Canelo number three.
Okay. So you kind of give Crawford a pass on this 147 business.
I don't give him a pass for it. I think it's COVID, and I think it for me. Loma fighting T.O. great. Let's see the fight. T.O. is a great, but I like T.O. as a young guy, but T.O. to me is outside of my top 25. Right? I don't expect for like T.O. winning is an upset. Right?
For sure. Loma's heavily favored.
Right. So and we got Canelo fighting whoever, some dude I've really never seen fight. I don't remember seeing fight if I ever have seen him fight. Right.
I've never seen a Yildirim fight.
Right. So this entire tirade, it's still a competition, right? So it's not like their skills are getting better, and it could be that we see Loma get knocked out in this fight. So right at this point, Loma with 15 fights, what he's done in 15 fights, what he's shown us in his fights, definitely I think he deserves to be top three. Canelo, we already know. Like really, when it comes to resumes, probably you need to go to Manny to get better. Right? No doubt. Like I said, I still find Terence Crawford to be the actual more skilled fighter, but I wouldn't actually be. That skills gap isn't so great that the resume that Terrence's resume makes up for it, right? So I would put Canelo number one if it wasn't for it, if not for the Clem Dealer, even though I think Terence Crawford is a more skilled fighter.
Right. But Smoke, I'll say this though with you. And I just let everyone know this too. With Smoke, like when he says that Crawford is number one, I can appreciate Smoke saying that because Smoke has expressed his criteria. And it's not really based on what a lot of us look at it. As far as these trinkets and the accomplishments and achievements, Smoke goes by what a guy showed him that he can do. You know, how he can perform, how he can box. Not all about he beat him and he collected this diamond belt and all that. Smoke don't base his criteria on that. He bases it on what the guy can do in the ring, but he does it equally across the board. So I can't even really say he's giving Crawford a pass. I can respect Smoke for still having him as number one for Smoke's reason, because Smoke's reasons doesn't line up with my complaints. It's irrelevant. My complaints are irrelevant to his reasons for having Crawford number one, because he's already explained those reasons to me. So I'm cool with that, Smoke. I mean, on your behalf, Smoke. You know what I mean? But on a lot of these other people, nah, fuck that. Crawford needs to be moved out of there. Fuck that.
Hey, yo, I was going to ask you, D. Jefferson, when are you doing the next Power of the Mind, bro?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, you have any thoughts on what's it going to be about, bro?
Yeah, suspense is everything, El Jefe. Suspense sometimes can be great. It makes you wonder. Basically, I'm saying I'm not telling you, fucker. You gotta wait till tomorrow to find out. Suspense is just wondering. You wondering what it's gonna be. That's all. It's an old joke, El Jefe. It goes like this. Here's the joke. How do you keep an asshole in suspense, El Jefe?
Bro, I don't do them 8th grade jokes, bro.
No. I'm just saying. Look, it's just a joke, but I'm
a grown man, bro. I don't do jokes.
Okay. But this is how the joke goes. How do you keep an asshole in suspense?
I don't know.
Okay, so moving on. I would say Loma heavily favored. He said I wouldn't say Loma is heavily favored. So that's the joke, El Jefe. I don't ever answer the question. Now you wondering what the answer is, so you become the asshole. That's a whole joke. But anyway, Jeff, here's the thing. I wouldn't say Loma heavily favored, but this is the thing, fam. It's not about what I'm saying, and it ain't really about what you saying. When we say who's favored in a fight, then you basically got to go to the odds, dog. You know what I mean? So if Teofimo is a plus 270 and Lomachenko is a minus 360, I don't know where you come from, but that's pretty heavily favored, fam. That's pretty heavily favored, Jeff. You know what I mean? A close fight would be like a minus 135, a plus 105. That's a close fight, Jeff. But when we start talking minus 360, plus 270, that's what you call heavily favored, Jeff. And look, let me show you something, Jeff. Just so you know, hold on, let me put this camera on right quick. Just so you know I ain't pulling your fucking leg, dog. Let me show you something. See that, Jeff? Minus 360, plus 270. That's not me just making it up, Jeff. Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez. So, yeah, bro, he's heavily favored. You know? Heavily favored, my friend.
Hey, D, I just want to jump in to fucking laugh at the joke you just made on that Jefe. He's still trying to figure it out.
Oh, yeah. That's
bro. It's because I don't, you know what I'm saying, bro. I don't do jokes, bro. Those are like 8th grade jokes, bro. I'm a grown man, bro. Doing grown man
fucking
things.
With you, El Jefe. You know, I just fuck with you, El Jefe. I ain't calling you an asshole or nothing.
No, bro, because I've been telling you, bro. You need to do a Power of the Mind. I put in my request, bro. Like
tomorrow,
6 months
man.
ago,
we got it.
About the Luciferians, bro.
Relax, OG.
We want to see. We want to see that Lucifer. We want to see D. Jefferson break down the Luciferians, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you, dog. Go ahead. I want you to say, Jose.
Well, that was funny. When you said Joey, like I don't know. Well, anyways, with the I won't be long. I'm right here running around doing errands. But I've been listening to the stream though all along. The pound for pound. I'm with Smoke. I'm not putting Crawford out the pound for pound, even though my definition of pound for pound is a little bit different. To me, pound for pound is somebody that cause skills, that's kind of an eye test. That's kind of opinion. Like everybody has a different opinion of what skills are and who has skills and doesn't. But to me, pound for pound is somebody that moves up in weight classes and gets belts, wins championship. That's pretty much that simple for me. And both Crawford, Canelo, and Loma have done that recently. I mean, Crawford did it like a year ago or 2 years ago, but that's still pretty recent. And he already got a belt at 35, 40, 47. And Canelo just got a belt last year, and Loma, believe he got a belt last year too as well. So to me, it's those guys. Doesn't matter who you put number 1, 2, or 3, but any of those guys could go 1, 2, or 3 for me.
What about Inouye?
No, Inouye's not there yet. Naoya Inouye. Nah, he's not there yet. Hey, Dre Spector just jumped in the building. What's good with you, Dre?
Yeah, what up?
Same old. What you think, man? You think Crawford needs to stay in the conversation at number 1 or be pulled on out of there until he fights somebody worthy at 147? What you think?
Hey, I've been telling y'all this for too long that Crawford ain't fought nobody yet. And y'all just catching up.
No, I ain't.
Hey, but I heard you say some things.
Yeah. I've been on them too.
I've been saying it from the start.
Yeah, but look, Dre, to be honest, dog, you have to remember now, because you know how I do. Remember, you was around for this, Dre, and Nuke just said it on his show the other day on IBFP Raw. I've been saying this too, Dre. Me and Nuke used to go back and forth about this all the time. I've been on that shit. You know it. You just think back. I wasn't on that bullshit with Crawford. I was giving that dude flame a long time ago. You know what I mean?
When Crawford first came, and this ironic. When he first came into 147, he was calling that Keith Thurman. That was the first name he mentioned. And now you can't make a deal with Keith Thurman, man. It's ridiculous, man. It's getting crazy now.
Yeah, it's getting crazy. And then you sit there and you say, I'm not taking a pay cut. See, this is the thing, what I'm trying to get people to understand. When Crawford sits up there and say, I refuse to take a pay cut. Crawford understands the business more than we do. So he understands by him refusing to take a pay cut, that eliminates certain fighters. And the certain fighters that eliminates is the high caliber fighters that we want to see him fight. And all he has to do is say, I refuse to take a pay cut. But nobody want to hold him accountable for it.
Hey, let me tell you this though. I understand. So don't get me wrong. Do I think it's bullshit? Yeah, I think it's bullshit. But again, you heard me use this word too many times. It's politics.
Yeah.
I understand his stance. He's aging. He's getting older. He don't want to fight for scraps. Man, your body has been through so much turmoil for so many years.
Right.
You start to feel like, man, I deserve this.
Right.
I need these big paydays before I'm out of this, out of boxing. He
But Dre,
years. He has less years than he has put into the sport left.
But Dre, let me ask you this now, Dre. Let me ask you this. So, say you own a business, right? Dre? And I don't know who got that ruckus. I think that was you, Canelo. So you own a business, and the market, or whatever your business. Say you're in the business of commodities, and you're selling. That's what I used to be in the business of, metals, right? And you're selling, let's say, copper. You're buying copper from the public at $2.45 a pound, right? That's how much you're paying the public for copper. Because when you take it to your dealer, you could get $3.80 a pound. So you pay the public $2.45. If the market around you, Dre, dropped, which is what happened to me and my brother in our business in 2009, and now your buyers can afford to pay you no more than $2.45 a pound, how can you continue to pay the public $2.45 a pound? You cannot do that because there will be no profit margin. Therefore, you have to respond to the modern market. So Crawford has to understand, even though I feel his pain, he has to understand that he has to conform to the modern market. Not just Crawford, these promoters, all of the fighters, we have to all take less. You cannot sit there in this atmosphere of boxing with no fans, the venues being cut out, the concessions being cut out, and demand the same thing. You have to conform to the market, man. You have to.
Okay, D, but check this out, D. He does not have to fight at all.
Then give up that belt. Then pass that belt up. Relinquish it. Relinquish it.
That's what we would like him to do. But if the body and sanction don't make him do anything like that, he can just wait out the storm. He can wait till 2020 sometime and decide you know what I mean, when after Errol Spence fights, he can go and try to challenge him again. You know, he has options.
That's true.
We have to look at it from that standpoint. It's not like he's optionless. When we see that, he doesn't have a fight in the meantime. Well, he's a prize fighter. He doesn't have to fight right now.
Well, he has the options, but guess what he's going to get along the way if he takes the option to just wait it out? Guess what he's going to get, Dre? Flame. He gonna get he gonna get flamed. He gonna get flamed the whole way through. Yeah. And he deserves it. And that's what I'm giving to him. And that's why that motherfucker comes right out of that goddamn spot until he does otherwise. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But he's been playing this game for a little while, and it backfired with the pandemic. Because I think they had a plan, but it backfires when 2020 just fucked up. You know, if 2020 wasn't so bad, think about it. A couple more fights or some of these different fights probably would be happening in the fall. Like we might have. Well, I'm not sure about maybe the Terence Crawford or Spence fight in the fall because of the accident. But other than that, some of these other fights that haven't been able to be made could have been made earlier in the year. We could have had other matchups that we've been looking at or thinking about past that as the second part of this year. None of that stuff can transpire when the pandemic hit. Everything froze. So everything's pushed back. So now everything that you thought was going to happen in the beginning of 2020, now we're just getting to see it at the end of 2020. And then and so on and so on. It's a domino effect. And more everything else is being pushed back into mid, 2021. They talking about May, and people are already talking about May fight dates. You know, it's the landscape is crazy. Everything got threw off. But if you financially stable, if you have money, you're not pressed to make some of these fights. You have valuable options. Like he can wait for a Spence fight.
Ah, damn.
He can wait for a Pacquiao fight. You know what I mean? Because Pacquiao saying that fight in 2020. He can wait till 2022 unless they're pressuring him to make a fight.
Bro, let me tell y'all how much I love boxing. 4 hours and 16 minutes we've been on here. We just gonna keep rocking because I was supposed to be off of this fucker about 3:20 to do the 2:20 to do the prediction show. I blew past that, forgot all about it. The damn game already started, so no prediction show today. So let's rock out boxing talk. We're gonna keep it going. Damn, I fucked the whole show. I forgot all about it, man. Too busy for my own stuff. Oh well, but yeah, man, Crawford, whatever, dog. Terence Crawford I like Crawford, man. That's the thing. I like Crawford.
And I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying I like Crawford. I like everything that Crawford has done in his career up until 147. You know what I mean? Like, they had to have a better plan, and it seemed like they had an in-game plan. Like, I don't think Crawford is moving past 147. I do not think he's going to campaign at 154.
Me either.
He's not that big to be campaigning at 154. But I thought that 147 was his end game. And there's a lot of matchups and big money fights to be made here. Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia. I'm saying these are lucrative fights. I mean, like, not on the lower end of $1 million fights. These are multi-million-dollar fights that could have been made. Keith Thurman, Sean Porter now, because these guys have built up their resume. Now these fights make a lot more sense and can make a lot of money, but I think he's waiting for that mega fight first, to see where he stands after that. and see how everything transpires after that, whether he wins or loses. You know, sometimes you look at the past history. Pacquiao lost before he fought Mayweather, and he, you know, he kind of drug into that fight. That fight happened way after it should have.
Yeah, yeah. I was just laughing at a text somebody sent me. Yo, what's up, Iceman? Yeah, that's it. That's my channel, dog. You see something different? Oh, okay. He used to this. Yeah, I just switched it up today, dog. Everybody's on equal ground today. Nah. But yeah, man, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't, if I'm gonna sit here, this is just how I am. If I'm gonna sit up here and give my man Tyson Fury heat, if I'm gonna sit up here and give my man Errol Spence heat, then I'm gonna give Terence Crawford heat. You got me all kind of fucked up. If I'm not gonna flame, I'm gonna flame my own dudes, Errol Spence. Come on, Spence. I'm not trying to hear this, all this, I'm a savage and all. I gave him plenty of heat for that.
Facts.
But then Crawford doing some bullshit and I'm gonna just let it fly. You got me twisted, fam. No, hell no. Hell no. Because I like Crawford, but Spence is my guy. So if I'm gonna give him heat, then Crawford gotta get this flame. Just that simple. He gotta get this flame. You know, I gotta call it straight down the line, dog.
Man, I do it too, man. I did a video earlier this year about Jamal Cello. I love Jamal Cello, but I think that his time has ran with his trainer. You know what I mean? I flame some of these guys. You know, I look at everything. I stand back and not look at it from just a fan standpoint, but be objective. You have to look at everything that's going around, you know, and some of the things that people don't pay much attention to because they look at the fight. But as fans, the true fans, we look at outside the fight, what led up to the fight, the build up, what controversy, what is going on in the camps. You know, it's a lot more to it than just what happened fight night.
Right. Grievous. It's hard not to like Crawford. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you're a true boxing fan, you could be a fan of another guy, but if you sit there and you fucking hate on Crawford, then I would have to question, are you a true boxing fan? I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Like, I don't have to be a fan of Crawford. And yeah, Spence is his rival. But if you can't look on the other side and say, damn, that dude a good fighter, that's not true. That's not being a true boxing fan. Because that dude's a good fighter. That's the fact. You know what I mean?
And I've said this time and time again. I have Crawford over Spence on the pound for pound because what he had done in his career.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too, for sure.
Crawford, it was no question. There's no doubt. Nobody can come to me but when they ask me to predict a fight between Crawford and Spence, I always choose Spence. But it's certain factors in which is the reason that I choose that way. But people think, oh, but now you hating on Crawford. No, it's not hating on Crawford. It's just this is how I see it. This is my perspective, how I see it.
Oh, Dre, I got it worse than you, fam. Because I know that you got that, but I got it worse than you because I kind of went back and then I went back forth with it. You already know what kind of shit I got because when Spence, I was disappointed in the performance that I saw in Spence versus Porter. I knew he was going to win the fight, but I wanted him to win the fight in more impressive fashion. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So when I didn't get that, when the fight was as tough as it was, then I was like, you know what? I probably edged Crawford in this fight. Now I got so much throwback from that. Like, you a fake ass Spence fan. You don't really like Spence. You an undercover Crawford fan for real. But that's just what my eyes, knowing what I see in the ring, I judge from what I see in the ring. That's what my eyes led me to believe. Does that mean I'm still a Spence, not a Spence fan? No, because I would rather see Spence go in the ring with a guy that I do think can possibly beat him. That's what I want my fighters to do. Anyway.
Facts. And the same thing, like when I was talking to y'all last year, a lot of time I was in Nebraska. I was right near Omaha. And I went up there. I was with a fellow boxer. He works with me. And we went up to visit a few gyms out there in Nebraska. But I'm a true fan of boxing. I'm a true fan of Crawford. But I'm not just a fan of Crawford. I'm a fan of most boxers. But that don't mean I cannot have favorites or pick favorites over one fighter over another. And that's how I look at it. It doesn't, I don't have to bring another fighter down in order to put another fighter up. I just choose him in this. If you give me matchups, I'm going to tell you this and why. You know, this is why I'm choosing him. This is nothing against that fighter. It doesn't make him less of a fighter. Just in this matchup, I feel this is how it will play out. And I may be wrong. They still have to fight, but that's what I want to see, the good fights.
We got to find it out, man. I mean, we got to find it out. Just like I said about this Spence situation. Can Danny beat him? Well, in this situation where I'm at with Spence, this is how I see the fight. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells me. Oh, well, his camp says this and his chin is okay. Y'all worried about his chin. Man, fuck all that shit. None of you guys are inside of his camp, and neither am I. So the question is in the air for me. I don't know about his chin. But I will say this. If that jaw is in place, if everything is the way they say, and Spence is fine, he's going to beat Danny Garcia's ass. That's what I know. That's what I do know. If there's a question with his chin and it doesn't hold up the way it's supposed to, there's a chance he will lose that fight because Spence is not the greatest defensive fighter. He takes hits, and Danny hits hard. So if something's wrong with that chin, it's going to be a problem. But if his chin is solid, he's still good. He's going to whoop Danny's ass. That's how I see it.
Yeah, it depends on what type of fight. I don't think coming off the accident, he can go into a trading war like he did with Porter. He can't afford to take the risk to, you know, he needs to get acclimated. This is a tune-up, in my opinion. So he has to come out there and box like he boxed in the Mikey Garcia fight. He has to control range and distance. He can't go in there and just be in a trading war with Danny because Danny sits on his power. And Danny has a left hook that, you know, where he sits on it and he times you. He gonna catch you. He don't catch you early, but he eventually catches you.
Hey, Dre, let me ask you this. And the consensus is when you ask people around the welterweight division and you talk about power, now I'm talking about upstairs, power to the jaw, the chin. The consensus is who has more power, Spence or Garcia? Upstairs now.
What's been said was Garcia.
Okay, so here's the consensus that Danny Garcia has more power than Errol Spence, and because he's proven it. But Errol Spence dropped Sean Porter with less power. Danny Garcia did not. Now, I'm going to follow this up with another question. Arguably, Danny Garcia, Errol Spence, or Pacquiao at the welterweight division had the toughest chin. No? Right?
Yeah.
Right. So hear me out. Hold on. Check it out where I'm going with this. So if Danny Garcia didn't drop Sean Porter, he caught him clean a few times. If Spence's chin holds up, right? And it's that chin that we've known it to be, right? Danny Garcia ain't gonna do what the fuck. He's gonna get beat. Spence gonna chew him and keep coming like he's been coming, tear his body down, and fuck Danny Garcia up because he's flat-footed. His body gonna be there for Spence all day long.
And that's what it is. He sits on that power a lot. So he gets flat-footed and sits on that power. He stopped moving so he can time you, and, you know, on counters. And
his body is gonna be there for Spence all day long.
I seen him losing in the fight and turning around. I.e. the Khan fight. He was losing in that fight. He was getting outboxed. But Danny sat on that power and he caught Khan and glass chin just went down.
Right. So Khan chin and Spence chin, we shouldn't even really talk about that fight. I mean, seriously.
I'm saying that we don't know what, you know, it could be the same type of situation if he goes to start beating Danny, gets comfortable. Danny is sitting on that power, and we know Danny gets in trouble. And just like Keith Thurman backed out from in that fight with Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman started backing out for Danny going in the later rounds. That's why Danny was able to close the gap. And it's the reason is he started getting on that bicycle. He started feeling that power because at first he was walking Danny down. Then he turned around and did a 360 and said, you know what? He started getting ahead in rounds. and he started trying to get on that bicycle a little bit more. He didn't try to walk him down and bully Danny because he thought Danny was a smaller guy, but he felt that pop. And he even said in the interviews, Danny hit hard. You know, he the hardest that he's been hit by.
Yeah. Yeah. Gonna be an interesting fight, but I tell you this, man. My only concern is Spence. If his chin holds up, that's my only concern. If his chin is good, like, bro, I think he's gonna just beat Danny up, bro. Danny struggled. The reason I really think that is this fucking Red Catch fight, bro. This last fight with Danny Garcia and Red Catch gave him so much difficulty, and Red Catch is not half the boxer's is. And I think the difficulty was the southpaw factor. Danny's always had issues with southpaw. And as I start thinking about it, like, people don't even understand Spence can switch it too. But just being in southpaw is going to give Danny enough problems. And he had that much problem with Red Catch. Red Catch is not punching like Spence. He don't really have the skill that Spence has. He doesn't have a better jab than Spence has. Spence gonna punish Danny, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be a war up in there, and so it'll be a middle war to start. A fresh Danny is gonna be dangerous. A fresh Danny, because he can sit on the maximum power in the first 4 rounds.
Let me ask you
as he starts to tire out, I think he becomes less dangerous, you know. And he has to go 12 rounds with Spence, and Spence puts a lot of pressure on you from a standpoint of he gets in and out of range. He always takes that little step back, and he's there, and then he takes that step back. If Danny can't get that rhythm and timing early enough to where his power can affect change in the fight, he can land some good shots. It's gonna be a long night for Danny, and he might get stopped because he haven't felt this relentless pressure coming from different angles. Errol uses very good angles around the ring, cutting off the ring. If he's starting to walk Danny down at some point, he knows how to take little steps, step left, step right, to cut down and make that ring a lot smaller and corner you. He's done it to so many fighters, you know, and that footwork it'll speak volumes. I think that's what the key to victory for Spence is, to use his footwork to be in and out of range, because he doesn't have much defense besides the high guard. He goes in with the high guard when he's walking you down. He's better when he's using range control, meaning he's using his jab, he gets in, does his work, and then gets back out before you can do your work. That's when he's best. That's his defense. His defense is actually like his offense. He's getting in and then getting out. But when he stays in the pocket, i.e. the Sean Porter fight, he went toe-to-toe with Sean Porter, and he was fighting Sean Porter's fight too far in close, and not controlling his strengths of the fight. His strength of the fight is reach. Sean Porter is short as fuck. Keep him on the outside. The same way that you did with Mikey Garcia.
Right.
So if he utilized that type of knowledge with Mike that he did with the Mikey Garcia fight, staying on the outside, boxing, oh, this would be easy. It's easy. It's gonna be an easy win for and that's what I think that they're gonna do, and press late. I don't think they're gonna take chances early.
Well, look. Hey, what's up? Real quick, Smoke. Go ahead, Smoke, because I got a question for you guys. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, I think it probably behooves him to not try to go from range, and because I feel like that is Danny's best shot, is, you know, trying to counter him, because Spence gets lazy with his jab, especially like late in fights. Take it to him, you know, pressure him, do him with volume, just like Sean Porter did, but with better shots and better leverage on your shots. Because what Sean Porter doesn't do is sit down his punches. You know, I think Spence's even pocket defense is underrated. He catches, shoots a lot. He moves around. I mean, he's able to manipulate the pocket and roll with shots very well, and transition from offense to defense really well, and work behind the jab while being in the pocket. All that is bad news. But we, you know, Danny has excellent balance and an excellent right hand, and, you know, and an excellent hook. So yeah, for me, Errol is just it's work rate, punch placement. that I see in Danny getting beat up, like, 8 rounds.
Yeah. So this is the question. Phone Jack, what's up with you, fam? Prime Fighting Champions in the building. BDA, I dropped a link in the chat too if you want to jump up. So here's a question too I want to ask you guys. Since 2000, I think September, October, something like that, when Danny and Sean Porter fought each other. With Sean Porter, you could see that, see slight improvements. He's doing better. He's looking strong. With Danny Garcia, though, however, since their fight, I don't see progression. I see somewhat of a decline. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
You talking about with Danny Garcia?
Yeah, with Danny. Since him and Sean Porter's fight, I see Sean as being solid. He's still good. He's looking like he's gotten stronger and all of this, right? But with Danny, I see a little bit of a decline. I don't see that Danny Garcia that fought Keith Thurman, that Danny Garcia that fought Sean Porter. I think that Danny Garcia that fought Keith Thurman and fought Sean Porter would have destroyed Red Catch. I see a somewhat of a decline. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
Maybe he's a victim of stepping down to the competition and think he was going to get him out of there easier than what it was, because he's been in there with lower competition and thinking that, and getting him out of there. Granados, who else? I'm thinking of Vargas, Samuel Vargas, some of those guys. He probably thought it was a fight towards something of that nature. He was going to be able to stylistically look good against, and it just didn't work out for him. It just probably wasn't a night versus Red Cat. But I think Danny is still dangerous, man. Danny's still top 10 welterweight easily. I'm not sure if he's top 5 anymore, but he surely is top 10. We got some young lions coming up in the welterweight division too. But has he lost a step? He wasn't that athletic to begin with. He always relied on balance, timing, things of that nature. And Danny can box. He can look good against certain styles, but certain styles that are more active than Danny and the guys who are first make Danny look bad, because if he's not countering on every interaction, it looks like it's gaps in between, like he's pot shotting or something like that. It's just that he's not able to catch some of the slicker fighters, some of the guys who are a little bit quicker and more athletic.
Well, he's only fought Adrian Granados. Sean Porter's had 3 fights since they fought. Danny's only had 2. Once in that, that's another thing, the inactivity. He's only fought 1 time in 19 and 1 time this year. He fought Adrian Granados, I think in April last year, and then he fought Ivan Redkach in the beginning of this year in January. Those are the only 2 fights that he's had since he fought Porter. Now
he was waiting on a payday.
Huh?
He was waiting on a payday. That was the Spence.
Yeah,
that was the first Spence.
Here's my point. Here's my point in this. The Adrian Granados fight was, that wasn't a fight that anybody expected Granados would win or had a chance.
I thought he was competitive.
No, I didn't. As a matter of fact,
he was competitive with Broner. He was competitive with Porter. It was nothing that showed me before that he would be competitive.
Let me get this off, man. On He Knows His Sports channel, because back then I was on his channel. I said these exact words. I said Danny Garcia is going to go into that ring and beat Adrian Granados like a drum. That's exactly what I said. It was nothing, nothing told me that Adrian Granados was going to be any competition for Danny Garcia. So my point is this: he fights Adrian Granados, 0 comp, then he fights Ivan Redkach, who is supposed to be, in my opinion, equal competition or less than Granados, and he struggles with it. So what I see in Danny Garcia is I don't see a fighter that has improved any or looks better, sharper, or even at the same level. I see one that is somewhat depleted from when he fought Sean Porter. Errol Spence just fought a Sean Porter that is probably greater than he was when he fought Danny Garcia.
Here's for me, what I see from Danny is a guy, and even in the Porter fight, I thought he lost that one in the gym. A guy who doesn't have the same urgency, who doesn't have the same vision or fire, or even from his team or himself. Right? I think I think Sean Porter is just trying to prove more in the sport at this point than Danny Garcia. He's a lot more urgent, and I think that's actually going to be also a factor. You know, Danny Garcia is fine with fighting Errol Spence on pay-per-view. He was not really fine with fighting Errol Spence otherwise, right? And that's where Danny Garcia is in his boxing career. He's good. He's a little bit domesticated. I think that's going to be a factor in the fight.
Yeah. Dre, I just put you on mute. It was a little feedback. This I guess when somebody else talk, you can come off like when you're ready to say something anyway. But Lady Jack says my favorite fighters: AJ, Callum Smith, Daniel Jacobs, Virgil Ortiz, Crawford, Loma, Haney, and Katie Taylor. That's a pretty good list there, Lady Jack. Pretty good list. Jeff says, I think he meant to say I still miss Ike Iabuche. That dude would have wrecked the heavyweight division. Yeah, Ike was a beast. He did cause some trouble in this era heavyweights, that's for sure. Let's go, D. What up, BA? What up, T-Tone Toledo? My man Martin Machine got my money on Danny. Taking all bets. Get out of here, Mar. We're gonna talk about. Hey, Mar, man, I'm getting ready to call you in a minute, dog. See what the deal is, but what you doing, Mar? What up, bro? What you doing? Cause I'm getting ready to get off this live. Come holler at you, dog. Me and Mar both right here in Columbus. That's right. Me and Mar get ready to go have some beers, and I might just go ahead and put the $20 bet. We'll talk about that bet. You going crazy, man. Spence gonna beat that boy up. Demon Squad, your head will get bigger or look bigger when you put on weight. Yeah, facts. That does happen. Buster Douglas, let me tell you guys something. A Speedway is a gas station that we have here. Speedway. So I was in the Speedway by my place, and here walks in Buster Douglas. Bro, if you guys ever see this motherfucker in person, this dude head is massive. I mean, holy hell. How did Tyson miss that target? Well, actually, he didn't miss that target, but Buster Douglas' head is massive, bro. Never knew how big that dude head was on TV. I seen this dude, I was just looking there dumbfounded, man. That dude head is so fucking big, bro. Met him in person and shit. He's a cool guy, too. Nice dude. You know, he was kicking it with me about boxing. He got a gym around here, a little community center. He spent time showing the kids boxing and stuff. Pretty good guy, Buster Douglas. But boy, he got a big ass head, bro. And his hands just the same. His hands are freaking huge. Huge. But yeah, man. All right, man. Almost 5 hours. I think that's a pretty good time. Martin Machine, I'm gonna hit you up too. But Smoke, give me some closing thoughts, man. Oh no, wait. One more thing before we go, because I did have one more topic I think I put on that list. And that was about this whole Dillian Whyte, Tyson Fury, Wilder, Ruiz debacle. Like, listen, man. For anybody that don't know this in here, hopefully most of you guys do know. Suleiman is pretty much going to push back that whole mandatory situation. That's pretty much what's going to go down, guys. It's going to be pushed back for like a year. So the whole Tyson Fury dumping of the belts, Dillian Whyte have to fight Tyson Fury after Wilder and all of that, that shit's out of the window. I think that it's BS what Suleiman is doing, but who cares? Suleiman does a lot of BS. The facts are Dillian Whyte got knocked out, so he basically gave Suleiman the room to further screw him over. But I told people after that Povetkin fight that Dillian Whyte was done. I put a video up about it. We don't have to hear about that anymore. And Suleiman made it, he made that possible. And I knew that was going to happen. And now Dillian Whyte can't sue. He can't cry. He can't do anything because his time started over. He has to wait another year before he gets that match. So, Dillian Whyte fans, shut the hell up. As far as Deontay Wilder and Andy Ruiz is concerned, shut the hell up. Andy Ruiz, you ate yourself out of a historical fight. Deontay Wilder, I ain't even gonna get on Wilder too much. But you just haven't said anything and hadn't responded to Fury. So don't talk about the Whyte situation. I'm gonna leave it at that. But they need to shut the hell up. As far as Tyson Fury, he need to shut the hell up too at a certain level. But Tyson Fury, like, I already gave him the heat because he was talking about dropping the belt. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to do all of that now. But come on, man. All of these guys, Fury, Wilder, Andy Ruiz, y'all three fuckers just shut the hell up right now. Even my guy, Fury, shut up. Just shut up. We didn't need y'all mouths right now. Fury, I done heard you call enough people doses. I done heard you tell enough people you'll box their head off. Enough is enough, dude. You wasn't even going to fight Dillian Whyte. So shut up. Shut up until you get in the ring with Wilder. Shut up until you do get in the ring with AJ. And that's what I think about that whole Fury, Wilder, Ruiz, Pathekin. You know what I'm saying, Smoke? That's what I feel about all of that. My guy, shut up.
I hear you, but just being empathetic, like these dudes have been satelliting each other for years, jaw jacking. It's COVID. Last week it was pretty big. Like, you know, you're talking and I was just sitting here on mute laughing, like thinking about it. Like, man, that throwaway jab. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, I'm sure these guys, if it's exciting to us and we're just on the outside looking in, this is specifically their division. And these are the guys that affect their pocketbooks, right? These are people that they're highly invested in what the hell happens, right? So, while there's any number of ways I think that they could handle it, if they were talking, and maybe I would like the message to be different, I can understand just emoting and can't contain themselves. And, you know, let's just judge the guys on what they say if we can figure it the fuck out. Like, you know, I feel like every person they're just revealing their character anyway. There is nothing that anybody said so far that made me think anything different about those people than I already thought.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I that's just me, bro. Like I said, I throw Fury in that whole category too. Just like those guys need to shut the hell up, man. I'm serious. That's just how I ain't really trying to hear nothing from Fury right now until he get into a significant fight. Like that's my dude and everything, and I still think he can beat Joshua. But like Fury, I'm not trying to hear all this shit. Like he keep posturing, bro. Tyson Fury, like I boxed this dude head off. I'll beat this dude up. But man, like that gets old too. Even though it's Fury, and I believe he can. And you know, I just don't like when people say, "Oh, he won't fight Joshua" and all of this. Nah, bro. Fury gonna fight Joshua. That's all he want to do is fight Joshua. That's the problem. It's all he want to do is just fight Joshua. He doesn't want to do anything else. And I even got somewhat of a problem with that. Like, you don't want to go fight Oscar Rivas or Andy Ruiz or Dillian Whyte. You just want to fight Joshua. And even I got a problem with that. So if that's the attitude you're gonna have, then that's the attitude you're gonna have. But shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Just shut the fuck up.
But you know, Tyson Fury is better at, I think, coming in slightly, maybe the underdog, and you know, taking the shine off someone else. It's really, you know, I think he wants the AJ fight regardless. And I think he wants to be bigger than the belts and bigger than sanctioning bodies and beating all the who supposedly be the best of his generation. But yeah, I don't know about other things. I don't know. Tyson Fury is doing what Tyson Fury does. I just want those guys to fight. I think guys are just champing at the bit. I think they are raring to go, and they can't because their fights are so big. They can't have them in this environment.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I feel you. What did he say? Martin Ramos said, "Damn, D. Jefferson, you still on?" Yeah, I'm getting ready to get off. I just wanted to talk about that last talk because I mean it was open boxing talk, but it was a few things that I wanted to talk about, Martin Ramos, and we spent a lot of time on Crawford and Canelo. So you know how that goes. Those two guys is going to be a big discussion. Iceman said, "There's nothing for AJ to do but fight Usyk, Fury after Pulev. There's no one else to milk from." Yeah, damn right. AJ too.
You tripping. You can still. Dillian Whyte is still out there. There's still
Oh, he said no one to
Big
milk
Baby
from.
Miller.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
still Big Baby Miller out there. That
Yeah.
He can pass.
Nah, Iceman. That dude he got plenty of shit to milk from. Hell yeah, Smoke right about that. He can milk the boxing. He can milk the boxing world like it was a cow named Elsie. That motherfucker got plenty of milk.
Yeah. Anyone who lived through Vladimir Klitschko know how you can milk it.
Yeah, dog. Yeah. AJ can maneuver this shit. AJ probably got more maneuverability to milk the system right now than anybody in boxing. I think. What you think about that, Smoke? He could probably milk this thing right now more than anybody.
I mean, just by virtue of having all those belts, he can hide behind mandatories. He can top 15. You take a look at the WBA and IBF top 15. Tell me he can't milk it.
Right, and he's at the heavyweight division. Oh hell yeah, bro! Boxing, Elsie, the cow, Elsie the cow, AJ and Eddie Hearn right up under.
I'm saying like Ruiz can work himself back into a trilogy, right?
Andy Ruiz, sure he could. All he gotta do is beat a couple of top guys, and boom, he's right back. It would be big anyway because they both split the fights, regardless of what anybody says. So it would be big. They split the fights. You know what I mean? Brother, what's up? He said, "What up, D? This is Jay Blue." Okay, Jay Blue's different. Oh, I get it. Hey, Jay, y'all go check out Jay Blues. You want to listen to some good jazz music. And sometimes I listen to Jay Blues channel while I'm doing work because I like jazz music anyway. Jay Blues got the talent, man. He can play. But anyway, he said, DJ Blues, you're gonna do a donut shop soon. I never shared my experience watching the horror movie that was decent. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, that was tough to watch. But yeah, I'm gonna do a donut shop again. I've been doing the NBA predictions, but yeah, no excuse. I'm gonna get a donut shop in there. But I got a lot of little segments like donut shop, like what we doing today, gloves up, power of the mind, speak your mind, sports talk live daily, NBA odds and prediction. Well, busy guy, man. Busy guy. A lot of segments. Got to keep up. No excuses. I got you. Donut shop on the way. No doubt.
R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, man. Rest in peace to Chadwick, man. The Black Panther, for all you guys that don't know the movie, The Black Panther, R.I.P. Chadwick. He passed, man. And also, you know, I don't want to leave anyone out. And of course, it's all in the news because he was a Hollywood star, Chadwick Boseman. But also, guys, for you sports fans, R.I.P. Cliff Robinson. Cliff Robinson from the Portland Trailblazers just passed too at age 53. So I don't want to leave him out, man, because I'm a big basketball fan and I know everybody may not be, but Cliff Robinson was a phenomenal player and he just passed as well. So rest in peace to both of those guys, Chad and Cliff. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, not much. I just want to give some final words, okay? Final words.
No doubt.
These two motherfuckers can speak 100 million words a minute, but they've been doing closing words for 2 hours. Hurry up and get it over with.
Oh shit! All right, give me some closing thoughts. Give me some closing thoughts, Smoke.
What is it? Nice talking. It's cool to have you back on the weekends. And Johnny, whenever you want to debate boxing and boxing only, I'm with you. Yeah, weight bullying some bullshit, and it's fight night, baby. Peace to you, peace to the chat.
All right, Smoke. Appreciate you, bro. Always welcome. All right, Mark. You got something else, or was that it?
Yeah. Rest in peace to the two men. I don't really know who they are, but rest in peace to them. Take care, everyone. Have a good one.
All right, Mark. Appreciate you, brother. Always welcome. Well, guys, great live. Appreciate all of you guys for sitting here this long listening to me rant on and on about this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? But oh yeah, let me do that real quick then before I get out of here. Lady Jack said drop J Blue's chat. Hey, J Blues, you still in? Well, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll drop a link to J Blue's channel in the chat right quick, guys. Hold on, right quick. Let me pull that up. Yeah, yeah. J Blues is a talented guy. I like people that are naturally talented, and can play instruments or sing. Oh shit, J Blues, what's up? Did you rename? Well, J Blues, he's got to put his link. I guess he restarted the channel or something. But the one I have, J Blues, you got to send me your new channel or whatever. But I'll get it for you guys. He must have switched it up or something. That's why his name was different. But anyway, yeah, man. Crawford, gotta get your shit together. Canelo, you gotta get your shit together. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Andy Ruiz, shut the hell up. And Spence is going to beat Danny Garcia's ass. And last but not least, I cannot forget, before I close this thing out, Teofimo Lopez is going to knock Lomachenko the fuck out. Y'all know how I always end this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.